来了，这个位置有没有人注意到？
后方的绕背盯的可能就是 Marble， 恐怖的安比萨正在路上，大招何时出手 ？Visa 先去限制一下 ，Marble 被盯上了 ，Marble 交出了闪现 ，Marble 炸了一把烟火 ，Marble 倒了。这时候再给到一个极刑的大绝，极度恐怖的安比萨一波3连杀，
闪现再追，
还要再留人。来了 ，TSW 的车子，
来4打2哦。
车子已经来了，开在塔的后面 ，Foreign 还在卡线，但接下来过来的会是3人，瞬间制裁掉了 Foreign， 后面盖了一个竞技场，但 Pop 就没有办法守护自己的伤亡，而且还要再杀一个 ，Pop 就交出了闪现，但是有人在扛塔，后方的话连续拉扯，所以深红最後一滴血沒倒。
雷兹要趕快。
trong một pha thi đấu thôi, hoàn toàn có thể khiến cho cái thế lính bị đảo chiều hoàn toàn không đứng dưới. Mất tốc biến nên Artemis bị làm chậm lại, dính thêm cú đệ tàn không nữa, nổ lò luyện hồn là rất đau. Nhưng liệu Artemis có về được không này? Lá chắn đang chờ đợi một vài giây nữa để hồi kịp thời. Cú đệ tàn không gồm full sát thương, tốc biến đi và không chết. Với một tình huống mà Phúc thành công, Ui, lúc này Thần Không chắc chắn là mắc đam rồi. Lo luyện hồn nổ nữa, solo kill à? Khả năng cao là solo kill đúng không?
Solo kill thì mới replay. Chắc chắn là như thế.
Rồi, như vậy là quá ngon. Chúng ta đã tính tới câu chuyện là MVK có thể cân nhắc bỏ rồng trong bối cảnh là Kia đang cực kỳ khỏe. Liệu ấy, Ares không tốc biến. Tạm biệt thôi. Solo kill rất nhẹ nhàng.
カバーを使ってフックをただもらうような形のビスター、そしてフラッシュアウト、バレットタイムはうまく避けてビスター、ただ包丁が風車当てています。マーブルのカバー間に合うか。ちょっとタワーアグロがマーブルに入りましたが、月光の間に4人にヒット。さあその後のコバーアリアがスプリットラッシュなんですが、タワーアグロが向きました。そしてフラッシュでマーブルどうにか1キルは持っていきます。1キル、そうですね、完全にフェイスチェックですね。
はい、怪我してないのがちょっと正直信じられないですね。一直被限制，
因为李信真的 Q 进去的话，波比就只要把后排给吹走，那李信只剩一个人了。
哦，这边硬流，哎呀，在塔下应该是在 shopping 啊，直接被留住了。
我感觉 MVK 教练的沟通没办法给到他们真的实质上的帮助。
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
Welcome to the LCP, Week 3 for Split 1 of 2026. I'm Logan. I will be your host and colorcaster this evening, and introducing to the desk for the very first time, we have caster Carrix. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, Carrix?
G'day, I'm really excited to be here. Some of you that maybe have been around the Southeast Asian League scene for as long as I have might recognize me. Back in the day, I cast the VCS a lot, and I'm so excited to come onto the LCP and get behind my boys once more. It's been far too long, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are stoked to have you here. Welcome to the LCP. And I'm excited because tonight we have some awesome games teed up for the community. First up, we have MVK versus DCG, which will be very, very exciting. One of the VCS teams. And the second game for the evening will be CFO versus SoftBank Hawks Gaming. Now, you're a VCS fan. Do you have any biases as to any teams this evening?
No bias at all. It's I've only spent 5 years casting 2 of these teams, of course. No, of course not. I think these games are super interesting. This is sort of that scrimmage we've got in that 2nd through 5th place on the ladder. We've got a lot of teams at basically the exact same win rate, just sitting that little bit behind Garm. And these series are for these teams to prove it and break themselves ahead of the pack.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if MVK take the win over Deep Cross Gaming tonight, that puts them above, because right now they are tied. I think it's equal 2nd on the ladder at the moment with another team as well. So that's a pretty exciting prospect. But before we get into tonight, let's recap a little bit of last week. MVK, again, they are absolutely cooking. 2 big change-ups, I want to say. One Kati San in the mid, and then we had the Nautilus jungle as well with Guri. Now, you tell me they've got a history of cooking.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day when this team has been under so many different names. They were Buffaloes back in the day. They became the Vikings, and now MVK. They've always had this habit of cooking, of pulling out really interesting strategies, and they're not afraid of doing it. They will put, as you said, Cardi on this Scion and just completely warp the way they play the map around it. And it's always so interesting to see when teams don't get bogged down in just what is sort of the correct play and have that second string to their bow.
Absolutely. And what I'm loving here tonight on the graphic is we're seeing Shawnee's being brought in. So Shawnee is actually substituting for Cardi tonight in that mid lane. So that'll be a really interesting change. Have you seen much of Shawnee before, or is Shawnee a relatively new experience?
Shawnee is new to me. I'm very familiar with Old Man Cardi, but Shawnee, I'm gonna have to get used to him as well, I suppose.
I'm pretty excited. I've seen Shawnee has basically an average of 19% damage across the team, so likes to get involved and favors a little bit of the Aurora in that mid lane, but not to be overshadowed by MVK. We have DCG, Florin, Pop9, Hongshou, Feng, and Xiaoxi. Now, last week, Florin was impossible to keep down. They kept diving him under turret. They kept trying to keep him down, but Florin never cracked under pressure once and would come back and make some game-winning plays. Are we hoping to see some more of that this week, Carrix?
Well, if you're a DCG fan, you absolutely are, because something that's been emerging in this new season has just been how important having a reliable top laner is. The top laners are really strong with this new role quest, and if you can just lock things down, be really solid, it just gives your team so much flexibility.
Yeah, absolutely. And to that point of solid and stable, obviously our second game for this evening involving CFO, Rest has often been cited as that stable top laner, but last week he got quite explosive. It was actually really interesting to see him carrying at one stage as well, frontlining for CFO. But I'm really, really excited to see Florin rise to the occasion again. I'm hoping Hongshou can be sort of the mid lane superstar as we expect from these guys. Now, for our first matchup, do we think Oriana will make it through the ban phase? Do you think we'll see her pick tonight?
She shouldn't. I'm going to be honest. She shouldn't. Whether or not we do, that's a different question. If I'm a coach, I'm just banning that on red side every single time. Maybe you force an Azir trade, but that's super not likely. Azir should not be going through either. As I said, it shouldn't go through, and if it does, you'd have to favor that team.
Yeah, absolutely. A very strong control mage, and we'll see you on the other side, ready for the games. And we are back. Looking forward to tonight's first game, which should be an absolute banger between MVK and DCG. Now, for those of you who aren't overly familiar with the LCP, last year we had 1v1s to decide the winners, the side selection. This year we have 2v2s on the Howling Abyss, which should be pretty good fun. But before we even get to that, we've got some player intros. Why don't you talk us through some of these, Carrix?
Well, in the top lane, we do have Kratos taking on Floweren. As you were saying, that stable rock over for DCG. Really need him to continue being that. I was saying it in our little preamble. It's just mission critical. Guri versus Pop 9 as well. Junglers, as always, super impactful on the map. This season's meta has only empowered that.
I'm very much enjoying Guru's kill participation actually over Pop 9's. He's very, very active. As we do cut to Shawnee and Hongshu. Shawnee's first time playing tonight, I do believe. So really, really excited to see how that works out.
Super interesting game to debut in as well. As we were saying, this is that middle of the table skirmish. It's a really important one as the supports join them on stage. Elio and Shalcy taking their spots, and again, sorry, that's I misread who that was. My bad. That was
no, that's
Shogun.
okay.
That was the 80 carries. That was Shogun.
Yeah. Yeah, and I really love this part of the LCP, right? The respect that the players have for one another when they walk onto the table. Every region does it. And they all do the sort of fist bump and bow of respect to one another before getting into it. And we've got the coaches walking on their big choro and refrain. Very excited to see what sort of strategies they'll be employing this evening to help their teams get across the line. I'm wondering which two players we'll be seeing from each side for the Howling Abyss 2v2. Do you have anyone that you would like to see tonight?
It's a good question. Who do you send out? Do you send like an in-game duo? Do you send your mid laner and your jungle that should know how to skirmish with each other? Do you just send a top laner that's used to brawling? Hard to really decide.
Well, there we go. I mean, Guri and Shogun.
Guri and Shogun. Okay, Interesting little pick.
I like it. Jungle and bot side. Some of these teams have been picking synergistic groups like this one. Pop 9 in the jungle and Hongshu in the mid. Last week we had a top laner and a support actually working together. I really like these 2v2s because they allow for some quite fun and unique interactions, I want to say, that we normally wouldn't see in the 5v5s, or at least very, very rarely in those 5v5s. And a quick little correction, Shawnee has played one game in the LCP this split so far. Now, the 2v2s, as you can see, there's series bans. So these series bans means these teams cannot pick those champions for the rest of the split, Carrix.
I love that. Such a good rule. Having to get to the really, really weird ones by the end of the split. We're not too deep so far, though. Still plenty of good 1v1/2v2 champions open. I noticed Caitlyn still available, has always been a favorite in these Howling Abyss matches, and with Shogun on the field.
Yeah, definitely. As we do see our first ban come out, Volibear. Now, last week we saw Volibear used to excellent effect by Guri, snowballing under the tower and then whomping the support and then going down to the tower himself. And he just did that twice. And because he killed the support before the tower got him, they got the 2 kills first. It was fantastic to see. As Darius has also been banned, one of the big lane bullies. They don't want to have to deal with that. And to your point, actually, Carrix, Caitlyn banned and Varus banned.
Surprising.
So they don't want to deal with that poke.
Yeah, I feel like when you see the 80 carry player stepping up, not allowing these really long range, high damage ADCs out makes a lot of sense to me. Poppy and Anivia looking like the picks. That's really fun. Put the Anivia wall up and slam them into it.
Yeah, exactly. I really love that synergy that they have as a Rengar makes it through. Now, Rengar has been very heavily banned on the Howling Abyss for these 2v2s, but pairing it with a Corki as well, the potential to just gank instantly, Valkyrie over the top, Rengar just jumps on them and absolutely annihilates that Anivia, but Anivia does have that free death, giving that Poppy time to clear them out and potentially save the death. I'm pretty keen on this one, and they're very. Look at them; they're loving it. They're pretty happy with this too.
Look, I haven't spoken to the players about sort of when these 1v1s, 2v2 started coming in, but I imagine they must love it. It's just so much fun. In the end, side selection's not the most high stakes ever, so you do get to have a bit of fun with it, as much as they obviously do want that advantage. But rolling out onto the Abyss.
Yeah, absolutely. So to win, first to 2 kills, first to take a turret, or the first death in overtime. So it'll be interesting to see whether these players want to take it easy or whether they want to go in and dive and just all in straight away, as there's a cheeky little poke in these bushes, just waiting for the minion waves to show up. Carrick, are we hoping to see any items here, or...
I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure what you build in the 2v2. If I'm MVK, I'm not wanting this to go to level 6. Yeah. I don't want to try and Rengar jump into an Anivia ult as a nice chunk there onto Pop 9. And there was that recent streamer sort of Twitch 1v1 competition not too long ago. We did see that Rengar was a menace.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, as we're seeing here, that Anivia wall already coming into play to keep Guru's Corki too close to them, probably a little too close for comfort. Pops the Team Liquid emote for good measure as Shogun on that Rengar just healing up, has that health pot, just ganking these minions from the... Why are we all getting Team Liquid emote? You love to see it. MVK about to crash the first wave.
Yeah, they will get that little lead going. Oh no, Shogun gets caught under the tower, is ignited. Does he burn down? No, he lives, but the snowball takes him down and Guri has to run. That's 1 on the board for DCG. Another stun going in. Barrier having to be used. Level 4 hit early for DCG. They do have the safety of that Anivia egg. Hongsho can play really aggressive as in goes Pop 9 and DCG are the winners of the Howling Abyss.
There it is. DCG take the win in the 2v2. They will get side selection. Now, if history has taught us anything, DCG has won 4 out of their 7 games on red side, and they've won 100% of their blue side games, but it's only been 1 game. So,
100% is 100%.
Yeah, exactly. I'd go blue side too.
Yeah. I do think blue side is interesting. We were sort of talking about these mid lane champions. You get to dictate the potential trade. If you are blue side, you're the one that's forcing them to ban the Orianna, ban the Azir, or potentially leave both up for a trade. So it is reasonably important.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that priority on those picks and bans can play, a lot into the strategy of how you want to play, what comp you're going to build. So some of the picks and bans that I would expect to come out here, obviously Orianna. Like Orianna has been banned 21 times in the LCP already. Yep. Malphite a close second. Nico, even after the nerf, right? So Nico can now no longer tank turrets in cannon minion form and not get that ramping damage. Still has an exceedingly high ban rate with 18 bans so far.
The thing about Nico was it was always like getting Nico for your support was like getting served like a beautiful 5-course meal, and being able to cheese tower dives was just like a wine pairing. The meal is still really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the long range poke, the root, that really, really does help. Being able to, so in the LCK, actually, Carrier piloted Nico very well. When you turn into a minion, you don't appear on the mini-map, one of the creeps, the wolf, and was able to go between turrets and not be spotted at all. So there's also an element of stealth that Nico can bring to the table. But I'm expecting an absolute barnstormer from our VCS representatives, MVK, but I'm also expecting DCG to rise to the occasion. I think this will be a pretty, I want to say, interesting game. It won't be slow. It'll be very explosive.
Well, it's interesting because I think DCG will want to try and slow it down. This has always been the tradition of VCS teams for as long as I've watched them, which is longer than I'd care to admit. You can't let them pull you down into the mud. If you roll in the mud with them, they've been there longer. They know what they're doing, but if you manage to stay out of that play style, you can fend them off.
Yeah.
But into the bans we go. Jace being removed by DCG and the Poppy, Nocturne, and Varus following him out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every time the VCS is around, Nocturne seems to get banned. And I think this is a bit of a respect ban over to Pop 9 as well there, with Mbessa quickly followed up. Now, Mbessa has had some massive impact on the Rift in the LCP, especially in the hands of Ijung last week. Just absolutely manhandled and carried that team to victory, frontlining and putting out a serious amount of damage. But I am curious to see what DCG ban third here. Surely Orianna.
Well, no, it probably can't be Orianna because I think we have to do the Orianna Azir trade. Azir is also up. So Azir will be first picked. And now you trade it for the Orianna because DCG has actually chosen red side.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be interested to see this matchup. I'm wondering if they're going to prioritize that Orianna because they don't need to pick it just yet. Yeah.
I think you do leave it to third. There's no reason to pick it here. They've shown the Azir.
Absolutely. And you don't want to, show your hand and they can build the comp around you. So they picked the J4, 7 wins. So basically J4 at this stage is a 100% win rate champion and has great dive potential.
Yeah, Jarvan as well is also sort of known as the Orianna. The Orianna counter's maybe putting a little bit too much on it, but an Orianna counter, you put her in the Cataclysm, she can't do anything. And they've also just immediately built the hot pot comp. You put the Jarvan ult down, you layer an equalizer across it. This is already looking like some good combos here for DCG.
Yeah, definitely. With Rumble having high representation here in the LCP as well, has been picked 10 times so far, as Vi, not banned in the first round, is being hovered by MVK. Obviously, that ult is extremely hard to stop. Only a couple of champs on the Rift can avoid it, and that is locked in, paired with Cassante as well. So we're going to see that classic Cassante Rumble top lane biffo. We're going to see some high damage numbers out of Rumble this game, my friend.
I love casting with other Australians, so I can also use the word biffo, and we know what we mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Always fun as Yone locked in. This means Orianna is not going through.
Surely not. Surely she has to get banned then, unless they have a game plan?
Well, do they think that Yone can go top is really the question. Well, no, he sort of just can't because it's already a Rumble pick. Orianna's just not going to she's just going to go through.
Yeah.
She doesn't really have anywhere else to go. You've locked your solo lanes. There's no real flexibility for DCG. Yeah, it's just going to go straight through.
Yeah, absolutely. As Relove DCG have really thrown the gauntlet down here with a Yone mid, which is not something we've actually seen too much of. I'm really keen to see more bans though. So far we've got the Corki ban from DCG against MVK. Yunara. Yunara has had some impact on the Rift. She's been picked 9 times so far, but her win-loss rate isn't that good. She's only got a 44% win rate at the moment. I was very impressed with Shun piloting her.
Yunara is an interesting champion where she doesn't give a huge amount of agency to the player playing her. It really is a team effort to bring her to the fore. And we just see more ADCs being removed. These ADCs are going to be pushed down their pool. There's already 4 ADCs removed. Bard is the final ban. I'm not too sure what I think of that. Like, every support is up.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you see an Aphelios, right? So you'd probably try and counterpick a Thresh if that works for your comp, or a Lulu, who pairs very, very nicely with this Aphelios. So it'll be up to MVK to get the read on the comp coming out of Relove DCG, try and make sure that they counter that Aphelios as best they can, because, yeah, both lanes have left their bot lane duo to absolute last. I think they wanted to hold that, ace up their sleeve as we see. Oh, Senna hover. Okay, Senna locked in.
And here we go. The cooking continues as they go over to the center, something that has not really been seen so far this split, at least as far as I'm aware. The Nautilus as well makes sense. You do want to threaten this Aphelios in lane, as we'd expect. Okay, I was going to say something like a Lulu, but
yeah, I mean,
the Hubba.
Absolutely. Ooh, Taric?
Ooh, Tarek is huge here. I really like Tarek.
That's a massive front line.
It's also, Rel is also good here, but I would love Tarek because MVK is sort of, we all go at once. We have one big go button. And if you just Tarek ult at the right time, you can stop it. They go the Rel instead. Rel does function really well here. She can catch you with the Magnet Storm, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always excited to see those sort of Magnet Storm engages. You know, Taki famously has done really, really well with them, but Taki's not on the Rift tonight. That is Shawnee instead. I'm liking both comps. I think I'm favoring the Relove DCG comp a little more than the MVK. I think it's a bit more durable. But as you pointed out, MVK, they're just looking to pull the Vi trigger and then all in.
I think it's going to come down to how well Shorty links up with the rest of his team in that sort of early mid-game, because there will come a point where they can't do anything about Senna. She's standing a little bit too far away. She's doing a bit too much damage. Even if the Jarvan, EQ flash ults, okay, you're too far ahead of your team, and the Senna's just going to kill him. But it's going to be tricky to see if they can actually get to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Senna obviously scales over time by collecting those souls, but if she can't have the time she needs to scale, then yeah, exactly. She probably won't get that distance. She'll probably be very diveable. But these guys are some of the best in the LCP, and they can pilot these champions so well. As we take a quick look at Relove DCG versus MVK Esports for our game one of our first BO3 tonight, and we are on Summoner's Rift.
And I'm so excited to be here. It's been far too long since I've been on Summoner's Rift. Guri spotted out. We'll clear the ward as well. Actually, a really nice pick up there to deny that Raptor ward.
Always good to get that sort of early jungle vision. Always better to be able to delete it so you're not giving that information over. And this is one of my favorite parts, is that they show the skins that they're actually using on the Rift as well. Because it's like, oh, I like that one. What if I want to go and get that myself? As we just see some fairly standard trading happening in the middle. This year, there have been a few changes. This split, the minions now spawn a full 35 seconds earlier. So invades are punished significantly more. So there's a lot less of that.
A little bit of a biff in the bottom lane as Elio does do well to hide the shield there so that Chassis couldn't use the Q to break it. Summoner's being exchanged. Ooh, a bad dive forward. This is a good idea by Relove DCG, but unfortunately they have just fed Shogun 2 or 3 souls.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the health bars say the trade went in the favor of MVK. I really do think that second, crash down from Chassis was a bit of a, obviously missing loses its value there, but I almost feel like MVK were respecting their opponents and walked away, being like, you know what, we don't want to borrow this just yet. It's a little too early, as DCG do get the level 2 advantage first.
Yeah, did manage to secure the push there, so DCG end up in a good position, but nothing super exciting. Both junglers are pathing down, so we might see a little bit of conflict around these first scuttles, potentially early ganks, but I don't really think that's going to happen. I'm just a liar. Here they go.
I mean, Chassis rotated to the blue buff, and everyone's there. Pop 9, Chassis, Fangs on it. They're going to steal it from Guri.
This is really, really good from DCG. They just read that they had the crash, they had the prio. Why not? And this slows Guri down a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw it last week as well. A lot of jungle bullying got them significantly ahead, and they were able to sort of snowball the lead from there with just their jungler alone, as our top lane are just having a bit of a trade, as you would expect them to do. CS remaining pretty even across the board for the moment. Feng's probably going to catch back up here with this wave on that Aphelios. I am such a fan of Nautilus, just frontlining. He kind of also was a big part of why I got into League, as we catch Guri maybe looking for a gank on mid here.
I think he has to do this. He was set really far behind, but unfortunately doesn't get anything. The Q3 was primed for the Yone. Shawnee just not in any position to actually assist, so it's a nice chunk, but doesn't really catch him back up in the tempo.
Yeah, it just gives Shawnee a little bit more confidence in the trades as Guri converts that into the topside Scuttle Crab and goes for a quick recall. Sometimes that's all you need to do as a jungler, though, is show face in mid to be like, hey, I'm here. Don't go my teammate, otherwise we'll get you, you know? As we see Xiaoxi roaming forward.
Well done there by Elio. Buffered the hook just to make sure that he was always going to get out. But now the wave, not where MVK wants it.
Yeah, absolutely. But, as we see a trade in mid. Always spicy.
Once again, that Yone E showing its power. But Hongshu is actually getting chunked really low here. Does have the teleport, of course, so can reset, get back into lane. But so far, Shawnee doing well early, as you would expect as a ranged into melee matchup.
Yeah, definitely. They're always going to have that advantage early. As DCG, Xiaoxi finally pops the Oracle lens. I'm like, they've been on a ward for like 30 plus seconds here. As we do see Pop9 start rotating bottom, and Guri is going to the mid. So we'll see how that turns out. But a first Drake is up in 20 seconds, and we do start to see this bot side duo maybe take a recall now that they've pushed the wave in and gained a little bit of priority. And Pop9 is in the area.
Yeah, if DCG want to, they certainly could try and rush the Drake here. They do just have that first reset on their bot lane. They will be there slightly faster. Again, realistically, I do think we're looking at a bit of a quiet early game. Something I wasn't expecting to say in my first time back. We do see DCG starting this up. I think this is wise, but I don't imagine MVK is going to contest this one.
Yeah, look, I do see the pings going down, but it doesn't look like they're hurrying over to the Drake, because we see Hongshu just go under the turret. Xiaoxi's here to try and zone MVK off, but there is there's 4 DCG versus 3 MVK, so they've decided we'll back away as Relove DCG secure the first Drake of the game. It is a Chem Tech Drake with the tenacity and heal and shielding power. So that'd be really good if you had, a Senna that does shielding.
Yeah, unfortunately, won't be able to benefit from that one as a move forward there by Hongshu, but again, just has that Yone soul to go back to. Has to use cleanse, gets flipped over, uses the heal to try and get away. Really good work there by Elio to distance Feng from the fight, but it ends up a nice trade there for Relove DCG.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, Summoner's burnt.
This looks like a dive coming in. Shogun wisping away. The Jarvan is here, level 6, but can't target the center in that soul form, so couldn't jump forward as Elio just beats them back, but that is a big stacked wave lost for Shogun.
Yeah, absolutely. And you love to see the aggressive trading. We see that Xiaoxi burnt the flash and heal. Elio burnt the heal. Shogun the cleanse as well. There's both TPs down on the side of MVK.
Oh, and they're going to go again. Yeah, they're just going to keep doing it until it works. Shogun flashing away. They do get the kill, but it's going to be traded back. Xiaoxi low, but not tanking. 1 for 1 in the end, but unfortunately the kill went to Elio.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't want those kills to go on your support, especially early game. You would much prefer that your kills go over to your carries or any junglers that come in the area for that gank. But yeah, for a 3v1, to be able to get that one back, really well played. Definitely keeping that gold lead nice and close. As we take a quick look at the CS, we go to a replay.
So yeah, we see this is the second attempt. This time Shogun can't get into that Wraith form, so can be targeted with everything. It's a smart flash to buy time, but does go down. But trades himself for the flash and the ult of Pop9, which is honestly a very good result.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and we have a top lane. That's right. Oh, Hongshu goes in on Elio here in the mid just to get some turret plating and cheeky little bit of gold, and Elio walks away from that one. I am really loving the crystalline growths on the turrets that have come through in patch 26.1. It basically lets you get like a demolish proc off no matter who or what you are when you do hit it once it's all built up. As we see some contest over the wards. I wonder what the big team fight's going to be, Carrix.
Well, it's interesting because one thing that play bot lane did was because the amount of time Pop9 spent there, Guri has sort of regained that early lost tempo. I think if there's going to be a clash in the next 5 minutes, it will be around the grubs as Shawnee just ulting the Yone away just to keep himself safe.
Just being like, shoot, don't bother me.
It is interesting that first Azir ult is so often you can set it up to just we either burn a flash or get a kill. Yone, though, just because of his E, kind of immune to that. So I actually kind of like using it. Shogun, nice sidestep.
Yeah, we do see Feng on the Aphelios there pop the ult, and Shogun just tidily sidesteps it. That said, Feng is 10 CS up over Shogun, as we see Guri already got 2 out of the 3 grubs. So it looks like MVK will be rewarded for their priority on the grubs. Now, personally, I've always liked grubs as, Pop9 waiting.
This is
patiently.
really good by Pop9. This is excellent. He's not going to get anything here. The MVK is very aware that he's in that rush, but it's 2 tower plates and about 6 or 7 minions denied. DCG know where their bread is buttered, and it's all Feng, and they're playing around it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to taste like garlic butter, because honestly, that stuff is delicious the way they're feeding it to Feng right now. He's already up 20 plus CS as Xiaoxi just roams to mid. Pop9 clearing out some wards, probably starting to get some priority, wanting to set it up for that Mountain Drake, which is up in 45 seconds. We see the CS difference, you know, almost negligible in pretty much every other lane at the moment. But let's take a quick look at the items as they are starting to build those. We got a couple of Swifties on the Rift already, Carrix.
Yeah, I think Senna has always liked the Swifties. She's obviously a very immobile AD carry. Scales a bit weird with the other stats as well. Swifties are just an overpowered boot, if you ask me. So I'm not too surprised to see Shogun going over to the Swifties. The Rumble, it makes sense as well. You just want to walk at people with a flamethrower.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, hang on. Engage goes in. Shogun has to find his way out. Does manage to find a bit of distance. Loses about half his health bar and a heal, but Feng didn't quite have the guns set up to do a lot of damage there.
Yeah, so ultimately that will lead to just a burnt ult from Xiaoxi, a burnt ult from Elio, and they both walk away. DCG do get priority, though, as Elio is just like, no, you don't get these wards, I put them down. However, Guru might be not caught out. It does look like DCG, Relove DCG, want this second Drake.
Yeah, and that makes sense. They want to keep this snowball rolling. They want to move towards a potential reasonably early Dragon Soul. MVK, again, not really in the position to contest it. The amount of resources DCG have put into the bot lane does make it hard, but MVK are hovering around to see if they might be able to get something done.
Definitely, this is dangerous for DCG. They don't have vision. They're not aware that 3 MVK members are around. Xiaoxi trying to get a little bit of vision. It looks like they'll get this Drake.
Yeah, they will just back up, but now Xiaoxi getting healed up. A hook goes in onto Feng. The center ult over the top. A lot of damage being dealt onto Guri, but he is able to flash away. Elio on the walk. It is just DCG playing a little bit of fend off.
Oof, these guys are playing with so much respect. I was expecting an all-in and like 2 or 3 deaths, but they just go, you know what? No, trading, we're done. Florin is the first on the Rift to complete the role quest, closely followed by Kratos. So these role quests are new for this year. Basically, every lane gets their own unique role quest, as Florin not wanting Kratos to be able to recall unhindered.
Yeah, I mean, look, anytime you can stop a recall is always good. You've got to win the mental game, and there's nothing more annoying than having your recall interrupted. And of course, it actually does keep Kratos in lane for another wave. He can't just leave it. That said, this is a level 11 Cassante versus a Rumble. Nothing's happening up there.
Yeah, no, definitely not. But yeah, those role quests are new to the Rift this year, and every single lane gets a different role quest. So your top laner can hit level 20, they can get an Unleashed teleport, but if they already have that, then they get a plus 30% max HP shield when they do TP. The jungler basically gets a buff smite and a bit more movement speed in the jungle, so they're going to be whipping around a little bit more quickly than you are used to. Your mid actually gets tier 3 boots with an empowered recall, as there's a little bit of trading going on, but nothing yet. Guri.
hovering around. The supports have moved as well, as it was Guri that secured that, so just a little bit of a steal away.
Like you said, Carrick, it's all that mental game.
100%. Oh, the scoop, but unfortunately, again, it's the Yone with the E. Even with Elio there, you can't actually lock him down.
Yeah, that mobility, I think so far this decision is proving to be very, very good for Hongshou, not having gone down. Kind of within touching distance on the CS. There is about 20, which leads to a 500 gold diff in favor of Shawnee. But the gold diff overall is mostly in favor of MVK, a total of around 1.2k at the moment, as the Rift Herald is going to be spawning in another minute, and Kratos just gets a cheeky plate for that gold before recalling, I imagine.
Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. He will just reset. Kratos has that Kanik Rookin, can move around the map. You do see Shawnee is heading up to the top lane. This is just a bit of poke on the Shousey, nothing to really get excited about. As the mid laners have gone up to the top lane, potentially heralding a Rift Herald contest from both teams.
Yeah, definitely. They're moving with priority. That Cassante is going to be real difficult, though, for Florin to deal any damage into now with that completed Kanik Rookin. Shawnee's also got the Nash's Tooth on his ear, so that damage is going to start ramping as we're fighting over ward vision for the Rift Herald at the moment. It definitely looks like both teams want to put some priority on this. They want to compete.
Yeah, just another thing with this new season has been the control of the Phaelites, but never mind, Shousey hooked, is rooted up, will be taken down as a lot used for the kill, but Shogun will get it. Pop9 wants to get one back as Guri's in a lot of trouble, can't proc his passive. 2 kills go back. Oh, sorry, it is just the one, I misread that. Just the Guri kill, but that is a jungler down with Rift Herald on the map.
Absolutely. The timing of that couldn't have worked out more in Relove DCG's favor, being able to take down that jungler. But to MVK's credit, Kratos is down here pummeling away at this turret. Not going to be the fastest take, but at least it's getting some cross-map pressure applied. So DCG won't get this for free. Yes, their support went down, but you take a support for a jungler any day of the week.
You absolutely do, and it was a really good call there by Pop9, just recognizing that they've used a little bit too much, as now Kratos could be in trouble, does have the all-out to get some distance, uses it, dashes once, kind of thinks maybe he can stick around, and frankly, he probably can, as he will just use that ultimate to clear the wave, as we do have the replay.
Good hook.
So it started with the hook onto Shousey, tried to dismount away, but we just see it was just all of the ultimates dumped onto the rel. Pop9 has the confidence to just, okay, I can go straight over the wall. You have nothing left.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fang basically only copped the Nautilus depth charge and was able to free fire onto them. So I really do think Relove DCG liked that position, as we see Florin pop the equalizer just to clear the minion wave before a quick recall, bit of a reset. DCG are looking with priority to the Drake. They want to keep this Drake stacking now that the Infernal is on the Rift. And yeah, if they can get all 4 nice and quick, this could be a 25-minute game.
It certainly could be, as Guri has been caught out by the flash there. Sassy, lovely flash over the Felio Assault as they immediately turn it around onto Feng, but they can't take him down. They just don't have the damage. He finally falls, and now MVK want to roll this one back. Flowering wants to stop that where it starts. The railgun fires over the top, and the soldiers are summoned. Shorty has to dash away. Shousey moving forward once again. It's Elio in the mix, healed up by Shogun, keeps him alive. Flowering so low. Can Shogun find the order? He can, but it's not enough, and Flowering will dash away.
Yeah, Florin did really well there to face tank that, really push Shogun away. Obviously, with Guri going down, that gives
oh no! Extends it off the tower and finds it.
Oh, just when you think you're safe from Shogun, you're not. As Hongshou and Kratos trade on the bot side, I think too much damage was done to both teams there. Both teams not going for this Drake right now, but we are seeing a lot of MVK esports pings coming down. They are prioritizing it. They are here first. So it's up to Relove DCG to respond to MVK, which I don't think they will.
Yeah, they can't really respond here. It was just Shorty made a really good call. He used his ult in this fight, which we will see momentarily, and then he just got the hell out of it. He knew his part in the fight was done, so he was back out on the map so much faster. But it started with this pick onto Guri. He flashed the Aphelios ult, set up this combo, and though it takes a little while to eventually kill Feng, they do manage it before everything kind of goes to hell.
Yeah, absolutely. Shogun's ult over the top. Shawnee with the shuffle, just the wall there, just to break up the fight. As we see in picture, MVK, they got themselves the Drake. They're also working on the bot side. We do see a Cataclysm go down.
Yeah, the all-out was used there by Kratos to get out of the Cataclysm. Does go through walls, of course. Is forced off, but this is more gold being put into Feng, as he's just fed another few tower plates.
Absolutely, but MVK are responding in kind. They have 2 on the bot side, chipping away at this bot tier 2. I mean, how are they going to answer this? Relove DCG.
My, that's one way to answer it, is the fate is sealed. Shogun is shut down.
Just Yone things. I was not expecting that. Like, MVK was applying so much pressure on the bot, but on top side, Relove DCG, they were applying their own pressure. You know, Hongshu in the mid, they ended up getting that kill. I mean, I would say that was a fairly even trade. The gold is now level. Both sides have completed all their role quests, and Feng, top of the charts in that gold meter, only just ahead of Shawnee.
Yeah, and that is exactly where you want your Aphelios to be. They put so much into him, but let's have a look at how this all went wrong for Shogun, as it was just Pop 9 once again setting it up, and Shogun can't get away.
Absolutely, and just Hongshu there just gets the kill, gets the turret, walks away. He's like, oh, just Yone things. I was always going to do that. But yeah, Pop 9 right there, right place, right time. Absolutely love that proactivity to make that call, pull the trigger, and go in. As we do see the MVK topside tier 1 turret go down, and some ward fighting happening around the Baron pit. Always love a bit of vision priority. Xiao C has a vision score per minute of 5.15. Now, contextually, that's like a whole 0.8 per minute above Elios. So what that says is Relove Deep Cross Gaming support puts down a lot more vision, gives his team a lot more information around the rift to see any possible angles that the enemy team might be trying to pull off on them, like flanks, which is very, very valuable in these team fights, in my opinion, Carrix.
Vision is key. It's pretty much the #1 thing that separates the professional teams from mortals like you or I, is they know how to use wards. And, you know, they're good at the game, unlike me. But wards are the big one. That said, this game, MVK have been controlling it reasonably well. Elio has been using the Fey Lights quite well, though we do see him get forced off here, and that control ward stands for now. A hook thrown. I don't know if you want this one, as that's Pop 9.
Yeah, that's always a favorite to see a Nautilus throw a hook and then immediately go, oh, wait, you know what? I didn't want that one to land. And I think that was one of those moments. So both teams sort of respectfully disengaged as the fight for vision control around this Baron pit continues. Xiao C, in the face of Guri, just fearlessly clearing those wards and putting vision down to make sure that Relove Deep Cross Gaming have that vision control when and where they need it. Because right now, a Drake is coming up in about another minute's time. So MVK could try and really put a dent in Relove DCG's. Oh, DCG started up.
But they get spotted by the center ultimate there. Really great play here by this Rumble. Florin absolutely chunking Guri out. Pop 9 goes in. Sini is here, puts up a turret. But they're just going to have to sacrifice Elio. Lovely bait there by Relove DCG. Now they have the choice to go back to the Baron. Feng does have excellent guns for it. This dies real fast.
Absolutely. That was superb bait from Relove DCG, and Xiao Ci's here in the shrub, ready to make it happen again. It'll be interesting, though, because Baron has that armor in it, MR Shred.
Kratos moving forward, does all out over the wall, brings out Pop 9. Absolutely perfect play there from Kratos. Shawnee disengaging the rest of the fight. The jungler down, the Baron is no longer a threat, but in they go. Feng steps too far forward. Feng gets blown up. Xiao C follows him to the grave. Florin does manage to claim Shogun on the other side of the fight, but it's just a little bit too late as Hongshu follows a triple kill picked up for Guri, and it's all gone wrong in an instant.
Absolutely. Obviously, that started with Relove DCG baiting them in and getting that first kill, putting themselves in a favorable position. And they thought, you know what, yep, let's go for this Baron again. I think they really did forget about that armor and MR shred that the Baron puts onto them. So they re-engaged that fight. And it was very, very broken from them. It feels like their target selection, they weren't synergizing with that, as we do see MVK take the Drake and another fight break out in mid.
Yeah, this one will just be a little bit of a slap fight. Kratos just getting a grass stack. Pretty hard for him to be locked down here. We'll get slowed, but he's a Cassante. He's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. The damage meters coming out of Florin at the end of this game will be quite interesting as we go to the replay around this Baron pit again.
Yeah, so we see it is Kratos that's just the MVP for this here. He gets ulted by Pop9, takes him over the wall, immediately removes him from the fight, takes the Aphelios ult on his own, which leaves them with so little left for the rest of MVK. Guri turns it around well. Kratos once again over the wall, straight onto Fang. Shogun gets cleaned up by Florin here, tries to cleanse the Rumble Burn, doesn't quite work like that. But it doesn't really matter that the center falls because everyone from DCG goes with him.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Feng9 obviously thinking his team was there, flashed forward and was just left high and dry on their own. And we saw Kratos flash straight onto that Aphelios and Feng went down with it. So a little bit eager, a little bit too keen, I think, there once the fight had sort of split ways. As we do see a return to pinging on the mini-map. We see some blue side pings coming out of Relove DCG. They know that Kratos is around there. And yeah, the Baron's not down. So Pop9 just going to clear some wards and we'll see the gold difference has absolutely topsy-turvied. It's been on a roller coaster here, Carrix.
Yeah, it's been up and down, but most importantly, it's never past 2K. A 1.1K gold lead, 25 minutes into the game, is almost cosmetic. This is a very close game, and it's just going to continue coming down to execution. Pop9, he was going for that long engage. He was going for the EQ flash R. At no point in that train, you can't cross the Cassante. Because Cassante says, no, go straight to jail, do not pass go, do not ult my AD carry.
Yeah, you do not get my AD. As we see Guri and Shawnee exercising some patience here on the mid side, I think they were kind of hoping Relove DCG would walk up, but Relove DCG, they smelt it in the air. They were like, no, I better not. As we do see MVK grouping up to clear out the vision around the Baron pit. It looks like maybe no. I was expecting them to maybe try and pull a Relove DCG and bait them in. But too wily for that, as we do see some recalls coming down and a few more item completions. The Infinity Edge on that center and Aphelios. We also have the Blade of the Ruined King on Hongsho. That's a full build Yone.
Pretty much. He's got his shield bow, he's got his Blade of the Ruined King. Everything else is just a cherry on top. Does need to find some value in these fights. That is someone, he played the lane really excellently, where he was constantly fending off pressure from Guri and Shawnee, but needs to find some value in the team fights. I'm yet to see that big fate seal that locks up 2 or 3 members of MVK.
Yeah, absolutely. Last weekend we had a Yone who, unfortunately, when they fate sealed, at most I think they ever hit 2. So it wasn't a great result, and they weren't able to sort of turn the tide of the team fights. As we just see some scuffling for priority on the waves. The Baron is on the Rift, so it's all about getting that priority on the waves, clearing out that vision, denying your opponents any information. Because if you want to make a play, if you want to make a flank, as MVK sort of rotate to the top side to potentially catch out Hongshu on that Yone.
It's interesting. At the moment, they're doing this Baron Vision dance, but it's sort of a proxy war because neither of these teams really thinks they're going to take Baron in the next minute. They're thinking about drag. As Elio and Hongsho have a little bit of an encounter, but that Q3 not landing will mean that this is just damage being dealt. A little chunk to both members. But Vision on the Baron gives you leverage on the Dragon that spawns in 45 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. As little smite war there. As we see these dragons coming up in the game go later, I imagine a bit of priority is being put onto them to try and get that soul. Good flag and drag over there to just get a little bit of priority on the movement. Hongshu rotates down to clear out that ward. A lot of pings in the river between mid and top side. Just pings everywhere. As you said, it's a proxy war, it's a ward war.
Oh, a catch there onto Florin. A teleport being called. Center ult goes over the top, just shielding everyone up. The Rumble is able to flash away. There's the re-engage onto Kratos. There's a fake shield. He flashes it as well. Really excellent stuff there. As the first kill will go over to DCG. They are running their way through this fight. Shogun has to find something. Shogun will find nothing. It is all of Felios as he's already picked up the Quadra. You know he wants Shogun. Can't hit the snipe. Shogun will escape. But DCG get a decisive fight.
Absolutely. DCG did really, really well there. Obviously, MVK responded very quickly. Shawnee on Azir with that TP to respond and be like, hey, I'm here to help the team. But that Cataclysm engaged, the Florin equalizer over the top, as you said, that cooking pot, and then Fang on the Aphelios just left there to absolutely pump in the back lines. You know, unfortunately, the wristband had to be broken early from Florin, but that's a one-time thing. You're going to upgrade that a little later as they're going for both objectives at the same time.
Yeah, very smart here. Yone can take this dragon in enough time that even though he obviously doesn't have the smite, no one from MVK is going to be able to stop him. They take the absolute lion's share. They move to Soul Point, they pick up a Baron buff, and they are now firmly in control of this game.
Absolutely, DCG have got to be so happy with that. They get the 4 kills, they get the Baron, they get the Drake. As we go to this replay, Florin is just caught deep inside of MVK's jungle, and then they decide, you know what, let's pull the trigger on this guy.
Yeah, I think you're seeing, that's what, 5 or 6 auto attacks from Shogun onto Florin, and it does maybe a third of his health bar. Let's see what 5 or 6 auto attacks does from an Aphelios. Because it's a hell of a lot more. The good start, Shawnee only knocking back tanks, not quite good enough. A lovely R flash there from the Yone as well, and then it is just Feng finding it all.
Yeah, absolutely. Feng started on the red and white guns there too and was just shredding Kratos, who was trying to frontline, but absolutely melted in the face of that Aphelios. Now with a GA as well, so you have to kill Aphelios twice if you actually want to kill Aphelios. We do see Xiaoxi there a little bit dead and just spawning back onto the Rift. 4 members still have the Baron buff. It will be interesting to see what Relove DCG can do with this Baron buff. They have a minute 45, but they only... Oh, good hook.
Yeah, there's nothing from it though. Pop 9 will be able to EQ away. Has that GA as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone has a GA these days. Pop 9 has one. Feng has one. Guri has one.
So this is how Xiaoxi died in the replay. Oh, he just a little bit too far up for vision. That's the support life.
We know it well. Oh, even an ult committed.
It is fairly low cooldown at this stage of the game, but still not sure that was necessary.
It is what it is. It's in the past. They got the kill. They're happy with that, as we do see DCG sieging MVK's base now. Relove DCG firmly in control with a 2,500 gold lead, but they're trying to make something of this Baron buff that's still only 500 gold so far, as MVK do well to defend against Relove DCG. Kratos even having a push of his own over on that top side tier 2 Relove DCG turret.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's only about plus 100 gold. I assume that doesn't include the initial gold you get from Baron, because I can't see how they could have gone that gold negative in this period of time, as Kratos just have to teleport away. Obviously nothing a Rumble can do to stop him.
Yeah, absolutely. And this split, Baron gold has been halved as well. So even the Baron kill itself is worth 50% less than it was last year. So that actually has a big impact. As you can see, they may not even break even here, as it's teetering between 0 and 100 gold. I still think they've managed to do well. They got themselves a turret and defended their own, as we see a lot of pings coming down for the top side as they move the team there for some priority as well.
That they do is MVK are grouped up in the mid lane again. Nothing really on the map. They just need to continue getting gold into this center and Azir. But the unfortunate thing is, it doesn't really matter how much gold goes onto Shogun. He's not playing a Aphelios.
Yeah, absolutely. It is important, though, that we do look at the win cons for each team and how they can get back into it. Obviously, MVK, they're not out of this. Like you said earlier, 1.1 at 25 minutes, but it's a 2.6 at 33 minutes. That's still really not that much. It's basically one whole item. Shogun, Shawnee, they can definitely do the damage if they get the gold, if they get 1 or 2 kills fed into them. But overcoming a 6-2 4-item Aphelios is a tall order, in my opinion.
See, when I said 1.1k is cosmetic, it's because it's spread out across the whole team. You know, one person's up 400, 300 here. It's not actually a breakpoint. The problem with this 2.6 at 33 is it's 2.1 of that is Fang. That's a very concentrated gold lead. And as you said, it's basically an entire item on a champion that scales better with items. The win condition here for MVK, I think it does come down to Guri and Kratos. You have to catch the Aphelios. If you don't catch the Aphelios in the first 2 seconds of a fight, I think you're in real trouble.
Yeah, exactly. And again, Aphelios with that GA, you can catch Aphelios, but then the team is going to collapse and protect Aphelios for that respawn. As Hongshu TP's in as well, there seems to be a scuffle emerging in the mid, maybe just trying to get some Drake priority here, hurting MVK very nicely. Oh, Xiaoxi.
Yeah, it is a good chunk there. The hook landing as well. They're trying to get something done. The Aphelios ult does land onto Fang, gets the heal. Nice auto from Shogun as well, really using that extended range on Senna. But he does have the red gun. He will be able to heal up. What Fang needs to do is he needs to spend this purple ammo. He doesn't want to go into the fight with purple. And you see, immediately switching over. Elio a little bit caught out. In goes Hongsho. Elio will get immediately blown up, but they're using a lot. Guri goes down into that GA. Shawnee has to get it all done because Shogun's being chased out, and it's just DCG running them over. Feng goes unstoppable in the backline, goes into his GA, but he doesn't care. Kratos tanking up the whole team, but he can't do it forever. Will get taken down. Can't take Feng with him. It is a 5-0 ace.
Absolutely. Really love the aggression out of Feng there, flashing forward to get into the backline of MVK, knowing that he could move fearlessly because he had that GA. Goes down. Damage wasn't there to kill Kratos. Feng comes back up and takes that Aphelios out, the Cassante. As DCG, Relove look to finish off the base, they are just running it down mid here. They're going to get the inhibitor Nexus turrets and end the game right here. That's
going to be the end of the game, yeah. As soon as that Aphelios came online, there was nothing MVK could do, and they will claim themselves game 1 here on our Friday night, or Thursday night.
Yeah, well done to Relove DCG, winning game 1 of tonight's best of 3 against MVK. Really showing just how competitive it is between these two teams who are equal second in the standings at the moment. But Feng had an outstanding performance tonight, really kiting MVK out really, really well. Just getting the better of Shogun on that center. Obviously, the autos coming out of that center were strong. I just don't think the impact was there like it was with Feng's Aphelios. And Kratos tanked so much, but still could not stand against that Aphelios. And let's take a look at these damage meters for a second, Carrix.
Yeah, and these damage meters don't tell the story, in my opinion. Yeah, Senna technically deals more. She's got long-range poke. The Aphelios, if the Aphelios is dealing damage, he's going in. This was the story of Aphelios. This was Feng. The other one I want to point out is Shawnee. He deals a huge amount of damage on the Azir, but frankly, never had a fight where he was going in, hitting a shuffle. Just didn't get the value out of the Azir that we expect from that champion at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go back to our highlight reel of the game, that was the first blood under the tower. Xiaoxi did get caught by a few dredge lines out of Elio this game, but it feels like MVK weren't able to capitalize on those, hooks well enough. Here, Xiaoxi engaging forward on Guri. DCG is there to back up that engage, right? Obviously, MVK turn around onto Feng on the Aphelios immediately, and they just absolutely protect that Aphelios. They have to make them work for it.
But this is sort of what I'm getting at. If you look at this play, it sort of starts with Shawnee not there. He TPs in, he arrives late, and he deals decent damage, but isn't able to be that explosive Azir that we want to see. MVK, if Shorty's going to stay in, and it's not going to be a switch over to Kati. Not that I think Shorty had a bad game. He really didn't. But they need to link up with him more. If you're going to play something like this Azir, you need to enable him in your players.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like there was a little bit of sort of, I want to say, lack of synergy there. Sometimes when the trigger was pulled, the whole team wasn't there. Sometimes when the trigger was pulled, they didn't all engage on the same target. Guri almost had a single-minded focus to engage on Fang's Aphelios, which is exactly what you want. You know, that Aphelios can't escape from a Vi ultimate. And Kratos as well in this Cassante had really good target selection, in my opinion. I just think it was the battle of two teams as equally matched, and obviously there has to be a winner, and this time around it was DCG. They just won those team fights a little bit more. They got better starts, a little bit better engages. Like we see the Realm Magnet Storm and the J4 Cataclysm there.
They synced up much better. You saw the combos being used. You saw the cooking pot of the J4 and the Rumble over and over again. It's so difficult to play around. MVK was sort of playing as 5 individuals rather than a team, and I need to see that fixed up in game 2 because that's not what we expect out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Florin got some really, really good equalizers. As we see Fang here just go aggressive, flashing forward into that back line again, making sure to put down as much damage as possible. Florin, not even scared of Shogun, just races forward, burns them down. Kratos here, against the world, not enough damage to finish anyone off there, unfortunately. But that was game 1 of tonight's best of 3. I really, really enjoyed them, and I cannot wait for our game 2. I'm hoping we get to see MVK cook again. What do you think they can do to turn it around, Carrix?
Well, I think we did see MVK cooked, or rather get cooked, as that Rumble was a real problem for them. You saw in the damage graphs. I think the center was a mistake. I was excited for it. I like seeing off-meta things, but I just think you can't play center into Aphelios like that. You just have so much of a damage gap. I'd like to see Shogun on a more traditional carry. There are plenty up. And yeah, again, just link up with Shawnee a little bit better. You need to enable the mid laner if we're going to go to a game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's hope that we can see more of this synergy coming out of MVK in game 2 right after we get back from this break.
This is the blueprint. I lay it out like a map for you, no cap for you. Better take notes, this facts for you, real rap for you. Catch me in action, seatbelt fast. And can you imagine, tell of a dragon? You'll never get it or get anywhere without all of the passion. Put in the work, multiply that, straight from the dirt, straight out the mud. Catching a buzz now, this a high with no come down. Tune in for the rundown, yeah. Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me, come find me. If you want the work, then come find me. Come find me, come find me. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Don't chase what you can't handle, type to dismantle what's in the way. I gotta chill, but keeping it real, I'm always hungry, hunting for a plate. Refills ain't coming too easy, be still so the ops don't see me. Trust and believe me, I'm about to take what's mine. Typical selfish and greedy, Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. come find me, come find me. If you want the work, then come find me, come find me, come find me. Come find me. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Count up the blood and sweat and tears I sacrificed for this. Cause all of the years I nearly almost lost my life for this. I'm better with pressure, the weight on my chest ain't nothing to stress. A test of the best, I'm counting my blessings while giving them hell. Let's wait to see just who prevails. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home to dub. Yeah. Look at the grind, this type of hustle is hard to find. Look at the time, all of my winning is stacking the passion of living the prime. I do not mind it, giving them L's, right on their tail. The question is if you gon' pass or fail. I need a ring that blings and shines, full of them diamonds, leaving you blinded. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time, I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Focused on now is bringing us home to dub.
It's close enough to feel, but far enough to fade. The steps I take to close this space.
And we are back for game 2 of tonight's best of 3 between MVK and Deep Love DCG. Relove DCG got up with the win in game 1 as we start to see the players planning, strategizing for what they're going to bring to the table of game 2 here tonight. Fangs of Felios absolutely cleaned house, but we see a substitution. Shawnee is out and Carty is in. So Carty is now back for MVK Esports in the mid lane. Who knows? We might even get that Sion Cook again that did so much heavy lifting last week. But I'm excited. This is a basically top of the table clash here. We've got 2 of the equal second teams of the 3 of them. So whoever wins this, obviously one will establish themselves a little bit more than the other. Now, DCG's synergy was a little stronger coming into game 1, but I really do think MVK can turn it around and have an answer to this Relove DCG team.
I really
my
do.
Friend. Yes, tell me about it.
Well, I think bringing Cardi back in makes a lot of sense to me. Again, Shawnee didn't have a bad game. He was not the problem, but they struggled to link him into plays. He wasn't exactly where he needed to be, and it's impossible to tell if that's a him issue or a team issue. It can really be either. sometimes the one person is right and 4 people are wrong. But bringing Cardi back in, he's a veteran player. He's the mid laner we expected to see. I think it makes a lot of sense. He should have a bit more of that innate rhythm with the team.
Absolutely. As we go to the familiar camera angle, it is time for the draft. As you know, this is Fearless bans, Fearless draft as well. So any champs that have already been used, they are banned away. You cannot reuse them. And this is more of the bans that we expected. Orianna banned, Malphite banned. I'm expecting probably maybe a Nico or Jace ban here as well. That jungle Jace really doing a number on a lot of teams, but it seems like that they don't want to fight the level 20 Scion Carricks.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to either, as they do just sort of remove these tanks here. Bessa as well, don't want to let Florin have that really high playmaking potential. Kind of signals to me they want to put Kratos on a tank again. He had a really good performance on the Cassante despite the loss. I'm not sure what we ban here. There's a lot up at the moment, but we do have red side, so maybe we leave as much of it up as we can.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that Nocturne ban, again, I think if a VCS team is on the Rift, there will not be a Nocturne for that team or against that team, as MVK mull over this third ban of theirs and lock in the Poppy. Poppy has definitely risen in ban priority of late, currently banned from 13 games, but has a strong showing at 75% win rate. So maybe there's something behind that one, my friend.
Yeah, Poppy is just eternally flexible, but this is the one that's missing. I sort of just assumed it was banned in my mind. Jace being let through. This jungle Jace is such a menace. If Pop9 has the reps in and he's scrimmed this and he's played this, I think it's an obvious pick, but they go the Varus instead. Also makes sense. Arguably the best ADC on the patch, particularly with Aphelios being Fearless away. This is a strong start for DCG.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, showing the Varus early, though, could mean that MVK get a chance to respond and build their comp around what is a very immobile AD, but instead opt to go for a very high priority mid lane in the Ryze. Obviously, Ryze has had a really good time since the Actualizer came onto the Rift as well, which is perfect for him. Super AP heavy, very, very bursty, but that Realm Warp allowing the teams to move around the map very, very quickly. It wouldn't surprise me.
It has to be
maybe,
Jace, right?
Yeah.
Huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Siva being picked.
They also
Giving up Jace and Varus? Oh, MVK, I'm a little bit scared.
Well, they're inspired by their VCS brethren Garm after Siva, Artemis got a double penta on Siva. They like, we saw you do it, we can do it too. And we do see Relove DCG here hovering the Alistar. Alistar is obviously a good anti-engage champ, and they've locked it in.
Also, just hard countered Siva. It's almost impossible to spell shield the Alistar combo. Very smart pick. They picked the Anivia. This is, I think they're just reading Guri doesn't play Jace. He's got one game on it. I'm not sure how that game went, but the fact that they're not picking it up, they're letting it slip through. They don't think Guri's going to pick it.
I mean, that's such a brave call too, right? Because when Guri did play it, he had 903 damage per minute against CFO. So I feel like he knows how to pilot it, but Kiana, an assassin jungler, most likely makes it through. That's pretty interesting. I'm very excited to see this Kiana. I've seen her have a lot of impact on the Rift here in the LCP. But what do you counter a Kiana with, right? Like, you need to be able to match that damage.
I hate to be a downer, but you counter her with a Varus, Alistar, and Anivia. The champions that were already locked. Look, this Kiana has a lot of early game agency, and at that level 6 mark will be the strongest champion on the map, most likely. Can move around with the Ryze, with the Realm Warp. Can make some really explosive plays, but as this game goes and we get to that 15-20 minute mark, have fun diving, Guri.
Yeah, exactly. I really do like the ban that's come out of MVK here with the Pantheon. MVK want to hold that global priority for themselves. So they've denied that away from Relove DCG, who have responded with a Bard ban as well. Now, Bard has definitely climbed in priority, definitely getting a lot of bans. I almost wonder why the increase in that Bard, if it's got anything to do with Carrier over in the LCK, showing everyone how it's done, and everyone thinks, oh, I could do that too. But we see a Wukong band, which is pretty good. You don't want that Cyclone jumping in your back line, Carrix.
Yeah, and again, this is sort of other champions that are really good into the Sivir Spell Shield. Wukong, very hard to Spell Shield as well. You'll only ever get a Spell Shield one cast of the ult, so you are going to get knocked up. If he plays it really well, you can actually get knocked up twice regardless. This is a very short-range comp from MVK already. We're seeing Sivir, Kiana, Ryze. They have to get up on your face. Leona makes a lot of sense. This is we go in and we just keep going and we win or we lose. Mundo also just great into what's being represented. Who pops the Mundo passive to allow the engage?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Leona has two forms of CC in the Zenith Blade and the stun there. Oh, okay. Thinking Viego maybe, question mark? Or are they teasing us? Oh, they lock in the Viego, not yet seen.
That's really interesting. I really liked the Mundo.
Yeah, definitely like really strong frontliner. As you know, gets to the late game, almost becomes unstoppable. The lack of CC on MVK, Mundo would just be able to walk forward, not be rooted, stunned, slowed, that kind of stuff. So it'll be really interesting to see Viego on the Rift and what it can do. I really think someone just got that new skin and they were like, yeah, let's play Viego. I want to see the skin in action.
It is a really good skin.
It's so good. And then we see Gwen topside. So it'll be interesting to see Gwen into whatever is picked top, as an Aurora is hovered, actually, a ranged AP champ.
Again, is fairly short range, though obviously maybe a little bit longer range than a lot of other top laners that are melee, but we have to sort of... Okay. I like the Aurora for the isolated lane matchup. And I like a lot of these individual champions. If I like put my hand over DCG's comp, I'm like, MVK, you've assembled Exodia. And then I look and oh no. That's a really hard comp to engage on. If you nail the engage, they all die.
Yeah, so their engage is going to be really interesting. Obviously, Aurora has Between Worlds ultimate to cage them in, and then Leona with the Solar Flare to try and get that stun onto the back line, the Zenith and the Q stun too. But as you say, really, really short range. So Relove DCG are going to want MVK to come into them, and with the Anivia wall, they can choose who comes into them and when, prevent them from escaping. Alistair with the knock up as well. I think it's going to be a very difficult game to play for MVK here, but you know, worse comps and better comps have worked and not worked. So
100%.
Yeah,
it's an interesting composition where it's just going to come down to team coordination, because they've got excellent pick. If you've got a Kiana, you've got these champions that if you find an isolated Varus, there's not a huge amount he can do, but you need to be working as a team. Because whoever goes in first is getting Varus ulted. Those chains of corruption are going to hit them and hold them back for a moment, and you need that second layer of CC.
Absolutely. As we hit game 2 onto the Summoner's Rift between Relove DCG and MVK Esports. We've got the Unsealed Spellbook on both of our supports here as well. And Varus with the Arcane Comet. We know what that means. There's a little bit of early trading occurs in the mid, and they just walk away. They're like, hey, this is normal. This is fine.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see a fair bit of early trading. I think a lot of these champions do have good little short burst potential. I don't know how aggressive our early games are going to be with a Kiana and a Viego, though.
Yeah, definitely. I really do like that ward from Kratos spotting Florin out there. Is there some posturing Zenith Blade from Elio straight onto Fang?
Can't do that!
Xiaoxi knocks him away, just says, no, thank you, not today. We don't like that here. Look, I love the dance at the back and forth. They're like, who's going to do what and when?
Yeah, it is a fun matchup, but the supports are sort of just going to jump on each AD carry, and then the AD carries won't participate in the fights.
Yeah, exactly. One's going to get stunned, one's going to get knocked away. As we do see what we would typically, a ranged top laner is going to have an early advantage. There was a, good flash.
Yeah, lovely stuff there. The early level 2 from MVK does allow for a bit of aggression, and Xiaoxi has to pay for it with that summoner.
Yeah, absolutely. The Leona flash and heal, Xiaoxi with the flash. So right now, Relove DCG do still have the summoner advantage. We do see Feng has actually picked up the cleanse, respecting the CC coming out of that Leona with the solar flare and the stun. So probably doesn't want to get locked down and just stuck and annihilated before actually doing anything. Elio burning the Hex flash there as we see some trading in the top side. Kratos getting an electrocute proc on Florin. Just a little bit of trading. As we were saying before we went to bot side, we've got some ranged advantage there. Kratos able to get that poke down on the Florin, but Florin is trading back well, still keeping up in the CS there, 13 to 16. Just some small gold advantages either way. No real massive shift to one side, as we do see Pop9 taking a recall just behind the bot tier 1 of Relove DCG.
Yeah, as I said, these junglers early, not super strong. They more want to play around that level 6. We'll just finish their clears, pick up crabs. Viego knows he's probably not going to contest the bottom crab, so just gets a reset, goes to his top crab. Everyone just basically trading 1-for-1 at the moment.
Absolutely. We do see some pings coming down mid. Guri is just going to say g'day to Hongshu. Just be like, hey, what's going on, Cobber? Pleased to meet you. My name's Hongshu. Passing through. All that sort of stuff. So, shown face and rotating top. DCG know that Guri is topside. Guri now knows Pop9 is also topside. As Pop9 aiming to contest potentially? Question mark.
Well, he can do this. He can do this with how the mid lane is. Ryze is just unable to actually come over and help. So this will probably just come down to a 50-50 smite, as he's stolen away a few of the little chickens, but the big one does go to Guri. As it's just more trades in the bot lane. Xiaoxi actually taking a not insignificant amount of damage there.
Yeah, absolutely. I would fear almost one more engage and MVK could get the better of Xiaoxi at least. Shogun just using that healing potion to get a little more healthy before the next trade, but Feng is walking up somewhat aggressively, really, just to get that sort of poke down onto Elio, get that W shield out of Leona. Leona's going to take that recall with the Elio there. And yeah, we have less than a minute until the first Drake. And again, Carrix, it's another Chemtech Drake, the first one.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a theme, as Hongshu does land a good chunk onto Cardi, who isn't running the TP. So as Rises often do, go that Flash Ghost. Kind of does matter for this one, but the egg gets popped. Cardi probably unable to get the kill. Is going to deal an enormous amount of damage. I'm wrong. He just kills him.
Absolute solo bolo in the mid. I think Hongshu just didn't respect the damage that Cardi on that Rise could do.
He had
and
flash
for it. Yeah.
Yeah, really. That's a bit of a disaster. That passive is now on cooldown for 5 minutes. You have no priority around the dragon. I don't know if MVK wants to start it, but they certainly can.
Absolutely. I mean, Hongshu is obviously back here, but the wave is coming in. Xiaoxi to the rescue just to hold that wave a little longer to try and make sure Hongshu doesn't miss any of that XP and CS. But Hongshu has died to Cardi just in a one-on-one and is now down in CS. Now doesn't have the TP as well. Some reason held the flash. Maybe they thought they could live if Cardi turned it around, and I think they just underestimated them right there. As we do see MVK placing priority on the Drake, and we go to the replay.
Yes, this is just pure disrespect from Hongshu. He lands a good little QE, gets his electrocute proc, but just doesn't understand quite how much damage Ryze is going to do. Maybe, you know, most of us don't understand quite how much damage Ryze does at the moment, but it's a good sidestep from Cardi. He doesn't burn the flash. I think he thought he could flash after he came up because he was about a second away, but Ryze just able to combo quick enough.
Yeah, absolutely. As Cardi is trying to put the pressure back on Hongshu. Hongshu does have that flash though, gets stunned up. less than 50% health already. I mean, this is dangerous for that mid laner. They're just going to repeat gank as a fight in bottom.
Yeah, the cleanse having to be burnt there by Fung. Another tool taken away for a potential dragon contest. That is like what we're looking at the moment. Leona not level 6 as well. Elio is going to hit 6, have access to the solar flare, and then the Varus is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as you said, so rightfully called, no longer having that cleanse, can't get out of that CC.
Ooh, Realm Warp. Cardi coming in, flashes forward, locks him up, takes him down. That's revenge for game 1.
Yeah, you absolutely love to see it.
Keep it going as well. Showdown in trouble, tagged up, uses a cleanse to try and get away, but can't do it. Taken down. Elio lives. Lovely stuff here for MVK.
That's really clean. That's really proactive gameplay out of Cardi. That realm walk onto the bot side to get the flash and then kill onto Feng as well. Obviously, it cost Cardi that flash, but so worth it. Cardi comes down and gets 2 kills. Both of the bot laners really putting MVK ahead here with that mid lane priority. Already up 2.2k gold as well. So Relove DCG, they're probably scrambling. They've got to bring this back as we get a replay here.
And there's not a lot to talk about in the replay. This was pretty paint by numbers. Realm Warp arrives. Feng has to use his flash. He has to try. But Cardi, of course, can answer. And then Showdown's got no chance. It's actually quite a nice cleanse there, but it's just not enough against 3.
Yeah, absolutely. really well done by MVK. They saw what Relove DCG could do in game 1, and they're like, you know what? No more. You're not going to bully us. Cardi is already putting his name all over this rift, where Shawnee in the previous game maybe was a little quiet, maybe didn't feel too synergistic with the team. Cardi is making it happen as a small bit of trading comes out on that top side. Kratos with quite the CS advantage over Florin now as well.
Yeah, this is just the power of that Aurora, really oppressive into melee matchups, just constantly able to proc that passive, constantly able to poke, get electrocutes off, and just build this CS lead. Florin just kind of has to weather the storm. MVK will be rewarded for their early strength with some grubs, and Showdown does see Cardi off in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting, the grubs have been taken, but the Drake bot side is still there as Kratos is just poking Florin, chipping away at this turret. It's already lost 2 of its plates as well. So it's so fascinating to see this because game after game, enemy teams have dove Florin. They've put priority on Florin under those turrets. But this game, he just seems to be getting outclassed, outmatched by this Kratos in the early game. But we're a couple of TPs invested in the top side here.
This is going to have to be an immediate weirding. No, never mind. Doesn't actually go for it. The Between Worlds is, of course, what I meant. As he goes for it now to play aggressive with Guri coming in, takes him down. Pop9 just eliminated.
Absolutely. Pop9 was there, ready, waiting. The TP from Florin was coming in. I think they thought they might find themselves in a 2v1, but Guri responded quickly and able to turn the tides. That damage out of Kratos early, though, really put Pop9 down and just left Guri ready to get the kill. Gets their first item, their Hydra, as well, as we go to that replay on the top side again.
Yeah, Pop9 is here. I just don't think they have a good read on where Guri is, because Kratos can always get out of this. If he wants to play it more defensively, he pops his ult early. But no, he can just dodge away, use the weirding, and the Viego ult is only used for movement, but it's not going to be enough against a Kiana that gets that auto-aim Q.
Absolutely. Really well played here by MVK to turn that gank around. They turn that priority on the bot and mid into the first Drake of the game, the Chem Tech Drake, which is really nice. They get to start that dragon stacking. They've got 2 of the jungle objectives now with the grubs and Drake 2. Florin almost jumps back into that poke from Kratos there. We do see some great vision from MVK on that bot side river there too. So they know that Pop9 is down on the bot side as we see MVK using their first of 3.
Oh, Florin wants to try and get it back. Has the scissors coming out. Misses though, but doesn't miss enough. Does take down Kratos. Got a little bit too big for his boots.
I almost didn't even see that fight coming. I'm watching it. I'm like, oh, surely not. No, that's not. Oh, okay. No, they're going for it. And they did. As MVK uses their first of 3 coach comms here. This is something new to the LCP here in Split 1 and 26. Each team is entitled up to 3 coach comms per game, up to 45 seconds maximum each. As we see this topside fight again.
This was really well done here by Florin. He's playing on the front of that W. Kratos can't trade back into him. He has no hope. The flash forward with the snip. Kratos at this point, even though that ult misses, he is just dead.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think Kratos did really, really well there, though, to force Florin to use every tool available, nearly getting it back on Florin with that tower damage. But again, well played by Florin, got the better of Kratos in that exchange. Interestingly, Kratos, I think, had flash as well and decided not to use it, or it's just come back up, as we do see a couple of the role quests being completed. We've got the top lane and jungle of MVK, so they have some small advantages in their favor too, as Kratos relentlessly poking Florin down.
But MVK going for a bit of a walk. They'll just try and get vision in the jungle here. Maybe they catch an unaware Xiaoxi, but that is an Alistar. Blossoms over the wall, but he's okay.
Very, very bold move from Xiaoxi there. Obviously,
he is caught. He is an Alistar though. They don't want to over-invest onto an Alistar that has ult.
Yeah, absolutely. They ultimately just end up with nothing as they are working to clear those wards out. Xiaoxi is in the area just in case Guri and Elio try to turn the bot into a gank. Pop9 knows Guri's around. Hongshu is coming around the side as well just to help his jungler out, try and stay apace with Guri. Just some vision control, just some wards being thrown around as Kratos has Florin really low here.
Yeah, Gwen is hard to dive, and a good trade there by Florin will put off any over-aggressive thoughts by Kratos, as there's no way he's going under the tower, but it is just going to continue being this relentless Aurora pressure. But the big lead to talk about is this 1.5k in the mid lane. 3 kills for Cardi. Hongshu gets what would be a decent trade any other game, but because of the differential, he loses it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see the difference in their Rod of Ages. Cardi's Rod is at level 2, whereas Hongshu's is at level 1. So there's already that small advantage. You know, Cardi has completed boots as Guri roaming mid just to scare Hongshu away. So, you know, Cardi has small advantages over Hongshu in the item department, as well as a significant gold lead, as does Shogun in the bot side over Fang. A full 1.1k gold lead, actually, having completed that Essence Reaver and having the BF sword in inventory as well. We do see Fang complete that Ghostblade.
Yeah, but the big thing is it's a completed cull to an uncompleted cull. That's where a big burst of that gold has come from. And it again comes down to Cardi. Something I talked about after game 1 was Shawnee just wasn't able to link up with the team. He wasn't able to be proactive on the Azir. Cardi on this rise, night and day. He has been absolutely exactly where MVK needs him to be. He's been the first man to the play. And you can see the difference. They're just a much more vibrant and dynamic team when your mid laner is just that bit more proactive.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, I guess this is the beauty of these substitutions, as no dive will happen here. Pop9 is in the area. Florin pops that snip to clear the wave, just to really make sure that there's no minions there to tank up any turret shots. Shogun just pressing forward in the mid, gets that crystalline growth off of that turret, fetches some gold and backs away. But yeah, as you say, having that proactive mid laner, very comfortable, very synergistic with the team, proving dividends for MVK here, as there's a little vision ward fight here, but I don't think DCG wants to go in. MVK does have the priority on this Rift Herald.
Yeah, you can't walk through that gap against a Kiana with the Leona right there as well. You will just get Supreme Display of Talented into the wall and all 3 of you will perish.
Absolutely. Hongshu, the rotations have come through as a lot of pings are going down on the bot side, both MVK and Relove DCG. I think MVK wants to contest. They're not in the area. I don't think they're going to be contesting this Drake.
Yeah, and that's fine. They split the first 2 Drakes, but they do get the Grubs and the Rift Herald. They're fine with that. Elio is here. Maybe Guri goes for a steal. He is close enough, but doesn't quite get get there in time. Pop 9 has to burn the ult to get over the wall, so at least they get something back.
Yeah, Leona's Solar Flare goes down there as well, goes wide, misses everything, but as you say, Pop 9 had to ult over the wall at the back of the pit, and they immediately drop this Rift Herald here as well. They really want to crack this tier 1 turret of Relove DCG, get themselves some map priority. MVK do. The damage, though...
Yeah, they're not quite able to crack it, but it is next wave it goes down.
Definitely, so close. Yeah, and that gold lead has extended out to nearly 4K now. I would say it's stabilized. It's been a while since I think there's been any significant gold swing. We've got more items being completed here as well. The Trinity Force for Pop 9. We've got the Black Flame for the Aurora. Just some pretty, dare I say, classic standard items. And I think Cardi is building towards that actualizer as well.
Kratos is getting collapsed on here. Does have a good flash into the weirding. He's out.
Absolutely had to respect that. Absolutely. Really good flash there. Just the reflexes on these guys is phenomenal. As Hongshu knows Cardi's in this brush. And Cardi's like, oh. yeah, exactly. And I think Cardi will know, like, he's seen the minions were just attacking him there too, I think. There's Feng...
There were Rise abilities flying out of the bush. I think everyone knew.
Yeah.
But, look at the damage graph. I mean, top laners love Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, that's
top
what
laners in chat. Aren't we loving it? As Kratos will get ganked up. No escape here. They do finally take her down. A really good play there, just using the tempo there for DCG.
Yeah, absolutely. They went in the first time, got the flashes, knew that knew that Kratos didn't have that flash and went back in. But now MVK are looking to convert the presence of 4 DCG topside to get something back on the mid and bot. Just really putting in some work on these towers. Cardi getting the minion waves, cracking this turret open a little bit more. Relove DCG Hongsho topside, hoping to get this MVK tier 1 top turret. And away it goes.
Yeah, this is good. They're sort of moving this Anivia around to try and cap Hongsho back up. Still a long way to go to catch up to Cardi, but he has sort of caught up to the pace of the game. He's still only died once. He's at 188 CS, which is not bad. It looks bad in comparison to Cardi, but Cardi's really far ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's where you'd expect him to be.
Yes, definitely. Like, Hongshu is like where he should be. Cardi is so much farther ahead because of that early game acceleration, getting those ganks. As a fight breaks out here.
Ooh, a catch here. This is really bad here for the Viego. Just no movement. Pop 9 did not have even a second to press his ultimate as he's just chained to death.
Yeah, absolutely. That supreme display of talent, that solar flare just CC'd into oblivion, could not move, could not react, and just an easy kill there for MVK as they roam into the enemy's jungle. So Florin is left down here on the bot side tier 2 to defend it as DCG respond to MVK's bot side pressure. And you can see all the pings. It looks like Relove DCG really want to respond as the flash was burned by Cardi here.
Yeah, both his summoners burned there. Just for the trade of the Varus ultimate. Has to respect it, but that does diffuse that bomb at least a little bit for the next few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I would argue that a Chains of Corruption for a flash is absolutely worth it. We don't know where the ghost was popped, but presumably to escape.
Same play. Yeah, he was ghosted in the same play, so really scared by Cardi.
Yeah, definitely. The two of them were collapsing, so had to respect it. All right, we do have the Drake up in a minute, but Baron has spawned. So for those of you who weren't overly familiar with this year, Baron has gone from 25 minutes back to 20 minutes. They did have Atakan last year, but Atakan has now been done away with. But the spirit of Atakan remains. That armor and magic resist shred is on the Baron. And it has proven quite fatal to a couple of teams this split already who go to start.
It is a little bit less aggressive than Atakan, thankfully. Teams really, really underestimated. If you've been fighting Atakan for like 15 seconds, you just don't have resistances. Thankfully, Baron is a little bit slower. So you can still sort of dance around it. But what I'm expecting here is just a play for this next Drake. And I don't think MVK will ever lose it.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got the priority. They've got the vision. I mean, Elio's already taking a recall. They know it is as good as theirs as Cardi and Guri just monster it down. And MVK secures their second Drake of the game. It is the Ocean Drake, healing a little bit of health every few seconds. As Kratos just walks up and blasts Florin. Like, just rude.
There's very little that Florin can do about it. Honestly, Florin's actually done really well in the matchup as he dashes away. He's only about 200 gold down against an Aurora. That's a really good effort by this Gwen. With the rest of MVK moving over, he has to be very respectful.
Oh, Shao-Si.
Will just be positioning. Shao-Si takes a fair bit of damage. Guri does get engaged on as Elio's in a lot of trouble. The Heartbreaker will claim him. That was just too aggressive by MVK, not respecting that the Gwen could get over the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Elio walked in, stunned Shao-Si, and from the top down, it looked like they had the numbers, but Relove DCG were just quick to respond. They collapsed, and they got the kill back over to Elio. A couple of ults burnt there, one from Pop 9 to get that kill. That's a really good kill to hand over as well onto the Viego. Accelerating them as best you can is a good outcome as they just clear some wards here around the Baron pit just to get some vision awareness of what is going on. We do see the Viego at 2 and 2 at the moment, so Pop 9 does have the most kills on Relove DCG at the moment, whereas his counterpart Guri nearly 20 CS ahead and currently sitting at 2 and 0.
Yeah, this Kiana so far has been really good, linking up with Carti, just making the plays as they go around. The person I want to see brought a little bit more into it is Shogun. Of course, it is Sivir, the old meme of you don't even see the Sivir for 35 minutes and then they step out with 4 items and 1v5. That said, I don't know if that's the league we live in anymore. I think Shogun does need to be a little bit more active on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing Feng moving around. We're seeing Feng get involved in these team fights, but Shogun so far has just seemed to either not be in those team fights or just splitting. We've got MVK with their second coach comms of the game. They currently have a 5,500 gold lead at 23 minutes. Now, this gold lead is not cosmetic in that, yeah, Guri has 1,000, Cardi has 2.2, and Shogun has 1.7. So that's a lot.
Yeah, if that was cosmetic, it's really good jewelry. As Kratos is on the run, uses the Between Worlds to just zip himself out of there. Good little back away after getting just a little bit of damage on that inner tower. I'd love to know what's said in that coach comms. I have to imagine it's just the coach drilling in how we're going to play the next 5 or 6 minutes, where there's a dragon spawning that puts you on soul point, but there's also a Baron on the map.
Absolutely. And what's really interesting too is the LCK also has these coach comms, and in the LCK they actually broadcast the coach comms to the viewers, albeit delayed, but you actually get to know what they're saying if you understand the language, of course. Whereas here in the LCP, we do not broadcast those coach comms. That is for the players and their coaches to know. So it'll be really interesting to see how either region adapts. So Shao-Si might be caught here.
Yeah, he is caught out, but he is an Alistair who's very tanky, taking a huge amount of damage. Florin as well. They go forward. Cardi desperately wants to claim this kill. It'll be Shogun that gets it. And with that engage off the map, MVK can threaten Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. That was really heads up from MVK there to rotate around and pincer Shao-Si. I don't think Shao-Si expected them to come from their side of the rift, as we do see Pop 9 on Kratos.
Rather. Does take a fair bit of damage. Chains of Corruption go wide. That's like sort of the last bit of engage. Realm Warp comes in. Baron's killed. Shogun, what are you doing? We don't want to be here. As he flashes away. My word. DCG not able to pick up that one.
Yeah.
But, Baron secured.
That was a very, very interesting Realm Warp. Even Cardi didn't take it, but Shogun did and was like, oh boy. As MVK do get the Baron, they're up at 1,000 gold at the moment just for that Baron take. Florin, though, doing his best to get that priority. Might get caught in the top side here. Oh, just.
Oh, he saw a flash of him, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get away because Guri will be able to come in, land the damage, smack him into the wall. Florin picked up the TP from Elio with that spellbook, gets him out onto the map, linking up with his team as well. Pop 9 thinks about it, but thinks better.
Pop Nine's like, I can't let you get away with that, but unfortunately MVK had the numbers. They got the Scuttle Crab. They're clearing the vision in this Relove DCG topside jungle right now, and they're using that Baron advantage to siege this tier 2 turret in the top and mid right now very, very nicely. It almost feels like those Baron-empowered cannon minions are unfair. They just sit outside the range of these turrets and they just plug away at it. So it's really interesting to see these buffs and how they're used. And we do get a recall out of Xiaoxi here, just looking to do a bit of a reset. MVK putting in some work right now, Carrix.
Yeah, I mean, this was basically exactly how you want to play it. You go topside, you get a kill, you force the reaction out of DCG, and then you just massively press down on the other 2 lanes. As soon as you're done taking the towers, DCG is forced to catch the waves. You get a free dragon, you reset. You've got a minute left of Baron to just sort of re-establish your vision, which is likely what they'll use this power to do, is push the waves out, get vision in the enemy jungle. And then the Baron runs out, but you've just executed basically a perfect Baron power play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, getting that vision down is so, so important to have that advantage. As they put it down on that red buff there, we also see just, pushing these waves in, getting that priority, more items being completed coming through here. You know, the life of a support, a Kindle Gem and the Guardian Shield, like, yay! Whereas your AD has 3.5 items. You know, we see a fight breaking out here in the jungle.
They're trying to catch Carti, but unfortunately the response has been good enough. Xiaoxi will go down. A lot of damage onto Elio, but it's not even lethal. Kratos arrives with that big shield, but DCG just don't really have a chance.
Yeah, look, I'd like to see that replay again. It feels like Xiaoxi was caught out again in the Relove DCG topside jungle. I just feel like not respecting the MVK priority in the waves and the vision that they could have down there. And now handing over that advantage, MVK are able to convert that into the topside tier 2 turret. There's Pop 9 trying to help get these jungles.
Yeah, so we do have the replay. Yeah, Xiaoxi, he's just desperately trying to get vision, but just gets caught. How did they actually... Oh, he cancels his recall! That's a bad... He's paying for the sins of a shot caller, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Xiaoxi, that recall had to be near done as we go back to live. And another fight might be breaking out here in mid as Cardi's chasing Pop 9.
In so much trouble. Cardi bearing down on him, just immediately takes him. Xiaoxi tries to use him to escape, but Shogun makes sure that can't happen. Up goes the circle. Really good damage out of Flaren's Gwen, but it's just not enough. Does take down Kratos. Elio very low. Really good play there by Flaren to stop that being an absolute disaster.
I really do like the observer vision control just there at the end of that fight. MVK had to break that fight off because they had no vision of where Relove DCG had gone as they went higher up into their jungle. So they made the smart call and they were like, yep, look, we don't want to go into an ambush here. We don't know what we're dealing with, so we'll break this fight off here now. As we do see Cardi's Rise does have those 3 items, the Rod of Ages, that new actualizer as well, which I think a lot of people will be happy to hear is getting kind of... So, like, the gold cost of it overall is being reduced, but Rise in turn is being nerfed. As we go to this fight here in the mid again, where, Cardi just realm warps in.
Yeah, once again, it's just Cardi being on the front foot constantly. Able to move in, he's got so much speed. Pop 9 tries to use the mist to get away. Absolutely no chance. Xiaoxi caught on the wrong side of the tracks, cleaned up by a ricochet. And then look at Flaren, because this could just be an ace here, but Flaren actually controls this center lane perfectly, takes down Kratos, and just stops the MVK advance. He really, really stopped the bleeding there.
Yeah, absolutely frontlined effectively, forced them to kind of back away, not be able to reach the backline so well. Feng was able to sit in that backline and plug away, which is why he was able to get so much damage, but unfortunately it just didn't convert into kills in that fight. Yeah, really heads up play from Cardi there. Elio going with him, being able to Zenith Blade stun, forcing the flash out of Pop 9, and then Cardi put down that control ward right in the mists. So Pop 9 had nowhere to go. Cardi just had full vision of him, was able to take him out there in that fight. As Elio Hex flashes over the wall, Soul, maybe trying to catch Florin as MVK push their 10,500 gold advantage right down the mid of Relove DCG.
And it will just be a few seconds. Cardi getting a reset as the Baron spawns. Kratos is down here without a teleport. DCG could try and get something done, but Shousey has jumped onto a backline that I don't think he wants to be on. Elio will fall. A reset secured for Pop9 as Cardi has to flash away, but Shousey's still really low, taken down. Shogun, I don't know if we want to be there, mate, as Guri and Floweren having a duel. Guri has missed his ultimate, taking down Floweren. Excellent on the Gwen. Does get cleaned up by Kratos. Shogun still on the run, actually finds the Viego in the extended play.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 for 3 there in the favor of MVK. Guri Elio going down, but Florin, Pop9, and Shousey of Relove DCG go down in that fight. And now MVK are looking to turn that into the Dragon Soul. So this will be an Ocean Soul going over to MVK here. Shogun just left to sort of solo this one down. As you know, all ADs do. This is the hero moment, right? 5, 0, and 4 means nothing. You've just got the Dragon Soul, my friend.
Yeah, and this is a really important Dragon Soul as well, just giving that resistance to any of Varus's poke. Not that this is poke Varus, but terrible Solar Flare. Does seal Elio's fate, but Pop9 not really able to find the value with the stolen Leona Soul.
Look, it was a zoning ult, okay? Good flash from Shogun there to get away.
This is lovely from Floweren.
Yeah. This is really well done. Florin just, frontlining, doing a lot of damage. Like, the damage that comes out of Gwen is just absolutely insane. As we go back to another fight.
That we do with Shousey on the front line, using that Alistar ult as they trade the supports 1 for 1. Does give a reset over to the Viego. Pop9 could get something done here, but Shogun is just an unkillable monster in the backside, dishing out an enormous amount of damage alongside Cardi. Guri goes in, takes a head. Hongsho on the run. Guri moving forward, finds Feng. And with only Hongshu left on the map, Cardi Realm Warps uses that stasis, and they'll scramble themselves an egg. And I think they're just going to run straight up mid lane to get the win.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic ace there for MVK Esports over Relove DCG. That fight somewhat chaotic there just south of the Baron Pit, waiting for the wave, and they're going to knock this tower down. That crystalline growth putting so much gold in the pockets of MVK Esports. They're looking to tie up this series, Carrix, and they're doing it right now.
That they are. It will just be one more death for the pile, one more kill for MVK as they bounce back in a situation where I thought they were really in trouble out of champion select, but the biggest takeaway is the value of Carti. I don't even want to talk about his kills and the damage he dealt. It was, they just were on the front foot more often. Carti was clearly making some calls, clearly setting up some plays.
Absolutely, you are completely right. Having Cardi back on the Rift, it felt like a completely different MVK. Just the proactivity, the movement, using that global for aggressive plays or catching out DCG at the end of them. Really, really impressive to see. Cardi on the Scion last weekend, Cardi on the Rise this weekend. I think at the end of the day, we'll be going Cardi, 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 as it is now one game apiece for MVK and DCG. When we take a look at these damage meters here, Shogun did so much.
Yeah, that's a Sivir that just gets to farm. Once those team fights were coming around at the 20-minute and on mark, those ricochets were just absolutely shredding DCG. It really just didn't have a huge amount of counterplay, and this man on your screen he got them there. The early game was dictated by Cardi, and then Shogun picked up the ball and ran with it.
Yeah, look, this is straight disrespect from Hongshu here on the Cardi. Cardi just knew exactly the amount of damage Cardi had. DCG tried to respond. They just weren't able to get there quick enough. Cardi, again, with the mobility of that ult, flashing forward, getting the kill onto Feng, and then gets another one here onto Shousey, putting himself so far ahead within sort of the first 5 to 10 minutes, really able to accelerate and snowball and dominate that mid. And unfortunately for Hongshu, he was just really, really quiet the rest of the game. As we do see this gank onto Kratos, unfortunately turned around on DCG as well.
Yeah, this was sort of where the top lane went awry, and it's a real shame because, as you can see in this play, Florin's Gwen it didn't look like he was on a team that was 10k down. He was a real threat on this Gwen. You see, he cleans up Kratos here, he gets out. Ignore that he missed both charges of the ult. We can give him that one.
Absolutely. And Xiao Si getting caught again. Now, as you said, there's probably some comms here from a shot caller because they're on vision. Hong Shu's nearby, so Xiao Si cancels and goes in, not realizing Elio and Shogun were around as well.
Yeah, it just feels like the call was too aggressive. I understand the call of trying to get a kill is really strong, but doesn't end up working out. This is where Pop9 just gets caught, just run down by Cardi. Good awareness to throw down that control ward. Xiao Si tries to die for his team, but it's Florin again that stops this being a real disaster.
Yeah, absolutely. Florin with that late TP coming in the back line is almost able to take out two members of MVK. Just turns it around, saves something. Elio with a classic zoning ult with that solar flare there, setting his team up for success. Cardi forced to flash away as Xiao Si goes down here again, and the chase is on for Shogun. Now, Shogun obviously flashes and is able to survive, but this moment, really impressive to see. Florin just fancy feet, able to get the better of Guri in that 1v1 there.
Yeah, and it makes you think, what if you were 10k gold down in this game? If maybe MVK only had a 3 or 4k gold lead consistently, I think that Gwen becomes a real problem. Florin continues to be the player to watch for DCG as we go into game 3, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Florin is used to taking that pressure, as we do see this fight around the Baron pit ultimately leading to the demise of DCG. You know, Pop9 did his best. He was able to get 2 resets, but the damage coming out of Shogun was just too much. Hong Shu gets taken out here because Cardi follows up, Shogun chases them down, and bang, pop. There goes that Anivia of Relove DCG. Mate, game 2, yet another banger. I did like this one. It was a little more explosive to start, and it stayed that way. Unfortunately, MVK just got ahead and stayed ahead this game, though Relove DCG had some pretty good moments, Carrix.
Yeah, look, again, I think Florin was just a highlight machine that game. He looked like he was playing on a team that was winning, but MVK just linking up together so much better. You could see the effect of Cardi. And it wasn't just in the plays that he was involved with. It was the top lane plays where they were going up, Kratos playing a lane bully rather than that Cassante in game 1. It was a bit of a better look, though I actually think he was pretty good on the Cassante in the loss. This is what we want to see out of MVK, but you could see that DCG still has the tools to pull out game 3.
Absolutely. They are by no means written off of this best of 3 series. You know, Florin always puts in a solid performance. I really did like Guri on that. Kiana was very active as well, helping Kratos in that top lane stay very competitive, I want to say, as well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to game 3 of tonight's series. We've got another one now because they're tied up 1 apiece for the best of 3 between MVK and Relove DCG. I'm hoping that we see some, I don't know, now that Cardi's back, I want to see
Sion.
more interesting cooks from these guys. What do you think we might be able to see out of MVK? What would just be an absolutely crazy cook that you think they could pull off?
A crazy cook? I mean, I think the Sion's the obvious one. Orianna still available, hasn't been picked. Orianna, Cardi has a lot of history with Orianna. He used to be banned from playing it years and years ago. But we'll find out what the cook will be as the chefs go backstage to consult with each other. We'll be back in just a little bit for game 3 of MVK versus DCG. Don't go anywhere.
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know I feel unbreakable. The stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed, I'm electric in the pouring rain. Now I know I feel untouched.
And welcome back to tonight's best of 3 series between MVK and Relove DCG. As second pick blue side here for Relove DCG. Coming into this game 3, we are now tied up 1 apiece. Carrick, that game 2, bit of a banger, mate. Really enjoyed it. What do you think?
Oh, it was an absolute cracker. One thing I just want to bring up, it's interesting. DCG had the pick here and have chosen blue. They also had the pick in game 1 and they chose red. So they've changed up the priority in their mind as Fearless has been playing out. That screams that they want to isolate Orianna too.
Ah, good catch, I think, there, mate. I think that's a really good catch because, again, as we've spoken about before, Orianna with such a high ban rate, it really depends now because we're getting into that game 3, right? We've got 2 games of Fearless bans already, and every sort of champ pool is being attacked. And if they really want to wipe someone off the map, they could just put 4, maybe even 6 bans or, counter picks against that player. So every pick, every red side, blue side is that much more valuable now deep into this game 3. As we all know, this camera angle, thank you so much, Blue Panda, for that one. It's time for the draft, Carrick. Take it away.
Well, they ban Orianna, so they're not isolating it. So I'm just wrong. Interesting. Akali being taken out. An interesting read here by MVK.
Yeah, look, I mean, Hongshu has played an Akali, so it could be a respect ban. It could be the next highest in the priority of the Hongshu pool. But we have that Orianna ban and we have that Zyra ban. They do not want that Zyra in the hands of Guri. Guri proved that before. And we do have MVK with the Bard and Akali ban. We're consistently getting these Bard bans, Carricks.
Yeah, I just don't think that's going to get through. Bard is just such a weird champion that can do so many things. You sort of alluded to it in the Game 2 draft. Carrier has kind of shown everyone the light of this champion. He's just kind of insane. I don't think that should get through very often, frankly. And I'm not surprised to see it banned. Pantheon taken out as well. Chase is the obvious first pick, but it did go all the way through last game.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, Xiaoxi has piloted Bard twice this split already, and that Tempered Fate can do so much work to make or break your engages as well. Nico getting a ban, honestly, that's kind of expected as well. Nico just being able to pop up and surprise you from absolutely out of nowhere downtown. But that means picks like Silas is still there. Ambessa as well, as we... Their ears were burning. Ambessa has been first picked by MVK.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. The Renekton is available as the counter pick. Counter in air quotes there. It's not a super hard counter, but it's just what is typically run into it. But Kratos has been having a good series, but Florin has as well. I'm kind of glad to see that they didn't let him get his hands on the Ambessa. Because I feel like Florin, after that Gwen game, could have gone crazy on the Ambessa, but he is just going to get the Renekton to counter.
Crikey, it's the crocodile! I've decided that's going to be my thing. Every time the crocodile is picked, I'm going to say crikey, just to remind everyone I'm an Aussie. But we do see Renekton locked in the top side for Florin from Relove DCG. As we're seeing a Corki be hovered, which is interesting. It makes me wonder if MVK is going to go ahead and grab that Yunara for themselves now that DCG have revealed that Corki. Ooh, good hover.
That's just got to be a hover. That's not going to get locked. Guru's just having some fun. We don't read into those. I think the Corki makes a lot of sense. So many ADCs are removed at this point due to Fearless. Corki's one of the strongest left up. We'll have to see what Shogun decides to answer that with, as Guru needs to pick his actual champion, and it's going to be Lucian.
Left that to the last second. Oh, a classic bot lane. Lucian Nami. You love to see it. Every duo, bot lane duo right now is like, yeah, that's my duo. I know that me and my duo, we play these ones as well. Obviously, the culling so strong. The tidal wave over the top for just that mass CC, that disruption that Nami can bring. Not to mention the sustain through the healing. Surely they lock Blitzcrank.
That's a really bold pick into Lucian Nami. Like, you're going to get punished in lane. It's obviously, like, Blitzcrank has really good potential as the game goes on. Hooks can win games, but not fun to actually play in this lane.
Yeah, if you can land an absolutely nasty hook and, like, rope them away from the team completely and shut them down, and then you're in a 5v4, sure, I see it. But it's not too often that it happens, as the expected Silas ban does come through. I am surprised that it wasn't picked up, but then if I stop and think about it, I don't think the ults on the field yet would be worthy of a Silas, so to speak. Like, I don't think they're the strongest, best ults, you know? Typically, you kind of want that Alistair ult as well, as Syndra is banned.
The one thing a Silas ban says to me is it's a Malphite pick.
True. Hasn't been banned
because you really don't want to pick Malphite and then they slam a Silas back into you. It's playable, but I think I remember a stat where it was like the single biggest statistical counter pick. It's like if they have a Malphite and you pick Silas, you have like a 70% rate. Because of
goodness,
how good it's something like that's in solo queue. It's not professional play, like it is different, but it is massive.
Yeah, it's significant.
So that does, and that makes sense. Malphite's a very strong jungler. It's still open, as is Jace. Where is he?
Actually, no, that's a really good point. So as we see Relove DCG ban that Mundo, there it is.
Makes sense.
We see MVK ban away that Malphite, but as you said, that leaves Jace wide open for either team, and Relove DCG do have the first pick of their jungler here if they do so choose. So it does make me wonder if they want to pick up that Jace. It makes me wonder how well it would work with the Relove DCG comp. The poke that Jace can do right now is absolutely phenomenal. There it is. Surely
it's the obvious pick. Yeah. It's just the obvious pick.
Kind of a really proud moment of mine there. I think that's the first pick I've kind of called successfully before it's happened.
well done. We do love when we get that telepathy going.
That's it.
What do we have left for MVK? Sort of not a lot left available. It might have to be Guri showing a new pick. The only thing left up that he's played this split is like his Lee Sin. The Wukong is available. Fair enough. Like every jungler can play Wukong.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, obviously we've got jungle Jace, so we're looking at the mid lane for Relove DCG after Galio.
Okay.
They want the global power.
Yeah, and this is a really strong pick comp as well. You have an Ambessa ult that can long range suppress someone. You follow it with like a Nami wave or bubble, Wukong going in, Galio on his head. You can kind of just kill anyone. And is this going to be a Swain?
I'd be so interested. I remember when Hong Q locked a Swain and we were like, what?
It's not what I would expect, but it is locked in. That's going to be a Swain mid.
Yeah, I think this is the first Swain we've seen in the LCP this year, which is really exciting. Thank you, Hongshu, for giving us a new champ to, look at and go, oh, yeah, this is going to work great.
Yeah, and a great lore matchup, Galio versus Swain.
True.
Very on theme, as this is going to be pretty hard for Carty. Swain is pretty mean to melee champions. He is also able to survive a lot of this brawl that MVK is going to bring. It's this short range, we're going to hit you in the face comp. He can just sit there in that ult form, training them, getting those demon flares over and over again. I really like the pick, and we just have to see if it actually works.
Yeah, obviously bringing it together as a team is a whole nother thing. They've got 5 chefs in this kitchen. Let's hope they've cooked up a feast, because it is going into game 3 of MVK versus Relove Deep Cross Gaming tonight. In this best of 3, we'll see who comes out on top, and whoever wins will climb that one step higher up the ladder, which is quite exciting. But honestly, I think both drafts are pretty good. I reckon they're evenly matched, and I wouldn't be able to pick one draft over the other carrots.
There's a few bits of X factor for Relove DCG. That Blitzcrank, that he's going to struggle in lane. We would hope to not see him die, but he is going to struggle into the Lucian Nami. And then this Swain, which is just a bit of an unknown. I just haven't seen Swain in a long time, particularly outside of support. You occasionally see Swain support. I haven't seen Swain mid in a long time.
Absolutely. And we are here on Summoner's Rift, taking a quick look at some of these Summoner's spells. Blitzcrank is running the Unsealed Spellbook, which is interesting. They have said that they're going to take a look at the Unsealed Spellbook and its power, as we see our... Yeah. As we do see our bot laners, they've got their wards down. They've both got vision, but I don't think either of them know that they've got the vision, but they're doing the dance because game experience says otherwise. And another Team Liquid emote too.
As Elio does get hooked, but has the W, and Shogun is going to be doing a lot more damage at level 1 than Feng. This is sort of what I was talking about. DCG did not pick a Blitzcrank and a Corki to win lane. They picked it to survive lane and then have the X factor as the game rolls.
Yeah, absolutely. They've gone for the late game.
Oh, lovely hook. Shogun has to flash. X factor. What did I say?
They're not here to win the early game. What? Really, really good hook out of Xiaoxi there. Getting that flash out of Shogun basically immediately. And here we go to mid lane, exemplifying, highlighting what you mentioned earlier, Carrix, that early level ranged bullying out of Swain into that Galio is just proving, oppressive at this point. Galio just has to respect that damage coming out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Xiaoxi did go for a really early reset there. Just realized that he had the time to do it as the wave was going to be crashed in. Just gets himself an extra control ward after doing a good job and blowing the flash. And we do see early on Florin able to push Kratos in. This is the matchup. And Bessa kind of struggles into Renekton because she's all about dashes, and Renekton just presses W and says, I'm going to stay still for a little bit.
Good luck, have fun with that. We do see that Pope9, the jungler for Relove DCG, is on the top side though. So it makes me wonder if Pope9 is going to do a clear recall and then come back out onto the bot side, try and get that gank or at least get priority against MVK's Shogun and then place themselves well for that first Drake. But instead, Pop9 appears to be rotating towards the top jungle of MVK. No, okay, I was a bit presumptive there. Can I get this Scuttle Crab? And then maybe recall.
Yeah, I think that is just a good heads-up play there by Pop9, just getting a bit of vision. Guri's going to mirror it. They just sort of did things in different orders. And both of them will get a reset, but it looks like Pop9 is going to sacrifice a bit of tempo to go for a play onto Kratos. Spotted out. The Shock Blast missing should put that one to bed.
Yeah, absolutely. A shame it didn't hit. Probably would have equalized their health bars, but that was a good ward from MVK. Kratos, really heads up of them there to go, you know what, there's probably a gank coming my way. As we do cut back to bot side, both junglers have recall and they are running back out onto the map. We've got Guri going to the top. We've got Pop9 coming to the bot. and just some trading. Guri will be spotted on that ward, though. Florin is aware.
Yeah, just covering as a flash forward, and Shogun is getting aggressed on. Shogun is going to go down.
I think that was another hook. We need to see that replay. Production immediately.
My guess, it was a flash E, and then he hooked him on the spot to deny the dash. That's what I think it was.
Oh, absolutely.
Which is really, really heads up by Xiaoxi. Just recognizing they weren't respecting the blitzcrank. And they had a Jace there to stop any extra plays. And now, I said, you know, they're not here to win the lane, but they are.
Which, you know, is really, really good for them, right? If they pick a duo to survive, but they end up winning, then that puts them further ahead even sooner. As Florin takes a turret shot there, but trades so well into Kratos' health. We get the replay here.
I'm guessing flash E, hook on the spot to deny the E. Yep,
Nailed
flash E, goes for the E, hooks him in, and he's cooked.
Yeah. Absolutely, well called. And with that first blood, gets that extra 100 gold. Obviously, with the feats of strength now gone, first blood nets itself a 100 gold bounty, and first turret nets itself a 300 gold bounty on top of the value of the normal kill. So Fang would be really happy with that, and very, very well played by Xiaoxi on this blitzcrank. An absolute menace.
Yeah, really showing why they've picked it. I was surprised to see it for sure. Particularly into Lucian Nami, but I'm being proven wrong, and he's just better on it. He's just got the sauce.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's really good to see like these players on their sort of comfort champs, the ones that they're sort of known for or really good with, as we do see Guri start up the Infernal Drake, but it is on vision. Xiaoxi has rotated, Hex flashing over the wall just to be like, hey mate, I'm here, you know, be careful. Hongshu also just getting some light damage down in vision onto Guri as top is trading.
Oh, public execution traded for the Dominus. Now Kratos needs to find his way out because he doesn't win that fight with that running, but he's just ult for ult. This does make both top laners vulnerable to ganks.
It really does, and I really like that from Florin actually. Kratos public execution, so Florin turns around with the Dominus and goes, all right, you need to run away from me right now, as Guri is rotating top for that potential gank that you mentioned. But decides better of it.
The timing, though.
Ooh.
The timing's actually a disaster here, as Pop9 is here, and Pop9 just says, thank you very much, and shock blasts himself a kill.
That was dirty. The timing there, the vision. Guri was like waiting and then just left, and Pop9 walks in, may have even seen Guri walking away and was like, aha, got it. Accelerated shock blast. Bang. Thank you very much. Ooh. I gotta give credit to our observers. I love when they toggle that fog of war and they make it real spicy for everyone.
Yeah, Xiaoxi does get chunked, and you're kind of seeing how this was meant to go, as a bubble landing onto Fang is not ideal. Shogun get a charge forward. The barrier has been used. Oh, the flash forward. He needs one more auto. Doesn't quite get it. Fang lives for so long, and in the scramble, Shogun is traded. Elio will be able to get away, but doesn't exactly have kill threat, and it's just a little bit messy for MVK.
That was phenomenal. I really liked that play. Feng did really well to survive as long as he did, to be able to turn the damage back around onto Shogun and get that kill. And I mean, critically, Shogun does not have a kill yet. So one going over to Feng, one onto Xiaoxi. Obviously, you know, gold on the supports in this situation, not great. They're obviously still going to get value out of it, but you do really want to accelerate your AD over the opponents. And right now, 200 gold lead, not the biggest.
No, it's not, but let's have the replay here. It was a big chunk onto Xiaoxi, just leading to a really aggressive call for MVK. Where does the damage go? Does Shogun cancel an auto? He cancelled an auto! Oh, Shogun, he cancelled his passive auto. It's a disaster.
Absolutely, and flashed forward for that as well. So, yeah, Shogun probably just a little overconfident there, thinking he probably would have got that kill. And as you say, cancels it, backs away, and allows Feng to turn around and get it back on his bot side again.
Yeah, they just immediately, they land another hook. They pick up another kill. Shogun having to dash away on Oh, he dies! Disaster. Disaster.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Absolute disaster. DCG gets bot side. DCG gets the grubs as well. Guri is in the area, but there's 3 DCG here.
Does smite a grub though. Actually did his job there.
Oof. Good job, Guri. Good job. Got to slow him down somehow. That bot side. Oh my gosh. Feng and Xiao Si, absolutely. They've each got 2 kills now. So the support is accelerated. The AD is accelerated. And yet Shogun is still out CSing.
Oh, Cardi moves forward at potentially the wrong time. Has to flash and use that Nami wave. Just traded for the Swain ultimate, and the wheels have come off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was just fortunate that Elio was there with the tidal wave to help sort of CC, help zone Relove DCG away from Cardi. Cardi respecting the gank with the flash as well. Went too deep. Too many players in the area. Didn't have that sort of information. Good hook.
And Elio's in trouble, and the Sushi has... there's a Sushi train down here.
Absolutely. Feng is feasting. 3-1 in 9.5 minutes. 7 kills in 9.5 minutes total overall. And a 2.7k gold lead to Relove DCG as we get a replay here.
Yeah, it should just be a hook. Oh, lovely stuff. Executes the minion, flashes forward, ult. Yeah. What else is there?
Yeah.
Chelsea is just goated.
And this phosphorus bomb.
Silly.
Oh my gosh. I do love that we got to see Feng do a 360 no-scope in there as well for popping that R shot off at Elio and Shogun, as we do see Guri rotating bot side. Unfortunately, so far, it feels like Guri has just been rendered useless. I mean, no real opportunity for Guri to be, as a fight breaks out in mid for Dragon priority. No, we step away.
Yeah, and we see the power of this Hongshu Swain pick has been keeping Cardi in lane. He has that semi-global of the hero's entrance, but it just hasn't been used. He's a little bit behind in CS, expected in the matchup, but unlike game 1, where on the rise he was constantly realm warping around, he was really calling the shots. He's just been locked in lane, and MVK look a little bit headless.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously giving Cardi another global champion, but not letting him use that global, because obviously Swain's Q is able to root and interrupt that hero's entrance if the Galio does go to do it. Relove, accelerated shock blast. Relove DCG getting themselves that first Drake of the game as well.
Yeah, fully expected with the amount of priority they have really all over the map, but particularly on the bottom side. Kratos up the top is going even mostly in this matchup. Very, very small lead to the Renekton after the early gank did pick up a kill.
Yeah, absolutely. That pop 9 gank a little earlier on to Kratos as Guri walked away. Really well played by them, giving Florin that kind of little bit advantage. But honestly, it's much of a muchness between these two. There's a 128 gold diff. They both have 1 item completed. As we see the jungler and top laner for Relove. Oh, it was public execution.
Public execution for Dominus once again, but Kratos is going to find out that Pop 9's here. Guri coming in as well, desperately trying to find the damage on the Florin, but he can't do it. He can't weave through the Jace, and this is why we were so shocked it didn't get picked in game 2.
Absolutely. That was really well played by Florin there as well, playing right on the edge, letting Pop 9 get in the faces of Guri as Guri comes in to try and salvage something. And yeah, Relove DCG just turn it around. It's a 2-0 in the favor of the jungle top lane duo of Relove DCG, who had just completed their role quests as well, giving them that sort of little XP bonus, that little move speed bonus. So yeah, everything's coming up Relove DCG right now, Carrix, as we cut to this replay on the top side fight again.
Yeah, we see it just sort of starts out as we expect, just a little bit of trading. Kratos eventually thinks he has an opportunity to go for the public execution. He gets a really good trade here on the turnaround and wait for the Conqueror to run out. Goes for the public execution. It's immediately traded, but Pop 9's just here first. Guri's not close enough. He comes in, lands the Cyclone, but Florin just is playing on the edge. Guri knows he can't cross that distance. He's dead regardless and just gets taken down. 2 kills for DCG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, MVK Esports are looking in shambles right now, but let's see how they can get back into this game. Obviously, Kratos on that Ambessa is matching Florin on this Renekton, so that could definitely be an answer. I think Shogun's a little bit far behind Feng right now, but maybe Cardi could have some global pressure if he can just get away from Hongshu in the mid lane.
Yeah, Shogun, The ADCs both moving into mid lane as we'd expect for this part of the game, but I don't know where MVK plays around there. 5k gold down at 14 minutes, Logan. It's just a cataclysm. And Jarvan's not even in the game. Guri caught out. He's going to get hooked in. Doesn't actually land, but it doesn't really matter because in comes Feng. Lands the rocket, cleans them up. The culling is taking down no one. Cardi desperately tries to get something on the top 9. That's like Feng just flashes into 3. He doesn't care. Cardi has to ult to escape. Public execution misses, and oh my word, it's an absolute shocker as they've missed everything and been cleaned up.
That's an absolute routing there. 3 of MVK go down and Relove DCG lose no one. That 5k gold lead just exploded to nearly 7,000 gold at the 14.5 minute mark. And it's about to go up as Hongshu gets the bot side tier 1 and the first turret 300 gold bounties. We cut to a replay of this fight breaking out near the Baron pit.
And I mean, the only thing here is count skills that get missed. Nami Wave does basically nothing. Feng just cleaning up. Cardi zoned so well by Pop 9, never able to actually leverage anything in this fight. And Feng just so confident, flashes a wall, knows he's invisible in the bush, and just charges forward. Public execution misses. Kratos desperately tries to get something back, silenced by the Blitzcrank ult. And there's just no way to play through it.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Shogun did get the culling down and put some appropriate damage where it was needed, but Feng and Xiaoxi were able to juggle the damage from that cull well enough between them to be survivable, to live through it. Obviously, Relove DCG taking that fight. They're also going to take this Rift Herald uncontested, as we do see MVK putting priority on the bot side. 4 are on the bot half of the map, so it looks like they might want to be contesting this Drake to get themselves...
They can't.
Something, Carrix, anything.
They can't contest the Drake. They can only, I think they will be fighting maybe in 15 minutes. They are so far behind. If they fight for this Drake, it's a soft FF.
Yeah, absolutely, as that Rift Herald has been dropped and it's giving DCG even more priority in the mid. It's got 1 charge off. DCG looking to clear the minions and get a second charge, which that Rift Herald is preparing for, and cracks that tier 2 in half.
Unfortunately for MVK, they picked this bot lane that was meant to dominate. It was meant to be ahead at this point in the game and be a point of power that you can sort of play off of and use as that fulcrum. Instead, it's down 2,500.
Yeah, absolutely. You are spot on. I mean, I think Xiaoxi has really had Elio and Shogun's number from the get-go.
Absolutely.
Getting those proactive flashes, the hooks, and as you say, the flash ease for the knock-up into the hooks. It's a nightmare for them in the bot side. However, credit to Shogun, he is able to keep up with the CS. It's just the kills that are giving Feng so much more gold, as we do see a fair few items being completed across the Rift. That Hextech belt for Cardi in the mid and the Essence Reaver onto Shogun, such a classic item on Lucians. We do love to see it, Carrix.
We absolutely do, but the problem is it's met by a Trinity Force for Corki and the Mana Moon that hasn't even transformed yet. Like, that's also just like not going to be represented in the gold, and it's even more that Feng is ahead when that does transform into the Muramana. This Corki is going to be throwing just trains at them. He's so aggressive. You saw in that team fight in the top lane, he just flashed over the wall in front of 3 members of MVK as Kratos is on the run. And that's the other thing. Hongshu hasn't even had to do anything yet.
Yeah, exactly. Hongshu has just been that mid lane presence, just that he's basically been side splitting as well down this as the team fights break out, and just been applying that sort of cross map pressure. DCG have been winning these fights without Hongshu, so once Hongshu gets involved as well, it's probably a whole nother story. You know, Feng hitting that R onto Cardi didn't do too much, but earlier we saw it. It did Nami like 30-40% health there, as Xiaoxi is looking for those hooks. But as you were mentioning earlier, something new to the Rift this season is those Fey lights. So when you're playing on the Rift, you will see little glowing sort of circles, and you can put a ward in there as... Oh! Xiaoxi went fishing, but unfortunately missed the Carrix.
Yeah, and to sort of springboard off what you're saying is being behind against a Blitzcrank is nightmarish, because how do you beat Blitzcrank? You control vision. You don't give him anywhere that he can throw hooks from that you're not seeing him, so he has to get a bit lucky or you have to make a mistake. But you're 9k gold down. You don't get to place vision. The whole map is dark, and there is a scary robot that is looking for you. You're playing Five Nights at Chelsea's. Like,
exactly. And those Phallites obviously giving that 25% extra vision. That phosphorus bomb just cleared all those minions. My goodness. Chelsea's, I reckon Chelsea's just trying to put fear into them now. Just
just a threat.
Just having fun. We do see that the Baron will be up in 45 seconds. Relove DCG obviously have 2 out of 3 grubs and 2 of the Drakes. But yeah, Chassis with the Zeeks and swiftness, like you almost can't even outrun him as well.
Yeah, that's the other thing as well, is he doesn't have to find the hooks. He's constantly threatening them, and MVK has to respect them. But he can also just flash E.
Oh!
And he's going to land on Ducati, caught him mid-dash as well. The taunt's going to be there. MVK will respond. Shousey goes low, but in comes Hongshu, this guy we were talking about. He hasn't done anything yet. He's finally doing something, and it's pretty effective as another hook will bring the barbecue over to Feng and get him a feed. Oh, Shogun!
Just watching Chassis land that hook, MVK collapse, and I'm like, oh, Chassis probably didn't want that hook. Hongshu shows up, bullies them away, and then Chassis goes, you know what, I'm going to hook again.
And they're just going to start a 20-minute Baron. This is normally so risky, but I think it's just correct here, because now you have to walk in to a Swain, to a Renekton. A good ult from Shogun, but perhaps not good enough, as Kratos and Cardi on the backside are going to take down Pop9 in trade for their life. Shogun desperately trying to live, but Shousey is going to walk it out, and he survives.
So well played by Relove DCG there to bait MVK in and stomp that fight. 1 for 3 there. Unfortunately, Pop9 did go down in that fight. Their 1 death, so they weren't able to go back to the Baron or even finish that Baron off. So they've taken some recalls. They've, you know, picked up some items and raced back out to the Rift Oppressor advantage as we go to this replay.
And I think what's so difficult is we do have the Dragon Pit that I call the airport, which makes it so much harder to approach here. MVK have a good idea of delivering this Galio onto the side, but Shogun just gets caught, completely removed from the fight. Frankly, if Shousey dies here, who cares? You get 1 kill back. He's done his job. Great that he lives, of course. But it's just domination by DCG. MVK are just clutching at straws.
Yeah, look, Relove DCG have absolutely cranked it up a gear here. And, I mean, Shousey hooked Elio back over the wall toward the Baron, where Florin already was. So Florin had to come back over the wall as well. Almost a mini little bit of grief there from the support of Relove DCG. But they must have lived on, like, 1 health there, I reckon.
Oh, it would have been single digits, I would bet. As DCG, Relove DCG will move up to Soul Point, as well as they secure themselves an Ocean Dragon, something that MVK would really love to have against a Jace, but there's really no hope of that, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Jace is online with 3 items. Those accelerated shock blasts are going to be doing 40 to 50% of people's health bars if it's a direct hit. The gold difference is sitting at around 10,500. In game 1, the gold diff around now was, I think, 2.2, nearly 3k. So it is a completely different game right now. Relove DCG firmly in control, Carrix. But do you think there's a way back in for them? I mean, the CS is looking a bit grim.
The internet could always go out.
The LCO lives on.
Exactly. Like, I've been an LCO fan. I've seen it. Like, and jokes aside, there are always ways back in. You can always weather the storm. League is built in a way that no game is unwinnable. Catches like this onto Florin are a good way to start it. That's a big shutdown. I don't know if there'll be an answer. Okay, yes, there will be. But it's only the one, as MVK actually choose to extend the fight. They're on Feng, and they do kill him. These are massive shutdowns. Shogun desperately trying to get away from Hongshu. Cardi does actually land the taunt. Can they get back in for 1 more kill? Cardi desperately trying to get out. Pop9 not able to do it. Shogun does find it. In goes Cardi, getting to that knock-up. Unfortunately, they both go down. It's a 4 for 4 at the moment. Pop9 probably going to make it a 5 for 4. But we're talking about ways to get back into it. Yes, it's a 5 for 4. Yes, you got ace. But they did just get about 3,000 gold of shutdowns.
Yeah, absolutely. They got 4 kills. They've cut the gold lead down. And as you said, they got a lot of shutdown gold. But Pop9, the hero of that fight, managed to pick up a fair few kills and put some more gold into that absolutely lethal accelerated shot blasting Jace. As we cut to a replay here to see how it all kicks off.
Yeah, and it was Florin getting a little bit caught at first. I kind of thought MVK would take this 1-for-1 and then stop. But maybe this is honestly the best fight they're ever going to get. It's another fantastic hook from Xiaoxi to really throw a spanner in the works. Kratos does a lot of work, but you can see they're just that little bit behind. That means he has to flash for the auto attack instead of just getting the kill. Hongshu is basically immortal until Cardi sort of locks him up here. Shogun has to E-flash to kill him in the end. Shogun realizing he doesn't really have a chance. Another great knockup from Cardi, but it's just Pop9 being a little bit too strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And to think Pop9 missed 2 accelerated shock blasts there as well. One halfway through the fight and that one on the tail end against Elio. But it still proves, you know, Relove DCG come out much, much stronger. I almost think that was just such a big wallet diff that MVK, I think in a straight 5v5, they probably won't win. I do think it was proactive of them to catch Florin as that act. Oh my God, that accelerated shock blast just did like 60% of Shogun's health. Yep. As DCG know they have priority and they're going to start up this Baron. Whether to bait them in or get the Baron, either way, it's going to be good for them.
Yeah, it's a good result either way. You have to walk along, as I was saying, the runway into a Jace. Kratos just takes most of his health bar, tries to do a public execution, can't find it. Hongshu will just charge forward. That Demon Flare ready to go. Cardi diving in, trying desperately to hold up the other side, but it just doesn't matter as it's already a double kill for Pop9. Shogun has absolutely no chance here. The hammer is brought down on his head. Triple kill, quadra kill as he whips the accelerated shock blast. It is just Hongshu stealing away the penta. As once again, DCG they're just too far ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how do you answer that, right? So you can't dive in because you're faced with a Renekton right up in your face, as well as Hongshu in ult form. Xiaoxi is going to knock you up or hook you into them. You can't go long range toe-to-toe because Pop9's just going to accelerate a shock blast. Feng's going to pop that R and then Valkyrie as well, as we do see Relove DCG take that Baron. As we cut to the replay of this fight over Baron again. Look at this damage.
It starts with Kratos losing half his health to a shock blast and a rocket. He uses the ult to immune the hook. It's actually pretty good, but it doesn't matter. The speed coming in from the Swain as he's sped up by his runes. Cardi desperately trying to hold them back, as I said in the initial fight, but it just doesn't matter. Pop9's on the flank. Florin is basically invincible on this Renekton. Shogun is firing tickle cannons. And bang.
And I mean, credit to Florin there. Florin was zoning, I think, 3 or 4 of MVK off in that backline. I think it was 3, and they still couldn't kill him. They got him down to like 10%, and he just walked it off while the rest of his team mopped up that fight. As it looks like Relove DCG are hurting. Oh, good hook.
Oh, Xiaoxi just being absolutely unstoppable with these hooks. Guri will ult, and that should get him out of there. Relove DCG don't really care. They're just here to pick up the soul. And now they're going to bear down on them. They have that Ocean Soul. The Dominus is popped. The wave does its best, but it can't do much. And they are just exploding as Relove DCG do a bit of a victory lap. They're dancing on their bodies. They pick up a clean, instant 5-0 ace, and they're just going to walk this one in.
Absolutely. I would fully expect Relove DCG to win from here. It's a 16,000 gold diff. You can see the faces of the MVK gamers. They seem, dare I say, destitute at this point. It's a full 15 seconds before anyone else, which is going to be Shogun, is up. And DCG are marching down with the Baron buff, with the Dragon Soul. Everything is in DCG's hands to win right here, right now, for this third game of the best of 3. Congratulations, Relove DCG, on winning tonight's best of 3 versus MVK Esports.
And a dominant Game 3 win as well. Just absolutely putting a point on it. They stumbled a little bit in Game 2. They looked a little bit lost. And then Game 3 just shows that there was never really any doubt in their mind.
Yeah, look, absolutely. We were saying Hongshu was having a sort of quiet start to this Game 3, but that was exactly what he had to do. It was his job to keep that Cardi Galio in lane and absolutely nailed it. Take a bow. Congratulations on that win. Pop 9 was everywhere he needed to be at the times he needed to be as well. Those accelerated shock blasts doing 50% health on people. And Feng on the Corki, Xiaoxi on that Blitzcrank, getting that lead early in lane. They never let that lead go. Shogun and Elio just didn't have a response, unfortunately, Carrix.
Yeah, no, they really didn't. It was basically from level 1 when that hook landed onto Shogun under tower. I said in draft, oh, this Blitzcrank is going to really struggle in lane, and then he's going to find his value later. And then at level 1, he hooks the enemy ADC under tower. I was kind of thinking, oh, hang on a second, we might have something a little bit different on our hands. In my opinion, a pretty obvious man of the match to Xiaoxi. So honestly, you could give it to any of them.
Yeah, look, even Florin had a spectacular performance in my mind. Had the very traditional top lane biffo, but came back and was just hard tanking MVK, zoning them away, letting Relove DCG pick at them one at a time. And I mean, look at the damage out of Shogun. Shogun tried so hard, got some really good cullings down, but it was too little too late. DCG were too strong at that point.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, the cullings were mostly just pinging off an ulting Swain and an ulting Renekton, and it's the best Shogun can do, but it's just unfortunately just not enough, and the damage coming out of that Jace, as soon as he got ahead, was just raining those accelerated shock blasts in. Xiaoxi was just a constant horror hiding in the dark. Yeah, one of the most dominant games I've seen in a long time.
Absolutely. Watching Xiaoxi land some of these hooks was spectacular. As we go to this replay here, as you said, the flash forward into the E, gets the knock up, and as soon as they land, hook again so they can't dash away. The silence for good measure. Valkyrie over the top. Feng to clean up as we go to Xiaoxi, player of the match. Called it.
Makes total sense. Yeah. On the Rel, he was really good in game 1. The Alistair was a little bit shakier, but it wasn't individual plays that sort of like his KDA was 0.9, but it wasn't really because of him. He was dying for other people's sins, having to go in to try and bail people out. There were clearly some shot calling errors, but ends up just ridiculous on the Blitzcrank with a 25 KDA.
Yeah, look, phenomenal. And that kill participation of 83%. Xiaoxi was everywhere Xiaoxi needed to be. This Relove DCG was so proactive as Xiaoxi again with the E-hook here, handing that kill over to Feng. And this fight that broke out near the Baron pit, Xiaoxi again missed the hook, but that flash forward aggression forcing Kratos back. Tidal Wave from Nami only hitting Xiaoxi. The culling here, not even doing 50% of Feng's health bar. As you say, Feng flashed forward into 3. Missed the bush, so on vision and all.
Yeah, exactly. This is sort of the team fight where it locked in the result. Xiaoxi landed another hook onto Shogun into that one, so he couldn't even get away. DCG, this is just one of the several times they wiped MVK around the Baron pit. And you just see that MVK is just disjointed. Relove DCG are all playing off each other, and it just goes perfectly, and Xiaoxi even survives.
Yeah, the fact, I want to see that health bar, like that Xiaoxi lived it. Here, 3 get onto Florin, pop 2 ults as well, and Florin, like, tanks it all, giving the time for DCG to come in, and Xiaoxi with the hook again.
And I feel like MVK were backing off. They were like, okay, we got to pick, let's back off. And then the hook lands and they feel obligated to try and fight. And this was basically the best fight they got. It ends up being a 4 for 5 in favor of Relove DCG. But the fact that that's about as close as MVK got kind of says a lot. And you see the power of Pop 9. He misses that shock blast, but it's not going to matter.
Yeah, absolutely. Handily dodging that stun there from Nami and just annihilating her. As this poke here, again, the accelerated shock blast and the R out of the Corki, and Kratos is already down to like 60%. That public execution, it wasn't a move of aggression. It was to prevent that hook landing. Hongshu having a quiet early start and then aggressing into them, tanking it up, forcing Cardi to come back in. Florin tanking the world in the backline, buying DCG all of the time. All of the space was absolutely spectacular. I mean, you could have given that player of the match to a couple of Relove DCGs, and I absolutely would have agreed. But as you called, Xiaoxi, player of the match for that best of 3 between MVK and Relove DCG. You can't fault it, mate. So many highlights, Carrix.
Particularly for that game 3, that Blitzcrank was just absolutely match defining. I think Florin was actually in for a really good shout. He was not as showy in that game 3 as Xiaoxi, but was incredible. Just constantly tanking the game 2 on the Gwen in the loss. He was really good. He had a fantastic Gwen game. And in game 1, he did, like, the Rumble linked up with the Jarvan constantly and was a big part of why they won.
Absolutely. But enough of game 1. We have an awesome and exciting game 2 ahead of us. We have the 2025 best team ever, CFO. These guys were the only team in the entire world to go to all 3 majors, MSI, First Stand, and Worlds. And they are up against SoftBank Hawks Gaming tonight. As you can see, Rest, Shadow, Pangyun, Doggo, and 2274. Now, these guys we're used to seeing at the top of the ladder, but as it stands, I think they're about 5th or 6th right now. So they will be looking to dominate tonight's game against Soft Hawks Carrix.
Yeah, it's CFO a little bit behind the curve at the moment, but still very much in the hunt. SoftBank Hawks haven't had the best start to the split with Ebby, Van One, Aria. Oh, names disappear right as I read. I'm so good at this. But regardless, they are looking to get things back on track. Of course, it's Marvel and Vista as well down there. Get some pride back for the LJL, the Japanese region that they, of course, used to represent. I'm just too hung. I have to constantly talk about pre-LCP days. It's just when I was in my prime. Gods, I was strong then. But
yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see Evie on Cassante again. Always so impactful. And Marble having one of the highest damage participations there at 28% is really, really good. But yeah, as we were saying, so it's CFO currently in 5th and Softhawks in 7th place at the moment. So I am hoping that we see some good fights, some good skirmishes, but it's still up to CFO to prove that they are as good as they used to be. But we'll see all of that once we come back from this break. Can't wait for game 2.
Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Arch your back with it, arch your back with it, arch your back with it, put him in a trance. Arch your back with it, arch your back with it, arch your back with it, put him in a trance. Shake, 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 get low. Shake, shake, give them what they came for. Give them what they came, give them what they came for. Give them what they came, give them what they came for. There ain't no stopping this groove. Let the groove get it to you. Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Shake, 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 get low. Shake, shake, give them what they came. Shake it. Give them what they came. Give them what they came for. Give them what they came. Give them what they came. Shake it.
比赛来了，这个位置有没有人注意到？
后方的绕背盯的可能就是 Marble， 恐怖的安比萨正在路上，大招何时出手 ？Visa 先去限制一下 ，Marble 被盯上了 ，Marble 交错闪现 ，Marble 炸了一发烟火 ，Marble 倒了。这时候再给到一个极刑的大绝，极度恐怖的安比萨一波3连杀，
闪现再追，
还要再留人。来了 ，TSW 的车子，
来4打2哦。
车子已经来了，开在塔的后面 ，Foreign 还在卡线，但接下来过来的会是3人，瞬间制裁掉了 Foreign， 后面盖了一个竞技场，但 Pop 9没有办法守护自己的上路，而且还要再杀一个 ，Pop 9交错闪现，但是有人在扛塔，后方的话连续拉扯，所以深红最后一滴血没打，
雷兹要赶快。
fail trong một pha thi đấu thôi, hoàn toàn có thể khiến cho cái thể lính bị đảo chiều hoàn toàn không đứng dưới, mất tốc biến nên Artemis bị làm chậm lại, dính thêm cú nệ tàn khốc nữa, nổ lò luyện hồn là rất đau, nhưng liệu Artemis có về được không này? Lá chắn đang chờ đợi một vài giây nữa để hồi kịp thời, cú nệ tàn khốc gồm full sát thương, tốc biến đi và không chết. Với một tình huống mà Phúc thành công, cú nệ tàn khốc chắc chắn là mắc đam rồi, lò luyện hồn nổ nữa, solo kill à? Khả năng cao là solo kill đúng không?
Solo kill thì mới replay, chắc chắn là như thế.
Rồi, như vậy là quá ngon. Chúng ta đã tính tới câu chuyện là MVK có thể cân nhắc bỏ rồng trong bối cảnh là Kia đang cực kỳ khỏe. Được ấy, Ares không tốc biến, tạm biệt thôi. Solo kill rất nhẹ nhàng.
Sport họ đang hướng tới 6k tiền rồi, combo bóng kiền đắc la vào người đắc thà bị thiêu đốt. Anh ta bay 1/3 cái máu trên của mình nhưng nở hoa lao vào và được kia thành công và chủ lực bên kia bị đại địa chân. Artemis bắt được kia, Artemis on legendary. Người chơi đi đường bên kia lao vào cũng chỉ được sát tốc biến lao vào, còn chấm vào người của Ares thành công nhưng Ares anh ta có tốc biến, anh ta lui về, anh ta có quyền trở lại từ dưới nhưng anh ta đã phải nằm xuống. Keiko là người có màn shutdown nhưng bên này Artemis có triple kill rồi, Artemis sẽ có quadra kill và penta kill đâu rồi? Momo lao vào đang muốn muốn gửi cho Azermit một cái pentakill. Pentakill dành cho Azermit và một lối chơi rất fair play của tân binh Momo.
Chắc là phản đấu sẽ kết thúc ở đây thôi. Tốc biến lên bò hút lạc chuột đến từ gang cũng đại đi chấn được 2 người. Săn đuổi đã mở ra, phân chia tiếng cười đến từ cây ve. Bão sấm sét giật là rất đau. Các thành viên DFM họ bị giật điện tê người. Đâu đó gam Atomis tiếp tục có mạng. Shutdown đã có dành cho các khui, nhưng đó chỉ là mạng của Taki mà thôi. Combo kỳ kích lao vào hất cùng đối phương ngay trong bể đá cổ. Gam muốn farm tiếp mạng cho Atomis hay chăng? Lại là quadra kill, double penta dành cho Atomis. Đó sẽ là 2 pha pentakill. Chiến thắng dành cho gam đây rồi. 1-0 dành cho gam eSports. Nhân tiền chênh lệch dành cho Kiaya. Bắt đầu lao ra đến từ DFM nhưng không ăn thua bởi vì làm gì có đam đâu. Móc mỏ nèo muốn đánh tiếp vào người rất là giật lui về. Siêu hồn giáng thể dùng ra đến từ Ares. Momo ở phía đường trên tinh cho các thành viên của bên phía gam. Sirius là người tiếp tục nằm xuống ga. Em móc mỏ nèo lao vào chỉ để tô điểm cho chiến thắng của gam eSports mà thôi. Quadra kill, penta, thêm một penta kill dành cho Artemis.
一直被限，因为李欣真的 Q 进去的话，波比就只要把后排给吹走，那李欣只剩一个人哦。
哦，这边硬流
来了，
哎呀，在塔下应该是在 shopping 啊，直接被留住了。
我感觉 MVK 教练的沟通没办法给到他们真的实质上的帮助。
See it coming. It's clear as day. 'Cause we've broken through the ceiling. Still hold on to the feeling now. Slowly getting closer. Now it all makes sense. There's no more time for running. This is all we ever wanted now. Once again, oh, I suppress myself. I'm losing track of time. 'Cause you and I need to feel alive. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. I can see us glowing, dancing through the fire. Somehow we're still united when we couldn't even fight it now. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. As far as I can see.
And welcome back to the LCP Week 3, Day 1, Match 2. It's CFO versus SHG. Now I'm joined by my fellow caster, Carrix. Are you looking forward to the next match?
I'm always looking forward to more LCP action. You can't get enough of it. Last series was an absolute cracker, and I expect another one.
Absolutely. With CFO currently in 5th on the ladder and SHG in 7th on the ladder after their first series win last weekend. I think both teams are raring to go, wanting to put their absolute best forward to take another win to remove themselves from contention of bottom of that ladder. I'm really excited to see Evie. Hopefully he gets on his Cassante, but Vista is absolutely a support to watch from SHG as well.
Yeah, and out come the players. See Shadow and Van One giving each other the fist bump and moving over as well. 2 players we have to watch out of the jungle. Really, really explosive.
Yeah, absolutely. These junglers can be very impactful playing around their mid laners as well, as we do see Pang Yung walking out with his counterpart Arya. one of my favorite things about these LCP sort of greetings walk-ons is sometimes they get a little bit silly with it, and it's always nice to remember that, you know, they're having a lot of fun with this too.
Yeah, absolutely. Outcome, Doggo and Marble, the ADCs, sort of, we did see, potentially getting a bit silly with it, between Doggo and Arya, kind of a star of either side here. Two people to really, really watch, and 2247 and Vista rounding it out down in the support role.
Yeah, absolutely. 2274 was also one of the players of the week. So the LCP does this really cool roundup where they make a team of the week of the best players in each role, and 2274 was that last week. As we see Choi and Corgi, the coaches of the respective teams, come out onto the stage as well. Both of these teams out with something to prove tonight. I'm really excited to see what they bring. I mean, Arya, as you said, such a powerhouse for SHG. Doggo, I mean, I don't think you could talk about the LCP without talking about Doggo. He is so well-known and impactful in this region, Carrix.
Yeah, absolutely. But as I said, over on the other side, Arya is this long-time player that he started in the LJL. He's moved around and has been a real impact wherever he's gone. Now coming back to the Hawks. Really settling himself back in someone. He's got 25% damage share on his team so far this split. Is someone that they're going to be leading on. But in the 2v2, the Hawks are going to be sending Marble and Vista.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the 2v2, they've gone with their bot lane duo, right? So obviously there's going to be a natural synergy there, whereas CFO have responded with Rest, their top laner, and Doggo, their AD. So I think CFO are treating this as just a fun thing. They're like, yep, let's have fun with it. Let's blast together our AD and our, top laner Rest. As we do see these series bans, as a reminder to everyone, every champ that is picked cannot be picked again for the split for that team, which is why these series bans are here. That list is going to get pretty big pretty quick, I think, actually. And then we'll also end up in a 2v2. Now, this 2v2 is for side select, blue or red side. As we see the boys just getting ready, having a bit of a laugh. And the first ban is Tarek.
Tarek is an interesting one to get rid of in the 1v1. Tarek, I mean, he is really strong. Tarek is one of those champions that just kind of walks at you level 1 and just says, like, what are you going to do about it? I'm a guy with a big hammer. Like, if that happened to me, if someone walked at me with a big hammer, I don't know what I'd do.
Absolutely, but I mean, there won't be a stun being paired with that Lucian either, as Lucian's banned away, Cassiopeia and Poppy banned away. However, Rengar, we're seeing Rengar for the second time tonight. SHG go quick and early and get that Rengar for themselves, but we're wondering what they'll pair it with. But CFO respond with Pantheon.
Yeah, and I mean, these are sort of quintessential 1v1 champions. The Rengar, the Pantheon. Ivan is really fun. We'll come back to that one because, of course, it will be Doggo on the Varus playing that range. This is fun. Ivan puts bushes down. Rengar jumps out of them. I kind of love this from SoftBank Hawks.
I do think it's got some great synergy, and if this game gets to level 6, basically CFO are going to find themselves in a 2v3, because the moment Ivan pops that ult, you've got another champ running at you with knockups and damage and so much health. It's actually kind of, I think, a really smart move here out of SHG.
Yeah, I really like it if it works. It's one of those things where it's either going to be really, really cool and work really well, or it's just kind of going to get folded. But I think it'll be a lot of fun regardless. That Varus is a problem, though. Varus at the moment is really, really tanky and does so much damage. He's the third best top laner on the patch.
I was going to say, I saw that stat today too. I was like, everyone's complaining that Varus is like a super strong top laner. But that aside, even just having Pantheon frontline for you as you sit back and Q poke can be devastating. As we do see, the Ivan has gone for the Ignite, so aggression. Doggo has obviously gone the Flash Barrier. Rest has gone the Ignite as well. So very similar, summoner spells on both sides of the Howling Abyss tonight.
Yeah, it makes sense. Ivan doesn't really need that snowball. His Q basically is snowball, so we can just go a little bit more aggressive, try and follow up on Vista. Where will the first bit of aggression go? Oh, there we go. It's Rest moving in, but has to get through the grey health. Vista jumping back onto Doggo. Summoners being traded. A lot of damage onto this Rengar.
Absolutely. Good job to get the barrier as they re-engage.
Ooh, he's in trouble. Taken down. They move straight over onto Marble. And I said it was either going to work really, really well or look really, really bad.
You can see Vista there having a bit of a laugh as well. I mean, CFO, they're pushing under this turret here. Remember, one of the win conditions here is this turret is less than 50%. Is the first team to get a turret. I think CFO are just looking to break this turret open here and now.
And there's not a lot that can be done because they'll either get the turret or he'll step up and die. It's going to be the death that comes in, and CFO will be getting side select in game 1. Well done to them.
Absolutely. And with their first pick, they choose the red side, which is one of their better sides. So CFO win. They've gone red side. That was Rest in the top lane, Doggo AD. But I just want to point out their faces. They had so much fun with that. I think that, like, even from a viewer perspective, we enjoy it, but I feel like they enjoy it even more because it's like a little bit different, it's a little bit fun. Like, Choi's having a great time there as well as we cut to the coach cam. But I am wondering if that was a sign of things to come. If a Varus is let through, will we see Doggo pick it up? Carrix, do you think it's going to make through the picks and bans or no?
I think at some point in the series it very much could, but Varus is really high prio. It's the second most played thing for Marble so far, and not so much for Doggo. He actually hasn't played it so far this split, but that's not for lack of being good at it. I assume it's just been banned or hasn't made sense in drafts. This is just a really, really strong champion at the moment. I wouldn't read too much into the 1v1. I don't think we're going to have to judge Vista's Rengar support.
Look, I'm not going to judge a Rengar support either in a 2v2. That was definitely a fun pick in my opinion. But yeah, I definitely don't think we're going to see this Varus make it through the bans. As you say, Marble has played it at least twice so far in the LCP. It has a lot of priority, a lot of strength. And I mean, Doggo just played it, right? Reminding everyone that it exists, putting it in the backs of people's minds, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, that's right. We shouldn't let that through the draft phase. So I'll be looking for, I don't know, some interesting picks, right? Because obviously we can't get the Mouth, we can't get the Orianna, I want to say, you know, haphazardly. But I'd like to see, you know, Kiaya had a stellar game on a Gnar, so it'd be good to see a Gnar come back on the Rift.
I think Gnar is also good in this matchup, particularly for Rest. Evie has kind of always been... he has like a couple of weird picks, like he's like historically had like an Urgot and stuff in his back pocket, but he is more so a tank player. If you look at his 3 games on Cassante, 1 on Ornn, 1 on Sion. He likes playing his tanks. Gnar can really punish those, can really dictate the tempo of those lanes. I wouldn't mind seeing Rest pick it up, but I do think top lane is super dynamic at the moment. There's a lot of champions that are very viable, and there's that Varus being removed.
Absolutely. We've also got that Kiana ban, Lee Sin, J4, and Jace. This is 4 junglers banned away already. So whether that's, you know, respect to Shadow or respect to Van, or they're just strong jungle picks, which we know at least 2 of them to be, I think that will cover those junglers off. I think that's going to force our junglers to really sort of reach into their pockets. Shadow, maybe prioritizing a Wukong or Pantheon there seems to be a preference, and potentially Van, you know, going the Aatrox or maybe a tankier option with the Sejuani, as we do see a Nico banned away as well. Probably surprising no one.
Yeah, Nico getting through is not super likely. The Orianna Azir trade is set up as well, so you don't need to first pick it if you're okay with either side of it, which I think you kind of are. I think as most people would put Azir at the top, Orianna second, but it's like, we're not talking about a distance of 1,000 miles here. They're both incredibly strong. So just getting Rest Rumble, he's going to be in control in top lane. Evie has to figure out what he wants to get burned on.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's most likely going to be the Cassante counter pick. That one seems to be there it is. It seems to be the answer every single time a Rumble is played down, able to sort of trade with it with those shields to survive that heavy AP damage. You get that Canic Rookern first up and you're basically just standing there whacking each other for fun, you know? I would be interested to see if our mid laners, so there's some preference here for Talia. So I wonder if either of them are going to prioritize Orianna, Azir, or miss them, ban them in the second wave, and then pick up their sort of Talia Ryze picks, as Varn looks to have picked up Pantheon for himself.
This does lean towards a Talia. Obviously, Talia Pantheon has always been a mid-jungle, back in the day, a bot lane combo, the Avengers bot lane, that people really enjoyed. Shadow will go towards the Wukong as well, sort of finding that second string jungler. And I think this is smart by CFO. Just lock up the Orianna. You might have to go into an Azir. You're fine with that. SoftBank Hawks have the option to pick up a Talia. Would make sense with what's been picked and with a Pantheon. But they're hovering an Akali and a Ryze would also make a lot of sense.
Yeah, absolutely. A Ryze would make a lot of sense. You definitely want that control mage, that range away from that Orianna. She's very, very powerful. It would be hard to go into on the Akali. As we also see we were getting some, they were teasing us there, Ari. It was like Galio, Akali, Ryze, you know.
Akali?
Akali is locked in for Arya from SHG into Pangyung's Orianna.
That's really interesting. I'm not familiar enough with this matchup to really understand why we're going Akali over Azir. I feel like Azir had agency in this. Like, it's a bit of a farm matchup against the Orianna, and I don't see any pick that was really shutting the Azir down. But we've chosen to go the Akali, which I feel like doesn't have the best time in this game into the Rumble and the Wukong.
Could have potentially been a comfort pick as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Arya hasn't played Azir so far this split. Obviously not to speak for the rest of their, career, but potential comfort. As we do see we do see SHG banning away that Bard. So I definitely think that's a respect ban going over to 2274. And we see Yunara, who is a very strong AD in her own right at the moment, being banned away from CFO. They don't want to give that to Marble. And Marble hasn't played Yunara yet, so it's probably just that's a strong AD. Let's tag that one, get it out of the way early. But I'm really keen to see these comps come through. We've got top jungle mid for CFO and top jungle mid for SHG, as MF is banned away as well.
Yeah, it makes sense. Sort of take away the Bard, just don't allow that really flexible bully support, and then choke out a few top ADs. But I'm very curious where SoftBank Hawks are going to go. Do they have something cooked to really build a bit of a pick dive comp?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously you've got the global pressure of the Pantheon from SHG's side, so they can turn any fight in their favor nice and quick. CFO have just banned away the Aphelios targeting Marble from SHG. So that probably removes sort of Thresh and or Lulu as the supports for that Aphelios that was no longer available. That might be, say, a Corki angle there, maybe even a Varus, because Varus is banned.
Yeah.
Siva, maybe.
Yeah, so I think Siva would have made a lot of sense, but I think Corki does as well. Add a little bit of range to the composition. Not everyone has to be diving forward, but Siva makes a lot of sense for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, Corki and the Siva and Doggo is picking up the Siva. I am surprised. I do just want to see Doggo absolutely rip a Draven. Just every so often remind people who he is and how well he did on that Draven at Worlds. But it looks like he might be going the Ezreal here. Oh, all right. Hopefully picking up the first win for Ezreal. Currently 0 wins, 3 losses in the LCP right now.
And I really like this Poppy pick. I feel like this really ties everything together and makes it really hard for SoftBank Hawks. Like, Pantheon has one very telegraphed dash. You can W that. Akali going for the execute with the ultimate. You can W that. even Corky, you get on top of him, he tries to Valkyrie away. You can W that too. Poppy is kind of Thanos in this.
Yeah, look, that steadfast presence from Poppy is going to get huge value. I think it's even able to actually put in some work against the Nautilus hook a little bit. But try and pin down CFO's bot lane, I dare you. So much mobility in that Ezreal, so much counter mobility. I don't even know if that's a thing, but I'm using it in that steadfast presence from Poppy. Good luck getting onto them. And then the ball delivery system you have here is probably that Wukong to just jump in the back line with the clone and cyclone, and away you go. Right, but then over to SHG, they've got that long-range hook with the Nautilus, so they do have that sort of CC lockdown, the straight damage coming out of the Kali. But I think Pantheon is very strong here, having that global presence, able to turn those fights around at the drop of a hat when that ult is off cooldown carrots. I think this isn't going to be such a one-sided game tonight.
No, I don't think so either. I think both teams have a very clear theme with their comp. CFO is playing a very pick-oriented comp. They want to find isolated players, go in on them, and just pick them off. While on the other side, it's much more of a we will catch you, we'll let you come into us and fight you back and play a bit more obviously front to back. And it's just going to come down to execution. There's no inherently better team here, in my opinion. I think both sides have got what they wanted out of draft, and it's just going to come down to who made the actual better decision and who can have the hands really execute.
Absolutely. As we jump on to Summoner's Rift for game 1 of match 2 tonight, CFO versus SHG. SHG looking to take their second series win of the split. CFO looking to lock down their third, as don't these skins look? I love these skins so much. I have far too many skins for every champ that I end up playing.
The problem with doing this scrolling thing is like it comes up and I'm like, no, you chose the wrong one. There's a better skin. And I get snobby. No, of course. It is a good one to see, and as we see on the bottom of the screen, it is really interesting playing this season with that 30-second faster, or minute faster even, just game start. I've been playing too long. I still get caught out by it.
Yeah, so it's 35 seconds faster. They used to spawn at 1 minute and 5 seconds, and now they spawn at 30 seconds. So invades are just so much more punishing now. You see them so much less often. Frankly, I feel it's a good change, getting into the action a lot quicker. And so far, Riot have actually noted that the community perception is the games feel faster, but they're actually on average taking just a little bit longer as well. So it feels like everyone's enjoying it. They're feeling a lot more engaged as CFO goes in with that level 2 advantage.
Yeah, a little bit of a slide for him there from 2247. Just trying to like catch a little bit of damage, maybe open the way for a doggo Q. Nothing really to write home about. This bot lane should be reasonably quiet, though I've said that earlier tonight and been very wrong. So perhaps I will be again.
Absolutely, yeah. 2274 on that Poppy, just going in as soon as that level 2 is pulled. Also has that unsealed spell book, which is just putting in so much work. I think we would actually be hard-pressed to find a game where it hasn't been picked as a good hook from Vista comes out.
Yeah, it's sort of nullified by the shield from 2247. Just ends up with another reasonably equal trade. Getting value from that aftershock, though, is Vista. And now, with where the wave is, he's able to walk forward and land a hook onto Doggo, which demands an immediate barrier.
Yeah, absolutely. Vista just walked up. He just walked around the minion wave and just hooked straight onto Doggo. It's like they just didn't expect him to be that brazen with it. So really well played by Vista there to get the hook and get that barrier out of Doggo as they do continue to trade. And as is expected, Peng Yung here on the Orianna with that ranged advantage into this Akali melee. Bit of a biffo here from Shadow and Varn on the crop.
Yeah, Varn could be in a little bit of trouble here. The Pantheon obviously is very strong at this point, but 2247 is the first one here. The flash is already used. I hate that
weird
flash, because how are you getting out after that, man? Like...
Calculated. Yeah. Calculated. He baited the flash out of 2274.
True. Like, that is true. And it does mean 2274 got the kill, which is not as ideal, though Poppy actually does kind of use gold. But let's have a look at the replay here. I'm not sure what he's thinking.
Yeah, this is a bit of a confusing one because Vaughn was already down 50%. With CFO having lane priority, they were absolutely going to be able to rotate. Also handing over that first blood gold bonus to that Poppy of 2274 as Arya is looking so much worse for wear against this Oriana in the mid lane of CFO's Peng Yong. Obviously stacking up that passive is really doing a lot of damage here in these trades. Arya doing their best to try and stay close in terms of CS, but gotta be careful here.
But see, this is like why I was so confused with the Akali. Is this? Yeah, this is going to keep happening. Probably until around that level 7, level 8 mark, where the Akali can sort of start clearing waves a bit easier. Pungyon just given a lot of control of this lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from the draft, obviously, there was questions raised around the Akali choice, but the game is yet to be played out. Obviously, we were wondering why Vaughn would go in onto Shadow there, being already 50% health, priority over the CFO, so they were able to rotate and get that first blood tidily. But it's only 5 minutes into the game. The first Drake is about to come up, and it looks like CFO have the priority in lane to be able to rotate. Looks like 2274 and Shadow might be making a move towards that Drake, just as we see Vista on the Nautilus, clearing some vision, getting some wards down, just to see if they can spot that Drake take.
Yeah, and what's even more annoying is now 2274 has had double buffs there for a little bit. Was really strong as Evie gets a long all out to drag Rest. Wants the kill as well. Flashing forward, has the Q3 but can't track the flash. So both top laners down their flash.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a good trade out of Evie there. I think it was a really good all-out. Got flash for flash, so they're on equal footing. But I think Evie, with the aggression, is trying to be the sort of dominant top laner of the Rift tonight. It is good to see the CS difference is fairly steady, fairly even. Obviously, the biggest discrepancy is in that mid lane with that Oriana into that Akali. But overall, it's only a 1,000 gold lead for CFO at the 6-minute mark. That's kind of spread across the entire team. So it's not the worst outcome right now for SHG.
No, it's not. They're okay, as we do see another hook presumably being thrown that was stopped by the W, but it doesn't really matter when so much damage can be thrown onto 2274. Doggo ease away from that follow-up hook, but a really good good showing from Vista so far, able to keep his ADC in the dominant position.
Yeah, absolutely. Vista landing those dredge lines is giving them the priority they need to keep Doggo and 2274 pushed up under their turret. 2274's use of that steadfast presence, that W, is doing really, really well already. Being very aggressive here.
Jets just wants to stop the back. This is really big for timing.
Yeah, Doggo throws the Arcane Barrage over the top. Misses, but really good job from 2274 there to prevent the recall, force them to stay in lane a little bit longer.
In comes the Pantheon. Van up into the top side. They know Rest doesn't have his flash, and they punish it perfectly. Lovely play set up a few minutes ago by Evie.
Absolutely. You have to see that proactivity. Like you said, Evie got the flash out of him using his ult, so absolutely worth. And they've absolutely punished Rest. Getting that top side gank, getting that top side priority is Evie's just going to clear this minion wave, and we see the gank.
Yeah, and there's basically nothing Rest can do here. Evie knows that he's the one that has a Pantheon on his team. Van arrives. There's no counterplay for Rest. He just has to accept it.
Yeah, absolutely. Not even getting the chance to put down that equalizer either to help clear that minion wave. Probably didn't want to because he probably would have missed the experience and gold from it if it did die while he was dead. So, yeah, good call from Rest there to not use that either. This trade, I mean, Arya doing a good job to stay within 10 CS of Pungyon, to be honest, as we do see Vaughn in the jungle on the bot side there for SHG. I'm wondering who is going to pull the trigger first on these grubs.
You would think that with the plays topside, the advantage up there has to be SoftBank Hawks, but again, Pungyon having the constant health lead in the mid lane just gives so much prio. I kind of feel like CFO gets to pick where they go first, and it's going to be SoftBank Hawks taking the other objective.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, grubs obviously help with pushing power, but I don't think SHG have the best sort of turret siege comp right now. I definitely think CFO's is a little bit better at that. So I would imagine CFO would prioritize those grubs, as we do see Shadow pushing Van 1 away. Doggo just popping that ult over the top of Marble, chipping away, doing a little extra damage to give 2274 some priority for that ward. And there we go. CFO prioritizing those grubs nicely.
Oh, Shockwave does come out. Arya is stealth, flashes away. Pungyon moving forward with him. Lovely play by Arya, but not lovely enough, as Pungyon will claim himself a solo kill.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to that replay, because I think Pungyon was just chipping away at Arya, and then unfortunately Arya got caught by the command Shockwave there, as Shadow does smite. That last grub gets all three clones over the back of the pit to safety. And yeah, well played by Pungyon to get that solo bolo onto Arya. Arya obviously respecting it, flashed away, and Pungyon just forced it down.
They're going to go on to Vista here. It can be a little bit difficult to escape, but a lovely Nautilus ult angled really well there will get him out. This takes a lot of damage, and Doggo is going to be able to continue snowballing his priority in the bot lane.
Absolute great depth charge there from that Nautilus of Vista to disengage that fight, keep Marble nice and safe. But now the bot lane of CFO know that he doesn't have the ult. Ooh.
Yeah, they're going to go again. Evie doing his best to survive with an all-out. Will get under the tower, will get away.
I mean, it's Cassante, right? They are crashing the wave, but because Cassante at still 50% health, I really don't think you can kill him, as Evie's trying to stop the back. Ooh.
Oh, again.
Another one.
Barrier? I'm not sure about that one, as Van does arrive, but you can't go on 2274 because he has the steadfast presence.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really interesting sequence of plays here as we go to that replay of the mid-fight here. Oh, I think Arya is just not respecting the amount of the position.
Yeah, Arya's in a really hard spot because he has to catch this wave, but he just gets caught on the shockwave.
Yeah, does well to get some damage back down on Pungyon, but Pungyon was going to win that every day of the week, unfortunately. Oh, Shadow's in the area.
Yeah, just moving in. Arya does get a nice little dash back, though, to defuse the play, but it's another wave just hitting the tower, allowing Pungyon to walk down into the river and be a threat elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. So as it stands, CFO is up 2 kills to 1. They have the first Drake. They have the 3 grubs. They've got a tidy little lead of 1.5k at 11.5 minutes, and they've started up the second Drake as well. I mean, SHG aren't anywhere near this to even contest. We're even getting CFO rotating more members over just to make sure they really secure this, valuing that Drake stacking.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to just keep accelerating your leads. SHG is doing a good job not giving opportunities for CFO to build a snowball. They're not offering themselves up to die, but unfortunately, there is no real chance of them contesting at the moment. There's just too much priority out of Pungyon in the mid lane. Has that empowered recall as well from the Herald. Sorry, from the Roll Quest even. My mistake. And he's just able to constantly set the tempo, and Arya, it's going to take him a little bit longer to fight back into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you look at CFO, they've got more completed items than SHG does. I mean, Pungyon with all that bullying, that Rod of Ages, already a significant advantage. Getting tankier as well, making it harder for that Akali to trade into Pungyon. Doggo with the Triforce now too. And Poppy with one of the new items, the Bandle Pipes. So that's a really, really good support item. If you can sort of immobilize and or stun opponents, it gives an AoE attack speed buff, which is very, very useful for Ezreal and probably Shadow as well. So good pick up there.
Yeah, it's pretty lovely, and you can just see the disrespect that 2274 can play with, because he knows that Van can't really go on him. This is a good decision, though, by Vista to just go over onto Pungyon instead. It's a big shockwave, but the kill will immediately come in. Shadow dives forward with the Cyclone, trades back onto Van, but 2274 can't re-enter, so a good passage of play there for the SoftBank Hawks to get a 1-for-1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as it proved, 2274 just being completely disrespectful, fighting right in their faces. And I do love that SHG turned it around, right? So 2274 pushed Vista's Nautilus closer to Pungyon. So Vista flashed, dredge-lined Pungyon, and Pangyong suffered for it. Pangyong died. It was 4v1 essentially until Shadow showed up.
Yeah, and Vista has a good read here because he knows that 2274 is just going to deny Van and play it, so he just flashes over and just doesn't care about the Poppy. He gets stopped, but doesn't matter. Nautilus ult interrupts the Poppy ult, and then Pangyong does and Shockwave, but it's only enough to get a 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. The depth charge stopping that Keeper's Verdict was absolutely sublime as well, as we do start to see all of these role quests completed for everyone on both sides. So those full advantages are now unlocked due to all of this, you know, fighting, experience gain, minion kills, and general lane presence also earns you experience, which is a topic of conversation, how far you can go in your lane and still be earning that experience, as we do now start to see rotations coming through. The CFO bot side, there's an Arcane Barrage just to scare Marble. The CFO bot side has now rotated mid, which demands the response of SHG. The Rift Herald is up in 20 seconds, as we do have a lot of completed items out there on the Rift now. I think only Evie doesn't have a full item.
Yeah, I imagine he is holding a fair bit of gold. Probably has the Canic Rookin almost ready. Probably doesn't quite have it yet, but will be fairly close. Just wants to crash this wave in before he resets. Will be interesting to see how we play around this Rift Herald. At the moment, SoftBank Hawks do have the Crab on the top side, so it's a little bit hard for Shadow to just start it up and sort of dare them to come closer, but that is exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, I mean, CFO earned themselves mid-priority. Doggo able to push, you know, Marble and Vista away, so Shadow, Doggo, they're just going to go for this Rift Herald. Evie, though, may not be content with letting them too late.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a huge amount he can do. Shadow can obviously just W over the wall. In the meantime, they did manage to shove a wave into the tower in mid lane, so it's little wins for SoftBank, but unfortunately bigger wins for CFO.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a quick look at the CS advantages, Evie does have a 10 CS advantage over Rest, but the single biggest CS advantage is Shadow over Varn. That's nearly 40 CS. That's a 1.1k gold lead on the jungler of CFO alone. That is significant, Carrix.
Yeah, it really is. Varn has looked a little bit homeless. Unfortunately, he's kind of just been wandering around, but 2274 has been shadowing him so well, and because it's a Poppy into a Pantheon, he just hasn't had the opportunity to do anything. He's been dropping camps. The power of Pangyong and Doggo has just sort of let Shadow do whatever he wants, walk into the enemy jungle, whatever he wants. And it's just led to this like pretty significant lead to start building.
Ooh, nice buffer by Doggo there for that dredge line that did land. Good work of priority for CFO as well to get that Rift Herald down to crack that mid tier 1. Not down yet, but really weak, as SHG do want to contest this Drake. Too late.
The Dragon has already been smited. 2 knocked away by Poppy as well. An absolute disaster. Vista will explode. Arya does have a good angle. A Shockwave holding 2 back. The mark is still there, but you can't go in on that. Just gets slammed into the wall by Poppy. Varn in the backside goes down, and this is an absolute rout. Evie desperately trying to get something back, but 2274, get down, Mr. President, saves his mid laner, and it's a triple kill picked up. CFO destroy the Hordes.
That was a clean ace, and 2274 on that Poppy with that steadfast presence did so much work, as well as just knocking them into walls. I mean, that equalizer from Rest got a lot of value, and SHG arrived too late. The Drake was dead, and then SHG were looking for that fight, and CFO were ready to turn on them, and almost went into SHG like they wanted the fight regardless of how the Drake turned out. So, you know, they get the house, they get the foundations, they get it all. They got the Drake, the fight, the turrets, as we go to the replay here.
Yeah, and this starts with just a bit of a late engage, and you see the power of the Poppy knocking 2 players out of the fight, holding up Vista's engage, and Arya does find a good flank. There's a lot of damage onto Pangyong, but look at the Poppy once again. Catches him mid-dash, puts it into the wall, and at that point, it's just over.
Yeah, look, frankly, Poppy even getting that, you know, the ult onto Evie and onto Poppy getting the ult on Navan and Evie removed the entire front line of SHG. So 5 of CFO were just sitting on the mid and back line of SHG. There was nothing they could do. CFO just 3v5 them and won that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a noodle fight here. Evie and Rest just kind of giving each other a bit of a tickle, having some fun. Look, I'm a top lane main. We love pretending we're playing the game.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, you can't pretend that those results aren't real. An 8,000 gold difference right now in the favor of CFO. They've got 3 Drakes. They've got the Grubs. They've got 8,500 gold in pocket. This game, it already feels like it's CFO's to lose here. SHG has an uphill battle to get back into this game. The smallest individual gold lead is Peng Yong in the mid lane and 900 over Arya on the Akali.
Rest is in a bit of trouble here. Does get locked up, taken down, burnt his flash as well. But what are they losing for this as he does finally fall? It's just the full topside priority. And they're just going to crash this wave in. It's only Arya here to defend it. I don't know if they get the full tower with only 3 minions. As SoftBank Hawks do find a moment to get something back.
Yeah, absolutely. But it feels like a net neutral, maybe even a loss, right? They lost Rest, but they gained the top tier 2 of SHG's side of the Rift, I mean, the best Evie can do is a couple of plates on this bot tier 1. I really think CFO were happy with that, and they still came out on top.
Yeah, I definitely think so. That said, when you're in the position that the Hawks are, you're very behind. Like, yeah, maybe they get 1,000 gold and you get 700, but you didn't really have any right to get 700. So that's still better than you should get, right?
Absolutely.
So I think it's the right decision, even though it does end up being a CFO favored play. You just don't have better options.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a really good point too. It's like, as we see Arya going to Peng Yong.
And Arya is favored in this 1v1. Peng Yong not really able to find anything, as in comes Evie as well. The shockwave is good, but is it going to be good enough? It is! He gets out, and in comes 2274, once again playing the hero for CFO. Poppy living as well as Doggo is in the backline. Just secret agent comes in. Shadow, it's CFO summoning everyone from everywhere as they all come in. Van is now in trouble, desperately tries to trade one back, but can't. It's a double kill. Here comes a teleport. Don't know if he's going to be able to get there for any kills, but will be able to siege the tower.
Absolutely applying all of that pressure. What an absolute disaster from SHG. They're trying, these players are starting to smell of a bit of desperation. They have to do something to stay in this game. And it felt like that was nearly the moment, right? Chasing that kill down on Peng Yong in the bot side. But Arya was tanking the turret shots. And then 2274 was so quick to respond. And then the Avengers assembled. They all raced to bot side to protect their mid laner as we see the fight break out here.
Yeah, it was Arya going for an engage, and he is favored here. These isolated 1v1s are exactly what Arya wants. And Evie as well coming in, but Peng Yong just plays this to perfection, able to just get enough distance to walk out of it. 2274 is so ahead. He's so tanky. He lives forever here, especially getting a little bit of shielding from the Orianna. And then as the rest of the Avengers arrive, they've just got to clean up New York.
Yeah, look, this New York is in shambles. I wouldn't want to pay the rent crisis that they would be demanding if they asked me. We go back to live and we're fighting again.
Yeah, and we're not going to stop if we're CFO. We just have our foot on the gas and it's glued to the floor as Van One is taken down immediately. Shadow jumps on him in the backline, gets the stick spinning. 2274 doesn't care that he's low. He doesn't care if he dies. He's just going to walk forward. It's a double kill already picked up. Arya comes in, does get a nice assassination, but it's only onto the support. It's just not really worth that much.
CFO take that every day, trading their support for the AD, jungle, and top laner of their opponents. They now have all the time, all the priority in the world to get this Baron and convert that into some massive pressure on the base of SHG. I mean, CFO have got Soul, they've got Grubs, they're about to have Baron. They're probably looking to march down mid here as we see these damage numbers coming out of CFO, just massive.
Yeah, and if we sort of have a look at this one again, it was just a catch that snowballed into everything. It's once again 2274 playing such a central role, denying the Pantheon entry to the fight, denying Evie really doing anything after this all out. Just can't get through the Poppy, can't get around the Steadfast presence in just a moment. You see, it's on him. He tries to dash, knocked up, taken down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Arya, I think Arya... the fighting just does not stop. Arya goes down in a solo to Shadow. So hopefully we'll get a replay of that one so we can have a look at it. But this is a fully empowered CFO team. 3 items nearly complete across most of them. They've got the Soul, they've got the Baron. They're looking to crack open the base with this 4v5 advantage as well, Carrix. It's looking pretty grim here for SHG.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is... a fairly done story. It's pretty hard to imagine CFO not picking up this win. The only problem is there's nothing on the map for a little while that SoftBank Hawks should fight over. If they fend off this wave, which they should be able to, I don't think the Nexus will fall here unless there's a fairly major mistake, or they just engage. 2274 denying an engage again. Vista going low, Vista burning down. SHG knows what this one is. They're going to try and fight in the base, but it doesn't really matter as Doggo finally picks up some kills, goes up to 2-0-9 as CFO will clean it up, will take the Nexus towers, will take the Nexus and put a dominant stamp on game 1.
That is all she wrote, folks. The CFO put their pedal to the metal and they never let up, taking game 1 of tonight's best of 3 versus SHG. Let's talk about 2274's Poppy, because that Poppy, Carrix, did some work. You called it. That steadfast presence got so much value in this game. I don't think he put a foot wrong.
Essentially, it was hard for him to put a foot wrong. It was that late pick Poppy. He could see what the enemy team was doing. We talked about it in the champion select. Pantheon has a telegraph dash. The Cassante is super dash line. Corki with Valkyrie. Akali with the E. And Nautilus with the Q. It's literally all 5 champions are hard countered by the Poppy, and 2274 played it to perfection.
Yeah, absolutely. Doggo played around it well. You look at that damage, all of CFO sort of consistent between the 15 and 18k, whereas unfortunately SHG weren't able to put that much damage down. And you can see CFO around minute 3 got the gold lead, and then they kept that gold lead right up until the end. As we see this odd jungle exchange at the start of the game, Carrix. Van decided to fight.
This just set the tone. Like, I think getting caught, okay. Like, it happens. You made a bad call. But the flash is, like, it feels like he was on tilt for the rest of the game. This was a nice play up onto rest. It's sort of not shown. About a few minutes earlier, there was an all-out used to burn the Rumble's flash. He had no counterplay there. That's the kind of set play you want. But this was also the story of the early game. Pangyon just really took it to Arya.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Pangyon did an excellent job at keeping Arya down basically all game. I think eventually this was such a clean flash hook though from Vista. Like, you've got to pay props for Vista's, decision there to dredge line onto Pangyon. But unfortunately, SHG really showed up. Ultimately ended up being an even trade there. We see this Drake fight.
Yeah, and I mean, at this time, we do see how far ahead CFO is. They just get a really dominant fight. A good shockwave holds up the engage. Again, Arya just not respecting 2274's pop.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously it's got a cooldown, but it's very hard to... look at that. Just hard kept Evis Cassante away from Pangyon there. 2274, it wouldn't surprise me if he got player of the match for this one.
I'd certainly give him player of the game.
So yeah, player of the game, absolutely. As we see Van here, just, grand star falling in, dying essentially immediately because 2274 knocked him into the wall, steadfast presence him, couldn't do anything. Just really clean gameplay. And then here for the finish, they've got the Hextech Soul, they've got the Baron. Varn dives into them. You know, they lose their numbers advantage.
I do think SoftBank Hawks could have just played this a bit slower and maybe we'd still be watching the game. But realistically, the game is over. You may as well sort of just throw everything at the wall, try and get a fight in your base. And if you win it, awesome. If you don't, whatever. You were losing that game anyway. Go game 2. I do think there's every chance that they do come back in game 2. It was a little bit of a draft mistake. It happens. I don't think their hands were particularly terrible. I don't think they were massively outclassed on the Rift. It was just a draft.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with the Fearless ban, obviously those same 10 champs that we just witnessed on Summoner's Rift cannot be picked again. So that was an awesome game 1 for tonight's best of 3 match between CFO and SHG. And we're going to check out game 2 straight after this break. So make sure you stay tuned.
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know I feel unbreakable. The stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable. Look into my eyes. for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed, I'm electric in the pouring rain. Now I know, I feel untouchable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Raise my game, I will raise my chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Against the grain. Against the grain.
Lately, I've been lost in a daydream. Was that calling? But maybe need a break from myself. Lazy, cut the ties for my safety. Free from habits that make
And welcome back to game 2 of tonight's best of 3 match between SHG and CFO. Carrix, that is why you ban Poppy.
Yeah, if you're going to pick 5 champions with really telegraphed dashes, Poppy has to be removed. The one person who actually did pretty well was Evie, who did a really good job hiding his dashes from the Poppy, but unfortunately 2274 would not be denied, and neither would the rest of CFO. Question is, how do the Hawks get back in game 2?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think the Hawks can put together the right tools. It's just whether or not they can bring them to bear against CFO's powerhouse roster. Obviously, CFO looking to put their name on this one, win this series tonight, and climb that ladder for themselves. Show the region, show the world that they are still a force to be reckoned with, because they do find themselves in an unfamiliar place in 5th on the ladder. But SHG, I think they can do it. They just need to synergize and not let a Poppy through when every champ has those dashes. And I mean, I know we keep talking about it, but it really felt like letting that through into your team was just a decision, unfortunately, as we do go to the draft, Carrix.
And thankfully, it's not a mistake they can make twice. The Fearless draft has removed a fear, as Poppy will not be allowed to be played again. This Lee Sin still being banned out. It is a comfort champion for Van 1. I think this is a good call. I think the call is being made that his champion pool is just not quite there. It's not deep enough. He didn't look comfortable on that Pantheon. If you push him down to his second string of junglers, I think you can exploit Van 1.
Yeah, look, absolutely. You compare Van 1 on the Pantheon tonight versus Shadow on the Pantheon last week, and it is night and day. Shadow was aggressive. Shadow was playmaking, but Van 1 felt a little bit lost there in that game. Not to mention the Poppy just hard countering everything that Pantheon wanted to do. We do see 2 more jungle bans in the Jace and in the Kiana. So already Van not able to play that Lee Sin, not able to play that Jace. So we're going to have to get an interesting pick out of them. Maybe something like a J4. And SHG banning away what we thought would be the answer in the mid lane in the Azir.
Yeah, they are sort of indicating that they're just not willing to first pick it, which I actually think makes a lot of sense, particularly here, because I think the obvious jungler is Jarvan. CFO could ban it, but then you're pushing yourself quite far down. Varus is going to be the ban, because that was sort of the other thing. I think if SoftBank Hawks slam Jarvan as a first pick, you do sort of push Shadow down his pool a little bit. He's pushed on to like the only other thing he could play that he's played this with is like Mbessa. Mbessa jungle is not what we're expecting though, really. I really like this actually. They've actually played these bans to where they get this Jarvan and they push Shadow onto something that he's maybe not as comfortable with.
Absolutely, but they have left that Malphite open, so it will be interesting to see if CFO are willing to pull the trigger and run that Malphite, which, yeah, hasn't been played yet. It's not Fearless banned. It hasn't been banned in these first rounds, so it'll be interesting to see that value. As you said, you know, Mbessa also still on the cards. Nocturne, interestingly, it's funny how when there's not a VCS team on the Rift, Nocturne doesn't even warrant a mention, as we do see CFO lock in that Rise and hover as Zed.
Zed is still around. He still has a pretty good clear speed, but no, they will just go the Xin Zhao. Shadow maybe just showing off his namesake a little bit. Xin Zhao, still a really, really solid champion, particularly with something like the Rise, is just really good at following up, setting the Rise up for success.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic brawler. And that ult in and of himself, he can frontline. He can just repel everyone away to sort of clear the ground, create some disengage. So really good pickup there, I think, for Shadow in that jungle. However, Marble, classic bot side combo. Aphelios Thresh for the bot side of SHG. Really liking this one out of them, Carrix. What do you think?
I like the theory. I'm always a little bit sus on picking the Thresh there because I don't think it's ever threatened to be banned. I think maybe you can pick up a mid laner, something like that, because here's the problem. It's like you have the Mbessa and Renekton can now be banned. I don't know if you needed to pick the Thresh. I don't think the combo's bad, and I do really like getting Marble on the Aphelios. I love that part of the draft.
Yep.
It's just going to be, what can Evie do? He doesn't have access to his Cassante. He played it well in game 1, and he's not going to have access to Renekton. It was a very obvious bet.
Yeah, absolutely. And I completely agree with you there, showing that sort of bot side. But if you pick one half, you've revealed the other. So yeah, I guess they decided that they had to pull the trigger now before it gets taken away from them. They wanted to put SHG bot side on comfort picks. I mean, Marble has played Aphelios 3 times and Vista has played Thresh 3 times, undoubtedly together as that duo each time. And as you called out as well, CFO ban away that Renekton. So Evie will not have that champion, will not have the Mbessa to play with either. So he's going to have to dig deep here. You know, Rumble's not an option. Cassante's not an option. We might end up looking at a Scion if it's not banned away, as the Nico is banned by SHG.
That makes a lot of sense. You don't want to play into Mbessa and Nico. The CC chain is a little bit too easy. Just public execution into the Tangle Barb, into the Pot Blossom. Whoever is hit by that is not surviving. Makes it good. They actually do ban away Ahri as a Nivea. Has played it once. It does have good interactions into this comp so far. Can deny Xin Zhao, has a bit of a telegraph movement. Curious where the Hawks are going to focus. They could remove another ADC, but no, they're just going to take away the Bard.
Yeah. So Hawks have banned the Bard away from 2274. But I don't even think we've seen 2274 on this Bard, this split so far. So still an interesting choice. I think that's more of a nod to the playmaking power of any decent to good support with that Bard. Again, that Tempered Fate, the Magical Journey. That mobility is just crazy. And it looks like Yunara for Doggo.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Ooh, pivots to Lucian at the last moment. All right, a bit of lore matchup once again.
Yeah,
up
we got
against the
baited there.
Thresh. We really did. I'm kind of surprised that he did. I thought Yunara made a lot of sense, but at the same time, he doesn't have to be sort of a later game carry. Not that Lucian can't be that, but not so much the same way Yunara does. They do have a Rise on the team. I like it.
I think it's a solid, steady, stable kind of bot laner. I think it plays well into Doggo's hands. You know, Doggo has played Lucian already this split, and we know he is a capable pilot. We do see SHG locking in Talia for their mid laner. So Peng Yung very, very comfortable on this Talia. So, sorry, my bad. Arya has got the Talia here in the mid lane for SHG. And we do see Sion being hovered for Evie in the top side.
I think it's the obvious pick. It does mean that Rest is basically going to be able to do whatever he wants. So Sion shouldn't die in lane. Probably goes down a little bit in CS, but Sion is fine with that. And he'll just be super useful come mid to late game. I think that's a really smart pickup for Evie. And again, Evie was like the brightest light for SoftBank Hawks in game one. I like him going to a champion he's got a fair bit of experience and a fair bit of knowledge on in this game too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's not a global, it's kind of almost like a semi-global ult. You know, Sion can just suddenly go running from top lane and be down in mid lane and set up a gank, or just, you know, redistribute that priority and help shove those waves in. The Lucian Nami classic combo, the Rise, the Xin Zhao, the Ambessa, rounding out the CFO's comp into Sion, Jarvan for Talia, Aphelios, Thresh for Softhawks here. I like both of these drafts. I think they both have the potential to do well. Obviously, it comes down to the pilots here, but I don't think there's any big glaring flaws like there was in game one.
Yeah, there's no like really obvious just, oh, you can't play into this. I think this is pretty fair. I think it's fairly even. We do need to see SoftBank Hawks just show that they are going to bounce back. Game one, that can be hard to bounce back from when you get beaten like that. But they can certainly do it. We play best of threes for a reason, after all.
I do love best of threes. It showcases these teams so much more. It showcases each of these players' talents and abilities to strategize. It lets the coaches really get in there. It gives these professional gamers proper time as we enter Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of Match 2 between CFO and SHG tonight. And, surprising us, no unsealed spellbooks, Carrix.
Yeah, so it is typically those heavy engaged supports that do want to go at your Nautiluses, your Leonas. They can sort of get away with it. Nami getting an early teleport, perhaps not as impactful as a Nautilus arriving for a grub fight. So I'm not too surprised to see that.
Absolutely. Doggo has gone with the cleanse there, respecting the amount of CC that SHG can bring to bear. Peng Yung on the Rise has gone the very standard Flash Ghost combo there, as has Arya on the Talia, actually. So only one TP aside as we start off the game with some early trading on that bot side.
Yeah, a good little trade there. This is what we expect out of Lucian Namis. We didn't see it earlier tonight in the first series, but we do expect this to be fairly lane dominant. Sort of get this early shove, force the Aphelios and Thresh to farm on the back foot. That said, the Aphelios and Thresh are very safe. I wouldn't expect any colossal swings down in the bot lane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is some mean poke from Doggo under the turret as well. Cops a turret shot for his troubles as we get those level 2s. And we do take a quick peek at our junglers. They're both... So we've got Shadow rotating down to the bot side of the CFO jungle, and we've got Van 1 clearing through the top side of his jungle, as we just see some fairly standard, fairly regular trading going on in the middle. Arya eking out a small CS advantage, but Peng Yung is going to catch up as this wave crashes into the tower. And it's always good to get some camera time on top lane. You know, to remind us, top lane is there. Top lane plays this game and can get to level 20 now.
Well, I mean, the two of us should be very, very familiar, being on an island very far away from everyone else. We're just real-life top laners, as a good little flick back there by Arya does just chunk away at Pang Yong.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well played there by Arya to get that little combo off on Pang Yong. Be like, hey, you know, respect the combo here as Rest and Evie keep trading. But it was good to get that player cam. That's one thing I really do enjoy watching sometimes. Arya, you could tell, was kind of feeling himself on that Talia, right? He was like, yeah, I got this combo off. You know, I've got this. I can handle this. This is a much better, much more comfortable matchup for Arya, and you can see it on his face when the camera pans over as we do get that recall out of Van 1. We'll be going to pick up an item or two and get back out onto the Rift in anticipation for clearing the wards, getting wave priority for that first objective of yet another Chemtech Drake in 1.5 minutes.
That is wild. How many first dragon Chemtechs we've had. Someone check him PC. This is not normal. But both junglers just sort of doing their clear. Shadow a little bit delayed on his reset. Does give very slight tempo to Van 1. Jarman does clear pretty quickly at the moment as well. So potentially could get the first foot forward around an objective. I don't think it is going to matter a huge amount, though, I'll be honest, as I just don't think either team is looking to flip it early.
Yeah, definitely. And a sneaky little advantage gained there by Doggo. He actually recalled and ran back out and didn't miss a single minion. So no CS loss, no experience loss, was able to get back out in time with a small item advantage as Van 1's here.
Yeah, he is here, and there's not a lot that they can do. They're going to try and trade one back, which they do. The first blood does go over. I think the Aphelios got the first blood, and it was Doggo getting the second.
Yeah, absolutely. So Marble did net that first blood there, securing that extra 100 gold bounty. As 2274 here is going aggressive on the AD of SHG.
Yeah, I mean, the more important thing than the first blood, honestly, is the fact that Marble's alive, will shove this wave in and just get himself a much nicer reset. 2274 would love to be able to hold that for his ADC, but they were just a little bit too close to the tower. He was a little bit too low. So Doggo does miss out on a little bit of gold there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Good to see out of Van 1 as well, that proactive jungling play, rotating bot early, getting the flash out of Lucian as we see here again.
And let's have a look at this. It was just Van 1 just kind of walking in. Not the best turret aggro management there from Vista. He doesn't need to die there, but it's fine. You take that every day.
Yeah, absolutely. A support for the AD. You'll love to see it. As we have gone 1-for-1, Doggo did kill Vista, obviously, in that tower dive. So still not great, but you're still happy with it. You get that gold injection as well. And taking a quick look at the summoners, Marble is at an advantage. He does have the flash, does have the barrier, whereas Doggo and 2274 no longer have either of their flashes. So that's a nice little advantage that might come in handy later as well. As we do see the Chemtech Drake has entered the Rift, and that river is full of SHG vision with no CFO contesting yet.
Maybe I'm missing something in the matchup, but I feel like cleanse might not have been super necessary. It's obviously it's for the Thresh Hook, but that's the only cleansable CC. The Thresh Hook and the Aphelios route, which is great in lane.
Stun?
Sion's a knock-up.
Ah.
So,
yeah,
I mean,
okay.
I guess you can cleanse the ult, but if you're getting hit by the Sion ult, there are bigger problems.
Yeah, the rest of the team that's following up imminently.
Yeah.
A good flick from Arya there.
I might just be missing something, but that's just something I'm going to keep my eye on, is how much value Doggo actually gets out of this cleanse.
Absolutely. And also something worth noting, Doggo getting that 1 kill there now puts him 3 kills away from 500 kills. Ooh, good hook there. Cleansed.
I'm being immediately proven wrong, so it gets a fair bit of value of it there. Of course, was also Shadow coming in. The engage is on. 2274 does land a good bubble, locked in the Cataclysm, and a lovely flag and drag there onto Doggo. They want to trade back, but they can't do it as the Crescent Guard tries to keep Shadow safe, but so many chakrams built up. Marble really threatening her.
Absolutely. That was really well played by SHG, bringing that jungler down, turning that 2 versus 2 into a 3v2 for quite some time. As we do see Van One turn that priority over to the Drake. Shadow is going to spot that out, and Van One's going to respect the spot.
Yeah, he has to respect the realm warp. As Evie has arrived, runs down into the bottom lane, but Doggo had some fancy feet there, keeps himself alive. The support will be sacrificed to Marble.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that Scion ult, and down he comes running. Oh, I thought Doggo was going to walk into that Scion there, as we do see Shadow in amongst the Pungyong's TP.
Pungyon coming down, will clean them up, and Evie now being punished for his roam. Should be able to get away from the zombie. Oh, maybe not. Oh, good little rune prison there to keep his team safe. As that Scion was very angry.
Definitely. That was very, very messy, but CFO did well to clean up, got Evie as well, and get out of there before that zombie Scion took them down, as you say. As we go into this replay here and see this bot side fight break out one more time.
Yeah, so it does start with a good hook out of Vista that forces the cleanse. Shadow showing turns it around, but then I feel like they just don't have the read that the Jarvan's probably close, because look how far away Shadow is. The Thresh Lantern gets Van One into the play, and then at this point, there's basically nothing you can do. They line up really well in a bad way, and allow that. We go to just the second half of this replay. It is the dive. Doggo zigs and zags, but 2274 doesn't have anything he can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's probably the best case scenario for CFO there, just to only lose 2274 as Shadow comes in to try and clean this one up. Obviously gets Vista here, and then it's good that they're able to get Evie as well, because Pungyong's around. So nice turnaround from CFO there to what looked like what was a fightable 3v3, but Shadow didn't want to engage on. But we'll see how it all plays out. There is no gold advantage at the moment. It's like a 1 to 200 gold diff. However, there is a significant difference of Marble at nearly 1,000 gold up over Doggo. And Van goes to start up this Drake one more time, and I think he's going to get it this time, Carrix.
Yeah, they're not going to contest it this time. The Realm Warp is down, so they don't have to respect Pungyon as much. Evie also just didn't lose very much for that roam. He did die in the end, but he helped his team pick up a bit of gold. Rest took one tower plate, got a little bit of a CS lead, but you're expecting that to happen in the matchup regardless. And now you have a 3-0 Aphelios, and as we saw earlier tonight, an Aphelios getting ahead is a truly terrifying thing.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if you can protect that Aphelios, which, you know, they've got the front line of a Scion, they've got a Thresh, they've got a Jarvan, as we see a Culling come out.
Yeah, just a bit of a poke culling.
Yep. You know, you've got it, use it. Why not? When you're not using it, it's being wasted, isn't it?
Exactly. You're exactly right. Just use it to sort of equalize the game state a little bit. Marble is very strong at the moment. You don't want to play fair into him. So Doggo just burning that ult, just getting himself into a position to farm the rest of the wave.
Absolutely. And I would love to see Doggo get those 2 more kills to get that 500. However, Doggo is a solid 20 CS down as Shadow rotates around on so much vision. SHG have wards galore on CFO side as Thresh's hook goes out just to remind Shadow, hey, we can see you and I'm going to land these hooks. The first role quest has been finished, and it is, to no surprise, Marble on the Aphelios with that new item, the Storm Razor, as well, Carrix.
Yeah, the return of Storm Razor, Aphelios mains have been rejoicing ever since it was announced. It's Pungyon ghosting to try and catch Arya there. They really wanted to go on that one, but with the reveal of the Jarvan being on the Raptors, they didn't want to keep going, so just a trade of those summoner spells. As Evie still just being Scion, just kind of catching waves, farming them up, getting bullied a little bit. Rest, still just slowly building a lead.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Rest has come to win tonight, and Rest is just chipping away at this Scion, trading, has a 2-level advantage over this Scion at the moment. And I think that's when Evie left the lane and Rest didn't follow. He was able to sort of get that lead. Shadow jungling very, very well. 10 CS lead over Van there and has an individual gold lead. Mid lane is approximately matched, but the bot lane... Oh,
Doggo in a bit of trouble, uses the cleanse, once again getting value. They're trying to turn it around onto Van 1 with Shadow coming in. Kind of just playing a little bit of a screening role here. Probably not going to go for the dive.
yeah, absolutely. That was very gutsy too, because Doggo and 2274 knew that there was 3 SHG there, and Shadow was still a distance away, but they were keen for it. They were willing to fight that fight. And Doggo, no cleanse right now, so that could be critical in the next couple of minutes.
It is one to keep an eye on as Doggo finishes his roll quest. Pungyon in a bit of trouble, has to flash out of the Cataclysm.
Really good respect there, absolutely. I think if Pungyon hadn't have flashed, Pungyon definitely would have died. So great teamwork from SHG and really good respect from Pungyon there. Just good plays all around. As we've got another minute and a half until a Drake and the Rift Herald hit the Rift. So it'll be interesting to see who prioritizes which objective. Obviously, SHG have the prio. They have the push in this bot side. But CFO's Shadow has the advantage over Van 1. It's just a matter of if he can press that advantage and get his laners up. As we do see a lot of SHG pings in the bot side jungle, they know that Shadow is around.
Shadow is moving in onto Arya. Has to be very careful of Van 1. Has the Crescent Guard though. Oh, lovely EQ flash there. Van 1 desperately trying to survive, but no, Pungyon will take him down. The Crescent Guard keeping the Xin safe, and this is exactly what the Hawks did not want.
That was so close. I can't believe Shadow actually turned that around, and Pungyon and Shadow were able to bring down Van 1 together in that sort of 2v2 scuffle there. I feel like that was maybe like a little bit of miscommunication. I feel like Shadow shouldn't have walked away from that.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a hard one, as that is a very funny Realm Warp. Really well done, though, as he gets the kill, drops the tower aggro. Pungyon kind of playing that one perfectly.
Yeah, I really look forward to coming back to that solo bolo, but yeah, Pungyon absolutely had the advantage over Arya and the health buff.
This is really hard to outplay. The W misses, but they go in anyway. A lot of damage immediately onto Marble. Doggo goes low, but it just doesn't matter. Pungyon has to find a way out, can't do it. Rest arriving in time to do basically nothing, and Shadow now in so much trouble. Public execution misses. Disaster play here by CFO. It's all turned around on its head.
Yeah, absolutely. And Shadow actually got smite by Van 1 there to slow him down as well. Pungyon dying, 2274 dying. So it's ultimately 3 for 1, which is not what you want as we go to this replay here in the jungle scuffle in the river here.
Yeah, it starts with Shadow getting flipped through the Toblerones and a really nice EQ flash. Shadow gets away on a sliver of HP and Pungyon is able to turn it around. Does finish up the kill there as well. Not much Arya can do. He's kind of just trapped in that one. But it's this bot side play that we really need to have another look at.
Yeah, Shadow thinks he has an angle here. Tidal Wave goes down.
Yeah, and they do manage to focus out Marble, but Doggo is set so low and is just sort of out of the fight. Pungyon doesn't realize that Evie is going to come in so hot and ready. A hook out of Vista, who has been an absolute sniper on these. Rest completely unable to get into the fight. Just kind of ends up with CFO getting scattered.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, CFO still have a 1,000 gold advantage as we break out into a Vista hook again, and 2274 melts.
Those hooks, they've got magnets in them. He hasn't missed.
Yeah, absolutely. Vista is hungry for sushi tonight and is eating well. Unfortunately, 2274 finds themselves at 0-4 already, accountable for 66% of the deaths of the CFO tonight as SHG do start up this Rift Herald. CFO want to contest.
Yeah, Shadow moving in does have the Crescent Guard, so don't really blame him for doing it. Uses that as blocking so much damage, but not enough as he goes down. Marble just firing away on the backside. I just don't think you had to do that play.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they were contesting for priority over that Rift Herald. They wanted to push SHG away, but SHG just responded better. Evie on the Scion popping that ult, J4 with that Cataclysm to lock them in place. Shadow did his best to frontline there, but there's only so much you can do. Ultimately, SHG, right place, right time, distributed those resources very, very well, won the fight and secured that Rift Herald for themselves before recalling back to base. It was just clean from SHG.
Yeah, and they're not really being rewarded in a gold lead, but they've got such a massive tempo lead. But let's have a look at how this actually went down. They kite back from Shadow, and then it's a Talia wall completely denying Pangyon entry to the fight. He's just standing there and watching.
Yeah, absolutely. That Weaver's Wall to obviously get that Talia there. Evie, Scion ult to get there as well. They've just got the tools to move around the map that much quicker that I think CFO need to be sure that they have the advantage no matter when they pull that trigger, like hopefully a 4v5, as we do see the first of potentially up to 3 SHG coach comms come through. Each team is allowed up to 3 coach comms per game. Each coach comm is up to 45 seconds. So this is a new tool that is being used in the LCP and LCK this year. And yeah, it's interesting to see what it can do.
What do you reckon? Do you use it for tactics or do you just use it for vibes? Because I think there's arguments both ways.
Absolutely. I was going to say, I reckon there'd absolutely be a vibe time. Like, I don't know, maybe you're riding high, it's late in the game, your team's certain to win, barring the biggest throw in league history. If I were the coach, I'd probably do a full vibe coach comm.
Vista, a little bit caught out. The culling is going to thump into him, but it's not enough. They just dash away from the Ophelia assault, but now Shadow is in so much trouble as he's moving over to help out Rest and Pangyon. As this is, who's scattered really? Are they caught or are they scattered? Public execution goes in straight onto Van 1, but he lives, uses the Rift Herald to get away as well.
I really thought that public execution was doing a lot of work. Hit 3, Vista with the hook.
Oh, Vista again. Vista, just man of the match performance. Doggo having to flash away from Evie. Vista has the lantern to keep himself safe. This will be the mid lane tower taken down.
Yeah, and they secure that 300 gold first turret bounty for themselves as well. SHG, they're in this game, Carrix. They are 2,500 gold up. They have 2 Drakes. They're feeling themselves right now. They've got a comfort comp and they are showing it.
More than in this game. They are running the show, and particularly this man on your screen, Vista, has been fantastic so far, just not missing hooks. Pangyon comes into this fight from a really weird angle. They're playing on 2 different axes. There's clearly not one clear voice saying, go here, and it just gets a little bit confused. They can't kill Van 1. It's all gone wrong.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, you know, who is split up here is getting that flash out of 2274 is a lot of value as well. You know, I don't know, a schmozzle, I would call that one. It's just not the CFO we're used to. It's not that clean synergy, that utter dominance that we're used to them seeing. And the gold graph tells that story as well. Obviously, it's a little bit of a roller coaster, but now the biggest gold lead is over to SHG this game. And Vista, an absolute menace with these hooks, but Van 1's getting some excellent cataclysms. Evie is there for every fight. He is not scared to ult in. He's not scared to TP in to back up his team. And Arya Weaver's Wall, as another fight is breaking out over the 3rd Drake of the game. It is a Mountain Drake.
Yeah, and one of the things just to keep in mind is that Pangyon still has a lead. They're bearing down on him at the moment. Does get a good flash there. Evie kind of grief by his own Talia wall. Can CFO now turn this around? The wall comes through. They will shut the Scion down. Public execution straight onto the Aphelios as well. Rest just needs to be a pest in the back line. They will just take their 1-0, back off, and secure a dragon. Well played there by CFO and well played there by Pangyon.
Yeah, good fight. That's the kind of synergy that we do expect and want to see. And there we go. Doggo has hit 500 kills. The first player in the LCP to reach 500 kills. Congratulations, Doggo.
And, I mean, no one better to really do it. Doggo has been a superstar of Southeast Asian League for so long. But let's have a look at the replay. It starts with a failed pick onto Pangyon.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Evie being blocked by the Talia's Weaver Wall, kind of crazy work there. The public execution, whilst it didn't get much damage, it got so much disruption and was able to sort of distance CFO with the time that it bought and the back end of that fight. And SHG were like, all right, enough's enough. We'll walk away from this one. We'll maintain our, lead. But now the gold lead is gone. And we're back on even footing from that perspective. That's how fast it can turn around, as the gold graph shows.
Well, it's sort of a battle of two carries at the moment. It's this Rise versus the Aphelios. You can see that's where the gold is. I know Marble in has swung back. He's a little bit behind Doggo, but an Aphelios that's 500 gold behind Illusion is actually in front. Especially once he picks up that third item. But a Rise that's 1,000 gold ahead of the curve is so scary. If he finishes that Actualizer, has that 3 items, Hung Yon is going to be a real threat in these fights, and he had a very, very good game 1. I'm keen to see if he can carry it on into game 2.
Absolutely, but look at that poke coming out of Marble as well. There's 50% of Shadows. Oh,
have to burn a few flashes just to get away.
Yeah, absolutely. Culling coming out of Doggo. Aphelios pops the ult there as well. Just a trade of ults in the mid lane for ultimately not much. Just trade of health. They're going to recall, reset. Obviously, this gives SHG priority over the Baron pit at the moment, but I don't think CFO are too worried about them going for it just yet. As Arya rotates to the top side to defend, and Rest and Evie, they're just going to go at it.
There's no kill potential here, but they're just going to fight. They both want their grass stacks.
I'll give you one, you give me one. How's that sound? Yeah, no worries. As we do see these top laners, though, they're both level 15. With this split from patch 26.1 onwards, top laners with their role quests can get to level 20. So you thought a level 18 Scion was bad. You wait for a level 20 Scion. But there's also a level advantage in mid. Peng Yong has a full level over that Arya on the Talia. With that fully stacked Rod of Ages, as well as Vaughn goes fishing, and it is close, Carrots.
It really is, and that level 16 for Rise is so important. So much damage gated behind levels of the Realm Warp. Evie comes in just in time. Van 1 nearly made a very critical mistake there, but bailed out by Evie barreling down the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Always an intimidating sight, seeing a Scion running at you full bore. Did really well to disengage from that Doggo, just gliding away from that Vista hook there. So close. Bet he's very glad that did not connect. As the culling goes out, clears the wave, puts a little poke.
Moving forward, Doggo desperately wants this, but the Thresh Lantern does save Marble, but now the rest of CFO can pile in. Marble can't participate in this fight. Can they cut Evie down? They can. Have to find their way out. Severum won't land, and they'll just CC up the zombie and take themselves another pick, but the hooks keep coming. Shadow must use that Crescent Guard, does keep himself safe for now. My word, this game is on tenterhooks.
Absolutely. Vista with that hook, forcing that Crescent Guard and Flash out of Shadow. You got to feel like that is definitely not a combo that Shadow wanted to pop right there, right then. We do have the next Drake, the 4th Drake of the game, coming up in about a minute's time, and the Baron is on the table, so probably can't really contest it for sort of the next 40 to 50 seconds as Doggo just goes in.
And this is what you have to do as Lucian. You have to be constantly ready to just find cullings and try and single people out. He doesn't get the kill on Marble, but Marble can't participate in this fight. He has Infernum, he has that potential ult. He instead just chooses to throw the Severum ult. It doesn't do anything in the end. And even though Shadow nearly gets taken down here, in the end he doesn't, and it's just a win out for CFO.
Absolutely, but I would like to point out that Doggo's culling, probably only half of it hit Marble, but it still did 50% of his health. Like, that hurts.
Oh, it does. Oh, another hook, and that's a big one onto Peng Yon, having to burn his flash, the redemption as well. That's a really big summoner to lose.
Absolutely, and just for a Q hook, that's kind of wild, as we are fighting over the 4th Drake of the game. Another hook land.
Another hook land. That landed a little bit less valuable onto Shadow. Evie dives forward. He's getting cut down. There's so much damage coming out of Peng Yon and Doggo. Vision cleared out. Oh my word, that's a huge cataclysm, but not big enough. They can't follow up on it as the Jarvan just immediately detonated. Shadow having to run. Realm Warp straight back in. Marvel goes down. Evie will follow. Arya being hunted, flashes away. They're going to clean up the zombie, claim themselves a dragon, and CFO are back in full control.
Absolutely, a 4-0 plus the Drake. CFO will take that every single day.
They're not even going to bother with the dragon. They just go straight to Baron. I mean,
that's the better call. Absolutely. Get that mid lane tier 1, get the Baron, and then maybe race back out as we go to the second SHG coach comms. He's like, guys, it's vibe time. What are we doing? Let's play some League. As we do see CFO convert that massive team fight around the Drake pit into the Baron Carricks. Definitely the better call.
Yeah, particularly because the dragon just doesn't do very much for you. You're not really going to play for Dragon Soul this game. You've only got one. But let's have a look at how this started. It was Evie diving in, but he only hits onto 2274 and just immediately gets CC'd up.
Absolutely loses 50% of his health before having to go back in here again. So deep.
Yeah, he gets 4 in there, but there's no follow-up. There's no rumble like we saw in the first series where you can just drop an equalizer on top. The Aphelios wasn't in range and didn't have the right guns to get that big ult follow-up. He was on that red-white. It's more of the auto-attacker setup, and it just all falls apart for the Hawks. But as we come back to live, it's a little bit back on track as Doggo's dead.
Doggo just gets picked. I'll be keen to see that replay, but CFO are marching down the bot lane. They intend to get this SHG bot tier 2 turret, but SHG are responding. They do see it. There's the wards at play. It's really trying to take advantage of this Baron power players. Currently, they're negative 500 gold, and Evie on the Scion is pushing the top side in.
Well, yeah, there was the just shutdown given away. They do secure the dragon. Can they find an engage here? Rest has a good angle. Marble in trouble. Public execution comes in and bang! Punyon will clean that up. That's the power of this Rise and Bessa combo.
Yeah, look, I can't say I was expecting that, but Shadow got the Drake and it was like, you know what? We're going to win this fight too. Just goes in on them, gets Van, gets Marble. 30 seconds without 2 of them, and you've got 4 Baron-empowered players on your side. I mean, happy days, CFO.
And this is just the danger of stepping up to a dragon that ultimately doesn't matter. If CFO gets this dragon, it doesn't matter. We're not playing for Dragon Soul if we're on CFO's side. And if we're SoftBank Hawks, was that worth potentially, losing your ADC?
No. As we go to our third and final SHG coach comms of tonight's game 2. So that means they can no longer consult with their coach, or their coach can't chime in for them and provide them any advice or strategy or whatever it is that they are allowed to talk about. As we do see CFO driving home their advantage, they turned around a negative. Oh, Pungyong might be caught.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble, but has that movement speed from the phase rush. Evie has to get dragged out by the Lantern, and Rest is living his best life, just hitting minions and hitting towers.
Absolutely. That was some fancy feet from Pungyong there, as CFO are really driving home this advantage. They were negative 1,000 on the Baron power play. They are now positive 2,000. I'm fairly certain they managed to crack 3 turrets, as there's a fight in the mid lane here as well.
Yeah, a Nami wave does get Punyon to safety as well as his flash. Needs to be a little bit more careful on this Rise. Has been caught out a couple of times and bailed out by his team. Evie stepping up, but there's a lot of health to get through and a Thresh Lantern waiting for him.
Evie's just like, whatever. I mean, he's got so much health. He's got anti-crit. He's got magic resist. Like, it feels like, I want to say good luck killing him. Obviously, he's died a few times, but like...
The Rise can, as the tower goes down, Evie once again dragged out. They're going in once more. CFO is done playing slow, looking for every opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Marvel's ult going wide there as well. So Doggo sees his chance to respond in kind with that culling, get some damage down. But ultimately, all it was a trade of ults. Evie has his, Vista has his, Pungyong and Rest have theirs as well. So I think we're going to temper it down, cool off a little bit right now, as Rest has been spotted in the top side of SHG's jungle and has to get out of there.
There is no objective on the map, so the SoftBank Hawks do have about a minute and a half where they can just farm up, try desperately to get more power onto Marble. He is a 4-item Aphelios now. He has that GA. He is going to do a lot of damage if he is empowered to do so. The problem is he's just going to have this Rise, this Mbessa, and this Xin Zhao just running at him. And so far, he just hasn't been able to find angles to avoid it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Peng Yong has a 10-stack Magi as we go in for another fight.
In they go, Shadow once again using the Krezzer Guard to keep himself safe. The Nami wave zapping across the team. Public Execution finds Marble. He goes into the GA, but he's in the middle of the enemy team. As he gets back up, he will just get cleaned up. Evie runs off. This is actually a pretty value thing. He's going to cut the wave. Potentially saves the game for now.
Yeah, absolutely. That Nami tidal wave onto 2.
There is a Rise. Oh, no, there's no Rise Hole. You can't move the minions. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. That Nami tidal wave onto 2 had such excellent value. The Shadow engage, the public execution into the backline. The Talia Weaver's Wall to delay the wave. Really, I want to say smart play, really desperate play, to be honest, to have to ult for that. As Evie's trying to prevent that second inhib going down, but CFO got what they came for. They've got 2 turrets, 2 inhibitors, and they're going to head back to base for a quick recall before running out onto the Rift, maybe trying to capitalize on the Baron or that Drake.
Yeah, we see the replay here. Just to start with, Shadow realizing that he can just go forward. He can play like a complete psychopath, which we always love to see. Peng Yong comes in from the side on the teleport. Once again, Rune Prison, public execution. Nothing Marble can do. He is just taken out of this fight. He stands back up, puts down 1 turret, and then is cleaned up again.
Absolutely. As we go back to live, SHG forcing the Baron. I don't know if this is the best call, but I don't know what else they can do.
I think it might be their only call. They do get Doggo low. They do take Doggo down. Arya will follow him to the grave. Now Marble has that red-white, but has to say good night as the SoftBank Hawks are sent packing. Unfortunate stuff there.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, credit to SHG. I think they executed on the only plan that they thought would stand a chance. If they dragged CFO over to Baron, maybe they could get CFO in the Baron pit, losing that MR and magic resistance too. Rest getting aggressive, flashing forward for Vista. I think they know this is over here and now, Carrix.
Yeah, absolutely. They will clean Vista up, and with the super minions walking forward, CFO will lock themselves up a dominant 2-0 win over the SoftBank Hawks. As the Nexus goes down, Peng Yong with a fantastic performance on Rise, able to carry his team along, but a fantastic performance out of all 5 of them, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations, CFO, taking game 2 and putting themselves up in this best of 3, 2-0, taking the series tonight. That is the CFO of old. You do love to see them win and win dominantly. They are definitely making statements with these wins here tonight as well. I mean, rest on Mbessa, the public executions into the backline, 2274 on that Nami with the tidal waves. Doggo played super clean on that Lucian, getting some excellent cullings. Even if they didn't lead to kills, they led to a lot of damage, which led to Shadow being able to dive, present guard, clear them out, and then pick a target. Even through the Guardian Angels, it meant nothing. They could kill them, and they could kill them again and still win these fights, Carrix. And there is Rest.
Yeah, Rest had a really good game, understood his role, was just whoever got soloed out by the Rise, just went in on top of them. It was Marble most of the time, which is obviously the best target. And that's exactly what he had to do. He didn't have to do anything fancy, so he didn't try to.
Yeah, exactly. It was a very steady, stable game out of Rest. He was where he needed to be, when he needed to be. It wasn't explosive game making, it was solid game making with Rest tonight. I want to say Shadow on the Xin Zhao, no fear of those engages, really well done there. The bot side of Doggo 2274 just really, really strong. But credit to SHG as well. Evie on the Scion, you know, ulting everywhere, showing up in every single fight he possibly could. Van, I think, was outclassed this evening by Shadow. I think Van had a bit of a rough one on the jungle in that J4 tonight. I think Arya on the Talia with the Weaver's Wall performed admirably. Felios Marble did his best. He nearly kept up with Doggo on that Lucian. And look at that gold graph.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours, and CFO were bringing that down. Just sort of ran away with it. As soon as the dam broke, it never really stopped. I agree with you. I just think Van was a little bit out of his depth. Just didn't really find the value that Shadow did from the Xin Zhao. I do want to also give Vista his flowers. Those hooks they had magnets in them. If that was a closer game, I think he could have turned it on its head, and in lane, he frankly did. Marble was very far ahead in a lane that he should be behind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vista and Xiao Si tonight both had absolutely insane hook game. But this play from Peng Yong here, just forcing Arya under the turret, using that Realm Warp to drop that turret aggro. And Peng Yong gets player of the match on that Orianna and Ryze. Yeah, look at the damage on the Ryze. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was the obvious choice. I think maybe 2274 in the first game was probably the best player on the Rift on the Poppy, but game 2 was a little bit quieter, while Peng Yong had a really, really solid game in both.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Well deserved from Peng Yong, and I'm looking forward to seeing him on the LCP, team of the week stats, hopefully. But it is only Thursday night. We still have a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday ahead of us, so a lot of room for a lot of players to make their mark in the LCP this weekend. As we go back to this fight, initially it was very SHG favored, but Shadow actually came in and turned it around. Got Vista. The team managed to get Evie as well, because Peng Yong showed up. Got some good rune prisons off here on the zombie Scion too to save Shadow and Doggo.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a theme as we go through these replays. You'll constantly see Shadow just moving forward, knowing that the Crescent Guard will keep him safe, knowing how to position himself so that the Talia can't really hurt him, can't really get much done, and Peng Yong basically always in the right place, able to get covered by his team.
Yeah, absolutely. I really do like watching these team fights where CFO, I think, have better target selection, target priority, I want to say. They're focusing everything they possibly can on annihilating Marble, and when only one target presents itself, they'll take that as well. And yeah, I think really fancy feat from Peng Yong. This Cataclysm from Van 1, it just feels like he went a little too deep. The team just wasn't close enough to back him up for that one.
Yeah, it felt like a miscommunication. I feel like if Aphelios has Infernum, he has that blue gun, that's a really good play. But he doesn't. He has the red-white. It's just not the play you need to make at that moment, and it just felt disconnected from the team.
Absolutely. And Shadow took the Realm Warp there to safety and a kill, right? He was very nearly dead and then turned it around and was able to get Vista off the back of it. This fight here, really impressive. I did like 2274 with the tidal wave. It hit 2 and zoned 2 others. Shadow frontlining that so beautifully. Peng Yong flanked so hard and set up that public execution perfectly as Doggo just solos Vista on the bot side there.
Yeah, it was 3 layers of CC all thrown at Marble. It was the wave into the teleport rune prison, into the public execution. They knew exactly what they had to do. There was very clearly a strong voice just yelling, Marble, 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 Aphelios, 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 and they knew that that's all that mattered, and it was.
Yeah, absolutely. Just rewatching this though, Evie ulting into the team and everyone stepping out of the way, and Evie is just allowed to land straight onto Doggo. That felt criminal when there was an Mbessa and a Nami there as well.
Oh, Doggo should dodge too.
Yeah, yeah, they all
dodged
dodged
it.
it. Yeah.
Come on, mate.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
You've got a dash, Lucian. Who are you blaming?
Exactly. But that wraps up our 2 matches tonight. MVK versus Deep Cross Gaming Relove DCG 1-2-1. And CFO beat SHG 2-0 in tonight's best of 3 matchups. And look at the table standings. CFO, top of the table alongside Relove DCG. They would absolutely be loving that result right now. CFO feeling in good form, feeling comfortable and confident. What do you think of these table characters? Do you like it?
I mean, I like the look of it. Of course, we are just at the start of the Super Week, so this table is going to look very different when we conclude our 4 days of play. As we see, we have BFM taking on Team Secret Wales to kick off tomorrow, followed by GUM against Ground Zero Gaming. It's an action-packed set of games. You can see by the scores, Team Secret Wales and GUM both looking to get themselves back on top of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And DFM will be looking for their first win of the split so far. So it'll be really interesting to see if they can do that. LJL versus VCS and then VCS versus PCS. As we get a little bit of the look of the inside. I had a wonderful time tonight with these games. I really, really enjoyed what we saw. There were so many awesome highlights here. Do you have a favorite moment, Carrix, from this evening?
I liked when they locked in Poppy and instantly won the game at minute 0.
I mean, you called that in a pre-draft, right? You were like, there's like 5 dashes on the enemy team. They
I
can
like getting that
absolutely
right.
get it. Yeah. So 2274 on that Poppy had a spectacular performance. I want to say that a lot of the top laners were able to TP around. They were able to ult around to get to where they needed to be in a timely manner. But, Carrix, it's Thursday night. Our matches are done. That is all she wrote. It has been an absolute pleasure having you here casting alongside me tonight. How do you feel about your first night on the LCP desk?
I'm just glad to be back. I've missed the Southeast Asian region so much, so I'm really happy to be back, and I hope everyone had a good time.
Fantastic. Great to have you here. Well, that is all from us here at the LCP English desk tonight. We hope you enjoyed the games, and we hope you will be back tomorrow night for more LCP Tier 1 action. My name's Logan. That's been Carrix. Thank you so much. We'll see you all tomorrow night.